Blue mic. Check. Hello. Yeah, it sounds good. Hey, everybody. Shh. It's calm. It's the key. You gotta be calm.
Yeah, it wasn't condescending. It was kind.
Yeah, it's kind. I know. Like you're shushing your child. Same thing as yesterday. Cohorts of 3. You guys were awesome yesterday. Everybody that presented was really, really good. And my favorite part was how efficient you were lining up over there. So if we can continue that today, that would be incredible.
Without prompting, they all just got up.
No, I told them. Yeah. But same thing today. So the first cohort of 3 goes, and then when Jason, and it's Dave Samuel from Freestyle today, right?
Yep.
When they are picking their favorite, next 3 just come up and line up, et cetera, et cetera. Be a nice, smooth, easy day. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thanks, Nick. Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of Founder University, everyone. Yay. Clap for yourselves. Thank you all for being here. Sorry about the late breakfast, the sequel. But, sorry about that. Okay. I'm fine. I'll get over it. I'll have, speaking of which, I'm going to be sending out surveys either later today or tomorrow. Would love you to be brutally candid. It's really helpful for us to get your feedback and try to incorporate and make the program better every single time. So I just reminded me because I'm sure I'll hear about the breakfast. Anyway, really excited for another full day with you guys. Bit of similar format as yesterday. We're going to have pitches with Jason this morning. He's going to be joined by Dave Samuel from Freestyle Capital. And we'll have companies pitch. We won't have a working lunch. It will be a networking lunch, so you'll have this sort of hour to do what you need to do and talk to each other. And then we'll have a full afternoon, and then right after, rather than going off-site, we'll have an on-site networking cocktail thing that'll happen starting at 5. So that'll be like from 5 to 7. So that'll be great. To kick us off, I'm really excited to introduce our managing director of Syndicates, Ashley Whitehurst, who's going to tell us a lot more about how those work. So take it away, Ashley.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay, so like Jackie said, I'm Ashley. I work with Launch. I'm the managing director of the Syndicates. We've launched 122 syndicates starting in April of 2014. We started on AngelList at about 50 syndicates in. We moved off because we had a big enough ego to say we can do this ourselves. So we don't need you, AngelList. And it's been an incredible process. We've learned a lot, and through that process of really removing it from AngelList or taking ownership over the entire process, I've learned along the way, and want to share some of the things that I've learned with you about raising money through syndicates. So we'll answer a couple of questions, like what is a syndicate, why you'd want to raise money through a syndicate, and then maybe why not. The minimum viable metrics for raising money through our syndicate, what the process looks like, and then how to apply, which is just one slide with our URL. So this will go pretty quickly. So first of all, has anyone heard of a syndicate or raised money through a syndicate? Okay, so we have a base of knowledge here. So what it is technically is it's a group formed for a single purpose, in this case, of investing in your company. So we create, in our case, the LLC, we create an LLC to pool funds to invest in your company, in one company. This is different from a fund where you open up an LP or LLC structure, you accept checks, and then the GP decides how to direct those checks. A syndicate is formed for that single purpose of investing in that particular company. It's made up of 3 parts: the lead, the backer, and the startup. The lead is the person who sources the deal. They negotiate the terms. They work with the founder. And for that effort of sourcing and doing all of the legwork on it, they receive a 20% carry. And does anybody know what carry is? Is that a new term? Okay, so largely a new term. It's when the lead receives 20% of the profit. So once your company does really well and returns 1,000x our investment, everything above what we initially invested is split 80-20. 20% goes to the lead, 80% goes to the investors. So that's at 20% carry. And then the backer is an accredited investor, typically more passive in their investing. They don't want to meet with 200 plus companies a year. They don't want to source their own deals. They don't want to negotiate terms. So they're willing to pay that 20% carry to the lead for that deal flow. And then of course, the startup is you. This is all bound together by a special purpose vehicle. So that's the LLC I was talking about that we form to pool all the funds of investors who are interested in coming into the deal. We can have up to 250 investors in a single SPV. So that's 250 accredited investors that can invest in one SPV. It changed in May of 2018 from 99 to 250. Which is a huge unlock. Our average check size went from about 350K to over 600K when that happened. Why would you want to use a syndicate? It's a great way to close your current round. So sometimes you'll be towards the end of your round, you'll have a variable amount left. I think some angels are coming in for 100K. I think this person who I talked to at the beginning of my raise is coming in for 200. I have 300 set aside for you. And then if we have more interest than the allocation given to us, we can say, hey, do you really have those investors sort of lurking out there, or maybe we can have their allocation? Or on the flip side, maybe we don't reach that full 300K allocation and you have someone sort of on the outskirts that's just waiting to sort of pounce on your round. And so it can be a flexible amount. My next point, it's a flexible investment amount. So we always require at least an allocation of 250K. Though we appreciate the flexibility to go up to 500K. It is an introduction to multiple investors. For our syndicate specifically, we have almost 4,000 accredited investors. Of those 4,000, almost 2,000 have participated in at least one deal since April of 2014. So you're being introduced to 4,000 accredited investors, well-connected individuals. It's also great marketing. So your product is going out to 4,000 new people. And it's really, this is a point that I think is most important. A lot of our backers are angel investors. So they're angel investors that maybe aren't sourcing their own deals or just are looking for more deal flow. And the best kind of angel investor is a connector. It's someone who's a great problem solver. And most importantly, it's someone who's wildly positive. And so it's really great to get up to 250 of these types of individuals on your cap table with one SPV. Which brings my next point, it keeps your cap table clean. You get the brain power of up to 250 investors for one line item on your cap table. Technically it's two because the lead invests also, and that's a separate investment. They invest outside the syndicate. So it's an investment from the lead, in our case Jason, and then the investment from the SPV. So, I keep mentioning the number 250. I will say our average is 115. From 2019, it was 115 investors who opted into the deal. The most we've ever had in a deal is 234. Do you have a question?
Is Jason always the lead?
For our syndicate, he has been the lead 98% of the time. We do have venture partners who are able to lead deals, and well, more like 99% of the time. We've had 3 deals that were led by venture partners, but still the funds still come from the launch fund. Jason has to approve of the deal. He just might not be the lead. Yes?
Average investment per person?
Average investment. So average investment of each investor opting into the deal. So backing into it, it's about 6,000. We have an average of 100 investors invest in each deal, and we have an average of 600K. So it's average of 6,000. Yes.
So with that many investors,
Sorry, we're wrecking Nick's world here without mics.
so with that many investors, kind of in your company, is the lead the only person who you really communicate with for updates or gives insight on? I don't like what you're doing here. You guys need to be doing that, or does everybody have a say?
It's a great question. So what we negotiate with founders is that you send a monthly update. Some founders choose to, and we give you a Google group that has all of the investors who opt into your syndicate in that group, but it's blind to the founder because many investors wish to remain anonymous. And so there are some founders who are very concerned about privacy in their updates, and so they'll send sort of a tailored email to the syndicate investors that maybe doesn't have all of the most private information. Largely, you're just working with the lead. But we really think the unlock is adding all of those investors to your updates and then getting help from them. It's we do talk to investors about how to engage with founders. We want them to be problem solvers, great connectors, and wildly positive. So that's what we're hoping for. We also ask that the founder reaches out after the deal closes, reaches out to that list and says, hey, introduce yourself. Because there might be someone in there who can be truly, truly helpful to your company. So can it get noisy? Sure. But many of our founders, this is anecdotal, I do not have the specific numbers, but many of our founders tell us that they send their monthly updates and they just feel like it goes out into the ether. And then they have a syndicate and they add the syndicate members to their update, and they're finally getting responses to their updates. And from just a mental, an optimistic, point of view and your sanity, it's important to receive those responses. I haven't had any founders complain about the number of responses they've gotten, but we've had complaints about individual investors now and again who maybe are a little bit too intense, and then we talk to them. That's a great question. Oh, okay, sorry. I'll hold questions till the end. I do this every time, and then I go over. I have a call at like 10, so. Okay, and so then the last point, why to use a syndicate, it's a great alternative to funding, to traditional VC. If you're in a vertical that traditional VC doesn't invest in, if you're in gambling or cannabis or something that, because oftentimes, and more often than not, there will be specific verticals that VCs have to stay away from. It's in their LP agreement, and they're just not allowed to invest in specific verticals. So it can be a great alternative to that to get a large check. We've written checks anywhere from 100K up to the largest check we wrote, and we wrote it in 2019, was for 2.53 million. So why would you not want to use a syndicate? So full transparency. Sometimes founders don't want to raise money through a syndicate. The number one reason is privacy. They don't want their data going out to 4,000 accredited investors that they don't know, which we think is, that's a great reason. We don't particularly feel like it's a problem. We've never had any complaints. We haven't heard of any complaints within the community, but we completely understand that it's your business. It's very personal to you, and you don't want a lot of hands on deck for it, and that's okay. Also, time to close. It can take us 6 to 8 weeks to close. The shortest amount of time we've closed is in 14 days, and that was a lot of work, and a lot of reminders, a lot of phone calls, and it's not something we could do for every single deal. We also capped it at 20 investors in that deal, and we were able to close in 14 days. Our average is 50 days. So if you're looking to close your round immediately, you need funds in the bank. You have a deadline in your agreement that says you have to receive all funds by February 7th. It's probably not going to be a great option for you, especially because then if you extend the deadline, you're incurring more legal fees. And then the allocation size. If you don't have a large enough allocation size for us, then it's not something that we can engage with. And before I said it's between 250 and 500. So anything less than 250, there are fees associated with this. They're usually about 3% or so, but the fees are fairly set even as the amount increases. So the fees are generally around 12K, whether, between 12 and 18K, whether we raise 100K or whether we raise 2.5 million. So we want to keep it above 250. So the minimum viable metrics for our syndicate, that we're looking for companies that have an investment from the syndicate lead. So like Mike's question earlier, it's generally Jason, but we do have venture partners. A lead for the round. We will participate occasionally in a party round, which means that you've just gone to a bunch of different investors and they're all writing around the same size check. We have participated in that. It's not as common, and the investors in our syndicate don't respond as well to those. So a lead, someone taking a very big risk outside of the syndicate, is usually important for backers to see. Having at least 50% of the round closed, that means that you can close funds, that you're getting money in the bank, and that we're not at risk of maybe writing a 300K check into your company now, and then you can't finish the round, and then your runway goes from 18 months to 3 months. Having at least 18 to 24 months of runway after the raise. So we want you to make sure that the round that you're raising this money in, after it's closed, you will have at least 18 months of runway, but we prefer 24. And the reason this is the case is because it can take up to 6 months to raise a round, or sometimes even longer. And we want you heads down for at least a year. We don't want you raising. We want a year of no fundraising. And all you CEOs, founders that have done any fundraising, you know how distracting it can be. And then for companies in enterprise, it's 75K and MRR with 20% month-over-month growth for the last 3 to 6 months. Obviously, the more data we have and the more growth we see, the better the syndicate will do. And then for consumer products, it's 10,000 daily active users with 5% week-over-week growth. So the process is, first we go through due diligence. I send an email along with a few of my colleagues that help me, and we ask questions like, do you have, has anyone filed any legal, do you have are you in the middle of any legal problems? Have you ever signed any side letters with investors? How big is your team? Let me see an org chart. We'll ask to see P&Ls and bank statements. Generally, this is a data room that you already have. Sometimes we ask for more specific information that you'll need to upload to that data room, but we'll ask for a data room. The most common red flags we see through this diligence process, first are with the financials. One is not properly tracking revenue, where you have spiky months, but you're a SaaS product. So we want to make sure that you're recognizing revenue correctly. Another red flag is a low bank balance. So you have to close in the next 15 days or you run out of cash. Another one is paying personal rent out of the business. Many founders will say, well, I work out of my home and I'm not taking a salary, so the company will just pay my rent. And while that sounds ideal, it just isn't legal. So you have to pay yourself a salary. If you are going to, it's okay to pay some of your rent if you're operating out of that, if you have employees coming to your place of, the place you live, but we need to see that documented. It's X number of square footage that you're using, it's X amount per square footage in that place in that location, and here's the agreement between company and location. We're leasing the space, we're renting the space from the founder. Having slow growth, sometimes founders will say, well, I'm growing 50% month over month, and then we dig into the numbers and it's really more like 5% month over month. And then the last for financials is having a large amount of debt. Nobody wants to invest in a company that has low or no revenue, that has $2 million in debt. And this debt isn't convertible note debt. This is debt like, oh, my family loaned me money, or I loaned money to the company. And we're gonna be paying this back over X number of years. Because one, you're not making any revenue, and then we're going to invest, $600K into your company, and you could just use all of those funds to pay back that debt. And we want to see that go to operations. Then the second sort of most common problems we find, the red flags we find with diligence, is on the cap table. One is a lack of a vesting schedule, or that the founders are fully vested. We try to anticipate problems with downstream investors, and a Series A investor isn't going to want to see that a founder is fully vested, because they could leave the company at any point. They want to make sure that the founder is going to stick around for their equity. And then if there's over 10% ownership on the cap table, that's dead weight. And this means that you had a co-founder leave. This means you had an early advisor that you gave way too much of your company to, and they're no longer part of the daily business. And the reason this is a problem is because it can be an issue to get signatures. 10% ownership is a significant amount of your company. So you might be halted because you can't get everything done because this one person is holding everything up. So we want to see everyone involved and active that's on the cap table with more than 10% ownership. And then miscellaneous that we see fairly often is that the founder is the only person working on the business. This can mean a couple of things. It could mean you're really, really early and you're bootstrapped and scrappy and you have some consultants you work with, and we're sort of willing to give that a pass. But if you've been around for a couple of years and it's still just you and you can't hold down a team, it's a red flag for us. So it's not an immediate disqualification, but it's definitely something we want to dig into and talk about. So then next we complete the deal memo and notify the backers in this process. this is the template that we send to founders, and then we help them fill it out. Jason writes a note about the company, and then we send that to investors. We give them a couple of days to sign up for a webinar that we host, usually 48 to 72 hours after we launch the deal memo. And then we also give them a link to indicate interest in the deal. Some aren't interested in doing any of their own due diligence. They just say, this company looks great, and I'm going to fill out this interest form, and I don't need to see a webinar. Other investors want to be part of it, and they want to see a webinar. They want to dig into financials. We don't share any of the due diligence information. They have to reach out to founders for that. So anything that we receive in a data room or through that due diligence process, we don't share. Then we do a founder Q&A, like I mentioned. It's important when, and raising in general, not just through a syndicate, though it is especially important through a syndicate because these investors don't have a lot of time to dedicate to investing in companies, to create a frequently asked question document. So whether you just had your first meeting with a VC or in an investor's office, or it's a phone call with a syndicate backer, you want to follow up via email with a frequently asked question, attach it to your email or put it in the body of the email, just so you can save both of you some time. They're gonna have fewer questions for you, and you'll have to take less time in responding to questions that you respond to over and over and over again. Another thing is to respond within 24 hours. They want to make sure that you're reliable. So if you are in the fundraising process, be in the fundraising process. It's going to be a distraction. It's an important distraction, but make sure that you're dedicated to it. And then engage your superpowers. During this time when all these investors are reaching out to you, ask for intros, ask what they can be helpful with. Maybe they're experts in hiring, maybe they're experts in dev, maybe they know people at large corporations that you're trying to get connected to. Ask for what you need, always. If you don't ask, you're not going to receive it. And this is sort of a broader ask the universe sort of woo-woo conversation also, but put it out there. Whatever you need, this is the time you're gonna ask for it, and you're gonna tell these investors what it is you need. Then next, about 7 days after we send the deal memo, we require that the interest, if investors are interested in the deal, that they let us know by 7 days, because that's when we send out the paperwork. And then we also ask investors why they're declining if they do. And this is fairly new for us. We started doing it about 15 deals ago, so we're still collecting information, but market isn't big enough is our number one reason why investors say that they're just not interested. And also, I don't understand the product, I don't understand the market. So it's your responsibility as a founder. You have to do a little bit of education, especially if you're new. And also know that a market that you see, maybe not everybody sees. I mean, it feels too niche-y is one of my favorite bits of feedback that we get. It's the same thing as this market isn't big enough. But some of these things you can control, but not all of them. So it's not personal, it's business. But the things that you can fix, take that feedback and make those changes. Then we give, after the 7 days and everyone's indicated their interest, we send out the paperwork and the wire information. This is the hang up. This should take 20 minutes. Sometimes it takes investors 3 weeks. Sometimes it takes them a month. And we want to optimize for not only the number of not only the amount that we're investing, but the number of investors who invest in the deal. So this is where the delays happen. Investors need some extra time, we're happy to give them extra time. That extra time comes up and they say, oh, actually, I didn't do it yet. Can I please have an extra couple of days? And we're usually pretty flexible about it. So unless the founder says, absolutely not, I have to close by this day, we continue to give them some space to complete the documents, to send the wires. Maybe they sent the wire and a week passes and it's not in our bank account. And even for an international wire, a week is a long time. So then we have to go back to them. Oops, they did it wrong. Now they have to send it again. So these kinds of things happen during this process. And then once we receive all of those, we button up the deal. Then we wire the money to the startup. Then we add all those investors to that Google group. So you have an investor update list. And you're off to the races. We expect 10 updates a year, so monthly update with a few mulligans. And to apply, if this sounds interesting to you, you can apply at thesyndicate.com. If it's something that you're not quite ready for it yet, maybe you don't have the traction that we're looking for, it's still helpful to apply. It's still helpful to know that you're interested, and we can watch your progress. I'm sure you've heard it a few times now, but we want to watch your progress. Updates at launch.co. Please send monthly updates, 10 updates a year, quarterly, whatever it is that you currently send. Send to updates at launch.co. Just add us. We have 4 investment team members that review that email, so someone will be reading your update. Please normalize the data. Please send the same type of data every month so that we don't have to super sleuth and find where you're taking this particular update. So that's important just for our own efficiencies, but please update us. And that's all. Yes. That's a funny song. I'll start that funnel. The companies that go through the accelerator, about 50% of them end up raising through the syndicate. So that's the first. And then of the companies that do raise money through the syndicate, about 80% are in our network somewhere. It means we've invested in them in a previous company. It means that they came through our accelerator. It means that it's a trusted, we're introduced by a trusted source within our network. And then about 20% are founders that apply, and maybe they apply for the accelerator. We don't have any previous relationship with them, and their metrics are maybe they're just a little too far along for the accelerator, so we sort of push them through to the syndicate. But yeah, I mean it's a networking game, right? It's who you know, and that's so it's important it's why you're here now, is to be part of this network and get to know us. But it's also taking introductions from fellow founders and other investors on your cap table. Never ask an investor who is not invested in you to intro you. It's a really bad look, because the first thing the investor will say is, "Did you invest?" And if they say no, it's not worth their time. Does that answer your question? Okay. Oh, what time is it? Okay, I can take one question.
Thanks for sharing. My question goes more towards the fundraising process overall, because everyone who raised once at least knows that momentum is a huge thing. Mm-hmm. So how do you, when you look at momentum, sort of fit this model into the equation? Because I think as a founder you have to close fast, you sort of have to be very tight. And if you say it takes 6 to 8 weeks, mm-hmm. It could be a year. I mean, it's the same, right? It's a huge amount of time.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly can be a blocker or sort of a hard pass for some founders based on timing. But a lot of the syndicate or a lot of the fundraising process is hurry up and wait, right? You need a decision right now, but then that check isn't going to come, or that term sheet isn't going to come for a while. And this is no different. So we'll know within the first week or so about what that amount is going to be. And then after that, it's just buttoning up paperwork. So we can let you know fairly quickly. I would say within the first 2 weeks, we'll have a very good idea of what's going to come in. And then you can just add that during that fundraising process. You can say, okay, well, I have at least a $400K check coming in from this syndicate. Mm-hmm. Yep, the commitment does. And it's also why this is best used at the end of a round. I have a founder call. I'm so sorry. If it were any of you, you would appreciate that I'm leaving right now. But I'll be around at lunch, and I'll be in the back room later today too, meeting with more companies. So I'm happy to answer. I love talking about syndicates. I love talking about what I've learned. I love sharing what I've learned with everyone. It has been a labor of love over the last 5 years. So I want to share this knowledge. So please find me and ask your question. But I have to get on the phone now.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ho.
going on 20 years. He sold his company to AOL. He's on his, what fund is it for you guys? 5?
We're just raising Fund 5, $100 million.
Great. And so Dave raises these. He was you were kind of the original small boutique VC firm, 2 partners, your partner Josh and you, and actually you had a third partner.
Yes.
Recently, 2 years?
2 funds ago.
Yeah. And you tend to invest $1.5 million in companies, $1 million, $2 million.
Yes. Yeah, we like to lead or co-lead the seed, and so we're putting $1.5 to $2 million in, and we have been doing it for 10 years. We had baseline and first round capital and Uncork were a little bit before us, but we have been doing the seed thing for a while.
And how many deals a year do you do on average?
We're doing about a deal a month, so we're pretty picky.
That's true.
And so, we see lots of deals, and sadly the biggest challenge with being a VC is we have to say no a lot. Yeah. So
but how great is it when you say yes?
It's very nice when we say yes.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And so just gives you an idea of the competition. You're dealing with, 100 meetings across the partnership that are sorted down from a couple of hundred cold pitches or referrals down to 100 in person, maybe to get that one investment, something in that range.
Yeah, we look at it being 100 to 1.
Oh, okay. Quite literally, I guessed it. Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And so today we'll see 12 companies again, 3 at a time. We'll vote our 1, 2, and 3, and then we'll do a super round at the end where we take our number 1 votes and then kind of talk about our favorite 2 out of all of our number 1s. First up is Brian. He's from Project Owl, which does affordable mesh networking for first responders, the energy industry, and the military. Interesting idea. Haven't heard about mesh networking in a while. We'll put 2 minutes on the clock. You see your clock there. When there's 10 seconds left, you're going to hear the following sound. Not very enthusiastic. Let's try one more time. You're going to hear the following sound. There's 10 seconds left. Yeah, but you kind of did it over me, so let's try one more time. You're going to hear the following sound when there is 10 seconds left. Work on it after. So still room for improvement. It's a standard dad joke. I do it every time to them. They love it. Look at the smiles over there from the tech team. They just love it. Okay, Brian, 3, 2, go.
Hi, I'm Brian Knaus, co-founder and CEO of Project Owl. And our team is very frustrated that communications and sensor networks are expensive and complicated to use, particularly in developing communities, but also in developed communities like California after natural disasters strike. And we solve this with network infrastructure that is easy to use and cost effective. We do this with the DuckLink device. You may notice our network on your Wi-Fi settings in your phone. And we also do this with the Owl cloud-based data management system. And we can drop a bunch of these duck links in what, of course, we call the cluster duck network. All of these ducks share data up to the cloud to our Owl data management system that provides visualization and management for your data. You can also grab that data out through our easy-to-use APIs to put in your own systems. Our model is straightforward, $10 per month per duck, $20 per user per month for access to our cloud DMS. We've done $235,000 in hackathon winnings from IBM, Lockheed Martin, and the National Security Technology Accelerator. Last year, we did $150K in enterprise revenue, and we've been very fortunate that media organizations around the world have picked up and amplified our mission. Our road to 100 million starts in a beachhead market. We're focused on the oil and gas industry domestically here in America. We want to duck up 900,000 oil wells to do 2 particular things: improve bottom line efficiency for oil companies pumping oil out of the ground, but also increase awareness and communication of methane emissions or carbon emissions into our atmosphere. And while we're really excited about our deployments on Earth, I'm most excited about our recent deployment off it. This is Space Duck 1. This is what we believe is a first stepping stone to providing communications around the world and to others in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, well done. Next up is Aaron. Aaron is from Nude Bar, or Bear? New Bear. Bar, got it. Nude Bar. And we're both Knick fans, unfortunately. Brutal.
Yes.
3, 2, go.
So, Erin, I'm the founder of Nude Bar. Nude Bar is a line of intimates and hosiery made in 12 beautiful shades of nude to represent the diverse world that we live in. And I started Nude Bar based on a series of frustrating and embarrassing moments where I used to be a professional dancer and a commercial actress. I was always required to have nude or flesh tone undergarments as a part of my uniform. But when you go to a store and you ask for nude, like in the picture here, you're going to get beige options, and I'm not beige. So I always had to dye my tights and underwear to match my skin to be in uniform on a weekly basis. This was a big time suck for me and very expensive. So here's the solution, Nude Bar. We go from fair, medium, and deeper or darker skin tones. We also go from children's to adult plus size to about 300 pounds. We're inclusive in terms of skin tones as well as sizing. So we're really about empowering women to love their skin and love their body that they are in. So the market size is about $250 billion for lingerie and intimates globally. Just as a reference point, Spanx, Capezio, they're about $250 million, $100 million brand. So we easily feel that Nude Bar can get up to meet up with them. So our current products are fishnets, opaque tights, seamless thongs, and seamless bras that we're launching soon. And one of the ways that customers are really finding us is through direct-to-consumer. That's about 70% of our business. And the other percentage are through retail stores like lingerie stores, bra fitting stores. We also sell to artists and performers and Broadway shows. We provide the tights for the Rockettes and so on. So when you come to our site, you want to find your shade, right? So it's like buying makeup foundation. When you're buying your shade, you could use our technology where you take a photo of your skin. Right now we're testing selfies. The algorithm tells you 1 to 2 shades that would match you throughout the season depending on how tan you are in a year. So summer season versus winter season. Here are some of our customers: Serena Williams, Tyra Banks, Wendy Williams. Serena Williams became a customer in 2018 and she became an investor in 2019. Thank you.
All right. Well done. Next up is Mike from Stacked, an app that helps athletes track training results and interact with their fans. In 2 minutes, 3, right into that microphone, 2,
Good morning.
Go.
Good morning, everyone. All right. If I ask you about your professional experience, you're all going to share your LinkedIn profile where I can see your resume on it. But what if you were a great soccer player when you were young and you want to share the world how good you were? You can't until now. The solution is Stacked. So we partner with scoring softwares and sports league to acquire all the scores and video content, and we build athlete profiles. The athletes can claim their profile, customize everything there, and then they can have all their results in one place. We generate in-depth statistics for them and have all their video content that they can share and watch again. And their family, parents, friends, and fans can use the same app to actually see in real time the games happening with live video, live scores, live stats, and they can also do some scouting reports. Business model. It's free to see the basic scores, but we fans and athletes can purchase monthly subscription, to have more features and more content. And because we also work with the leagues directly, we let them sell or add inventory directly to their sponsors. We just launched the subscription model 2 weeks ago, so it's brand new. And so far we just had like 13 events generating about 600 athletes and about 1,300 installs and users in the app, and generating almost $400 coming from these 13 events. And we are currently integrating a major soccer organization in the US, which is going to bring us around 36,000 games a year. With the same numbers that we just released 2 weeks ago, it could potentially generate about $1 million by the end of the year. And with a market size of about 100 million games that we could potentially reach, that could be a profitable business. We believe in a world where any athlete can have a full record of their stats and video, and the solution is Stacked.
Okay, well done. Big round of applause for Stacked. Okay, now we'll bring up all 3 founders, and I'll ask you, Dave, to ask each one a question. And you can feel free to give your trademark, enthusiastic, inspiring feedback.
First of all, wow, I think you guys all did great with your pitches.
There it is.
I'll go with Project Owl. You were showing the duck, and I didn't exactly know what different things this duck is monitoring.
Yeah, so What the ducts do is they create like a really fundamental network. You can use it for communications, but we can also pop on sensors like Lego blocks. So in the oil and gas example, we can throw on methane sensors to help detect methane as it's coming out of the ground at an oil well.
Okay.
So this network that's created, if the internet goes down,
Yes.
everybody knows on the oil rig to connect to this network, to drop their Wi-Fi network and go on this network in order, and then all of a sudden SMS works again or chat apps work again? How does that work?
Let me clarify. We're doing kind of what you've explained in Puerto Rico currently. So we provide communications networks down there. But this same fundamental network architecture enables us to put autonomous sensor networks that run on their own without people involved to stream data up to the cloud so that the executives of British Petroleum, who are all located in Houston, can watch data streaming in real time 24/7 from an oil field in the middle of Wyoming.
So instead of in this oil field having Wi-Fi reach, thousands of acres, you put a mesh network, it communicates with each other. Each one hops, and that provides internet to everybody in the field, or it just pulls the data back.
In that particular deployment, it's just a sensor network to monitor methane, so you don't actually need people out there.
Right. Got it. But it's not for providing internet.
In our deployments in Puerto Rico, it is. It's a basic internet. In the oil and gas example, we just leverage it to provide a sensor network.
Why would somebody do that over like the regular internet, I guess is the question then. Why deploy a mesh network as opposed to just deploying a bunch of Wi-Fi routers?
In the oil and gas example?
Any example?
Yeah, in oil and gas, because right now it's very hard, it's complicated, and you can't monitor methane real time. So there aren't networks there that are actually doing this on the ground.
Got it. Okay. More questions for other founders?
And are you for other founders?
Or this one,
yes. I'll go with other founders. Aaron, congratulations with having the Rockettes, wearing your product and the other celebrities that you had. If you could just talk a little bit about the profit margins, like what it costs you to make these and what you're selling them at.
Yeah, so it cost us anywhere between $3.50 per pair to $6, depending on what country we're making them in and the product. And then our best-selling product, which are our fishnets that I'm wearing now, and most of the celebrities you saw that I mentioned are wearing them, that cost about $33 a pair. So it's a premium product. Durable enough for the active woman, fashionable, comfortable for everyday style.
And I think you mentioned your go-to-market has been mostly business to consumer. Are you in retail stores, or are you just doing...
Yep. So 70% it's direct to consumer, and then about 30% it's retail stores. So lingerie stores, bra fitting stores, fashion stores, dance stores, and so forth, theatrical stores.
Yeah, I think in the first two presentations I really liked the cluster duck and having a little personality there, and I also liked in yours a little bit of personality. People may not have noticed it, but each of the tones are named in a fun way, mocha, almond joy, etc. I think like they're having a little joy and fun in your product.
Absolutely.
It really gets people excited, and you saw the celebrity thing also gets people excited. The way I judge these businesses now, since we've invested, I think, in 5, 6, 7 direct-to-consumer ones, is not just making a great product, because that seems to be something that a lot of people can do. People just know how to make a great product. There's a lot of data out there on how to do it and monitor NPS scores. And making a great product isn't enough to get it done in the DTC world with so much competition in Amazon. And that's really where I think in these presentations, when you have a direct-to-consumer product, really focusing in on your go-to market strategy. I too wrote GTM. That's what all investors are trying to figure out, is if you have that second half of the puzzle of how to let people know about this and just absolutely flood them, the right people, your ideal customer profile, which you know really well. And so I think that's really where you need to focus, is that go-to market strategy.
Okay.
Have you learned how to sustainably find your customer? And just tell me in a sentence who the ICP is, the ideal customer profile.
Yeah, so we actually have 2 ideal customer profiles. One is the entertainer athlete, and then the other is your everyday woman. And so for those 2 customer profiles, we gather them or get them 2 different ways. So one would be influencer marketing, so just your typical influencer to celebrity, and then your usual paid ads, which costs us about $33 to acquire a customer right now.
Awesome. All right, well done.
Thank you.
Then next up is Mike from Stacked, which is providing profiles of athletes who are not professional athletes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Awesome. Go ahead.
I guess the first question was which sports were you focused on initially? I think I saw surfing in the pictures.
Yeah.
But where's your initial focus?
So we originally started in surfing. That's where we came from, and we're kind of like moving now to soccer, mainly soccer, and but potentially the technology can be used for any sport.
And what is your main competition today?
So the main competition we have, we had two sides of the business before, because there's the scoring side, how you get the data. And so we were working on the scoring side to then provide the live experience and the athlete profile. And so we had a lot of competition on the scoring side. And that's why we're kind of like pivoting right now to focus solely on the consumer side. And instead of having competitor, we're now going to partner with the existing scoring to just get their data and their events into our app to be able to scale faster.
And would you say it's LinkedIn for athletes or Patreon for athletes? And then if consumers are paying, does any of that money go to the athletes?
Not today, but that's definitely on the roadmap.
Is a Patreon-like functionality?
It could be, yeah, because kind of like Twitch, when you're watching like somebody playing and you can kind of like, give him some money or these kind of things.
Yeah.
We could do exactly the same when parents and the grandma is looking at little Johnny soccer game. She could potentially click a button and give him $10.
Great. Awesome. Well done. Let's give him a big round of applause. Okay, now we'll do our rankings. 1, 2, and 3. I have my number 3. You ready with your 1, 2, and 3? So 3 great products. Brian with Project Owl, which is a complete cluster duck. But clearly that guy doesn't give a duck. And then Aaron with Nude. Thank you. With Nude Bar. Thank you. I keep saying Nude Bear, but Bar. And then Mike with Stacked. Kind of a Patreon, LinkedIn for athletes. Who's your number 3?
Some of this is because I don't really know the market very well, but I'm going with Stacked for number 3.
Same for me. I felt the same way. It's early days, and I'm interested to see what the business model winds up being. Your number 2?
Number 2, Project Owl.
Same for me. And what was your thinking there?
I think that sometimes we didn't even talk about whether you build that hardware. I believe that you're probably not, and you're mostly a software play. And so it's just the additional complexity of being both the hardware and software play, and also an area I don't have a lot of familiarity with, like oil rigs.
Yeah, so you have to do a deeper dive there and basically talk to the customers, I think. And hardware as a service is becoming a thing. I have an investment in Density and obviously CafeX, and it really does become much more complex when you're building the hardware and the software, much more capital intensive. So we both picked Nude Bar as our number 1. What was your thinking there?
I think, Aaron, you seem to be a good spokesperson for your company, and it obviously shows with your ability to get some of these celebrities with your product. Once again, I don't really know a lot about this market, but I like the margins you were talking about, selling it for $33 and making it for $3. And so I think there's something there.
Yeah, it's another one of these, businesses that's high margin, and if you can make a product and get to that level of people, it's a real credibility. I think we both reacted to that credibility of how did she get Serena Williams, how did she get Wendy Williams, et cetera. Like when you get those celebrities, it's usually not by accident, especially if they put in money. That's like a whole different thing. And that Serena's not just a customer, she's an investor. That says a lot. Hard to get to those people, and they really are considered when they think about every investment because they know you're going to do what you just did, which is show them as an investor. So they really are thinking about it, and they're actually very discerning in that way. And they don't want to put their name associated with anything. So very impressive there. Let's give them a big round of applause. Next up is Jonathan from Move 38. He's got a smart tabletop game system and tools for creativity. Jonathan, we have 2 minutes on the clock. In 3, 2, and right into that microphone, please, go.
Hi. The toys and tools we play with, they shape the way we think. We need a new kind of toy company. My name's Jonathan Bobrow, and I'm the founder and CEO of Move 38. The world of gaming is exploding. However, unexpectedly, the world of tabletop gaming is growing even faster, 25% year over year. Move 38 just released the world's first smart tabletop game system. It's played with these intelligent game pieces. Each one of them responds to touch, communicates with its neighbors, and knows a single game and can teach all of the other pieces how to play that game. We launched this on Kickstarter last year to raise over 200% of our goal. Kickstarter in the past 5 years has raised over $1 billion on independent tabletop games. Blinks is at the intersection of this smart toy and tabletop gaming movement. We've got traction. We've won awards from Core 77 to South by Southwest. LA Times noted us as one of the top things at E3 last year. I mentioned our traction on Kickstarter, but what I didn't mention is that of our first 1,000 customers, 1 in 5 of them said they don't just want to play our games, they want to make their own games too. They doubled down on that by purchasing developer kits. The Blinks ecosystem is selling these smart tabletop games. This year we released the first 12 games. This year, we'll be releasing the next 12. 4 of our initial 12 games came from our community. We're going to be selling the games that our community are making back to the community. The COGS on a set is about $40, and we sell them for $99, and the combo set is $169. We're just closing a...
All right, let's hear it for Move 38. Well done. Next up is Brandon from Reply By. Text messaging support for sports, entertainment, and higher education. 3, 2, go.
Hello, my name is Brandon O'Halloran, and I'm the CEO at Reply By, the leader in conversational commerce. Let me ask a quick question to the audience. Show of hands. Who here has driven a 40% response rate on a sales or marketing campaign before? I'm not talking opens, I'm not talking click-throughs, I'm talking actual response rates. I didn't think so. That's what we do for our customers. We allow businesses to collect payments with a simple text and power one-to-one conversations at scale. Let me show you exactly how right now. Thank you. Have you ever bought something before and just thought, wow, that took way too many steps. It should have been much easier. It's exactly what we saw in the ticketing industry and why we introduced our conversational commerce platform here first. What you just saw was a consumer replying to a text to purchase tickets to an event with a simple response. So many businesses today are relying on tired, played-out methods of outreach like cold calls and emails, playing the same game that everyone else is, and it's falling on deaf ears. It's time to play a new game. This is an example of the Arizona Diamondbacks using our platform to engage their audience even when they're at the doctor's office. What do you think? Does this seem like a platform that could help you generate more conversations, build better relationships, and increase conversion rates? Our aim is to be the easiest way for a business to start a conversation and then close the deal. Wondering if somebody would even buy something through text? That's exactly what the Houston Rockets thought before they ran their first campaign that generated $25,000 in 5 minutes. We partner with 100-plus brands across the pro sports and entertainment industry and generate over $10 million in revenue to prove this exact thing out in this space. How do we make money? A combination of SaaS-based revenue and taking a portion of each transaction. We introduced SaaS revenue late last year. We've got that upwards of $29,000 in MRR today, growing 15% month over month, on track to be over $1 million in ARR by the end of the year with a 92% gross margin.
All right, big round of applause for Reply By. Nicely done. Next up is Stella from Stella Caracasi.
It's a Greek name.
Caracasi.
All right.
3, 2, go.
Hello, my name is Stella. I'm a clothing designer. The direct-to-consumer Stella Caracazi brand was launched 13 months ago. We set out to create a new normal for women that actually feel excluded because of their age, size, or body shape. According to Pew Research, that accounts for 40% out of the women in the United States that are excluded out of the fashion conversation. And up to 70% of women over the age of 55 feel completely invisible. We are known for our thoughtful design approach and our excellent quality at affordable mid-range prices. Our materials are eco-friendly and our manufacturing practices are sustainable because it is a must these days. What our customer feels is as if we designed with their needs in mind. Our clothing is size inclusive for a diverse female demographic that actually wants to express understated individuality. We target women 45 and older because this is currently the largest growing demographic in the United States, but only 5% of marketing dollars is aimed at this group. Not only do these women have disposable income, but they're a lot more focused on authenticity, and that's where we come in. We offer them a unique design alternative that actually meets their needs. This opportunity in the market we're currently trying to fill. We design everything in-house, we produce overseas, we import, we advertise, our customer orders online, and we deliver everything from our warehouse in the US. Our main traffic primarily comes to us via social media and direct searches. In our first year of operation, we managed to sell $1.18 million, which is our market validation, and with a consistent ad spend, that is. We aim to finish this year a little over $2 million in sales, and based on our first year data, we could potentially reach $100 million in sales by the end of 2024 if we manage to maintain a 10% month-over-month sales growth. Thank you so much.
Okay, well done. Big round of applause. Okay, so questions. Who would you like to start with?
We'll just go in order. Jonathan with Move 38.
Sure.
Let's see. So I think I saw you had 137,000 that you raised with Kickstarter.
That's
and you
correct.
have products in market. I think you were going to show the timeline, but just tell me a little bit about where your product is. Do you have customers playing with your product today?
Yeah, so we started shipping for the holidays of 2019, and the reviews have been coming in unsolicited since literally Christmas. So we've shipped the first 1,500 units. We have 1,000 more going out this next month. When we started shipping, we had within 2 weeks an additional 500 orders.
Wonderful. And just one other question is you sell the product, do you see an additional revenue stream, I guess, when you have the ability for people to possibly buy additional games? Like that was part of the model?
Yeah, so the number one thing customers are telling us is they want more games. So they're going to be buying more games. When you buy more games, your set grows, which means the capabilities of the smart tabletop game system increases. So the more pieces you have, the more game complexity.
Yeah, his question was more around the business model, so I would lean into that. You take 30%, you take 70%, you take 50%. How many have you had? When will you have the app store and market? Think about why the investor is asking the question, as opposed to what you want to talk about. Go ahead, try again.
Yes. So right now we're making our money on the hardware specifically. In 2021, we'll release a smart tabletop blink that communicates with your phone. Then we go to an app store model. So the first 30 blinks in people's hands, we're making the money on the hardware, and then we're making our money on the software.
Better. We can workshop it. I would say we're going to copy Apple's model. We're taking 30%. There have been 60 games have been produced. They're currently free, but we believe the average game will go for $30, which means we'll make $9 a game. If we get to a base of 100,000 block sets out there that are active and a game becomes a bestseller and 30 or 40% of people use it, that could generate more money than we've sold in blocks together. And it's pure profit because running the App Store is going to be simple. So like a little more robust of an answer, thinking about the business model. So what happens when you're a product person, which you clearly are, is you lean into product so much that you then signal you're not a business person. And you don't care about the business side and the go-to-market side. So just be cognizant of that for our product people in the room. If you're really a great product person, add to your skill set an obsession with go-to-market and how it will grow. Which was the piece missing, I think, from a lot of what you were talking about. Let's bring up Reply Buy. You have big round of applause. Are we correct that you have $29,000 in reoccurring revenue for Reply Buy? Monthly revenue?
Correct, on the SaaS
How
side.
many customers is that based on?
83.
83. So the average customer is spending per month?
About $350.
How did you acquire those 83? Do you have an outbound sales team? Do you do email marketing? Do you use your own product to do SMS discussions?
Yeah, so we introduced the ticketing commerce-based product first as basically proof case. So we have about 60 customers on that. We did $1.5 million on that product last year with a 17% margin. And then we introduced SaaS-based revenue about 13 months ago as to unlock that next layer of growth. And so it's really been cross-selling into some of the current customers that we had. And I've probably closed 75% of our deals.
How
today.
many full-time employees?
10.
And how much money have you raised to date?
A little over $3 million.
Over $3 million. Oh,
over
wow.
3.
Great. Questions for you?
What would be your main competitor that does the I want to buy process via texting? Because I did think that was a great, part of the feature. I got to believe there's some competition out there. Or are you guys really the only ones doing it right now?
Yeah, so we're the only ones doing it in the ticketing space. There's a company called Postscript that's doing it in the Shopify stores in a somewhat similar fashion. They don't have the ability to buy through text, like a simple response. We have a patent around that capability. It's more texting links and stuff, which a lot of people do. So that's what sets us apart, makes us unique there.
Okay, well done. Let's bring up Calacanis. So again, direct to consumer, my best advice is to add to your presentation your unique go-to-market strategy and how you capture folks.
Okay.
Because all we see all day long is people who are obsessed, rightfully so, with their product. But what we also see is our investments in companies that are not equally obsessed with getting that product to customers is failure. And so tell us your go-to-market strategy.
We advertise on Google, Instagram, Facebook, and we have about a 25% direct searches that come to us.
Great. That's like a level 1 answer. Like level 2 or 3 would be, we have these keywords that we rank for. These are 40% of our sales. And then we've experimented with these 3 platforms. The winning platform, Google, for search.
Right.
There are a couple of keywords that people are looking for.
Right.
Fashion, 50s, fashion in your 60s.
Right.
And we capture those. We get them for 60 cents a click. Those, every 100 clicks converts into a customer. Our average checkout size is $400. So we're got an LTV of whatever, CAC ratio LTV. So start aspiring to have that level of dexterity if you want to close money and be a part of the venture game.
Very good.
Questions from you, Dave. And that's what I would work with you on in the accelerator, by the way.
Thank you.
Your product looks great. Congrats with 1.2 million in sales last year.
Thank you.
Have you raised capital to date to allow you to get the 1.2 million?
We raised only $35,000 via Regulation CF earlier, about a year ago, and I think we were too early.
Wow. Okay. Well, congrats with what you're doing, and I think.
Wait, you raised $35,000 and made $1 million.
We raised $35,000, but it was a great experience going through the process.
But you made $1 million in sales.
Yeah, we are self-funded. We put a lot of money into it.
Oh, you personally put money into it as well. Yeah, I got it. Okay. I was going to say it's a capital efficiency rate that we rarely see.
Right.
But you are Greek, and the Greeks did create entrepreneurship and commerce.
Well, our margins are 74%. So.
Yeah. This is my joke with my daughter. Anything she brings up, she's like, "Dad, did the Greeks invent coffee?" And I'm like, "It's interesting you bring that up. Coffee comes from kali, ofi, which means
I do that all the time.
Dark beans, the darkest of the beans. And it turns out the Greeks did invent." And she's like, "You're lying." I'm like, "Nope, you can look it up."
They invented everything.
I literally do it for everything. She's like, "What about like Peking duck? Did they invent Peking duck?"
Sure.
Interesting you say that. They did not invent Peking duck, but they were the first to roast a duck because Peking means roasting. And she's like, "That's not true." I'm like, "You're Greek. You're gonna have to get used to this, London." It's another great dad joke. It's a great bit. They love it. Kids love it, especially when she has her friends over.
I love it.
One thing I was looking at, you said this is for, if I read correctly,
45 and plus.
Women over 50.
45 and over.
45 and older.
Yes.
I didn't know that was old. Dave and I are a little offended.
It's not.
You said older people. 45 to me seems young, but okay.
It is.
Fine. All right, over 45. And then larger sizes as well, but not
Absolutely.
necessarily larger sizes.
Not necessarily larger sizes.
And I couldn't help but notice some of the models seemed younger and incredibly fit, but some of them also seem like your demographics. Can you explain that piece of it?
With the exception of one, all the women that I've featured
Yeah.
are anywhere from their early to mid-50s.
Okay, so they're just stunningly...
And the most successful
Yeah,
ads I'm
beautiful.
running
And
are
look like-
testimonial ads. I ask my customers if they
Yeah.
would be willing to allow me to run
So was
their
some of those
ads.
your customers?
Yes.
Or no? So that is awesome, but we would never know that.
Right.
And so what I would do is, I think you should lean into that.
Okay.
Because when I saw it, I kind of got a little turned off. I was like, "Oh, this is great. Yeah, this group." And then I saw this person, and I was like, "Is that Chrissy Turlington, or is that like a supermodel? Is like the main spokesperson?" And I don't know if that one was actually a customer, but she looks like a serious model. And then
She
the other
is a
ones look
model.
like customers.
Right.
And I think the best thing is look at our customers. Here's what our customers say, and
Okay.
that's so powerful. Whether it's enterprise software or clothing, or a game, any of those things. When the customers speak, we've been adding that in the accelerator, getting those customer testimonials and putting one per slide, and really slowing down on those. You may have seen it because Dave comes to every accelerator class, and in fact, in one of your 12 investments for last year or so, was one of the companies that was going through the accelerator. It's doing really well. So just well done overall.
Thank you.
Big round of applause for
Thank
our
you.
3. Okay. Now we have to do the hard work here and pick our 1, 2, and 3. We had Move 38, making tabletop games. We had Reply By, doing enterprise software, and Calacanis, doing clothes for the forgotten females over 45. Or, in Leonardo DiCaprio's world, women over 25. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, literally, he won't date women over 25. It's unbelievable, right? He's missing out. Okay. Dave, who's your number? Oh, I didn't put mine down. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. Who's your 3?
The Move 38 piece of hardware looked beautiful, but I'm going with that one as my number 3 just because I'm just feeling it to be difficult to get a lot of that product out there with the cost basis and the complexity of the product.
Fantastic. I put Reply By as my number 3 because I've seen so many people going after this exact market. I feel like it's super crowded. There are some very well-funded competitors in there, and I feel like it's going to be very hard to displace some of those top people, and I think it's a feature set that will be incorporated more and more into existing offerings out there, so it's going to be hard to compete. It may be easy to compete now because it's, the first inning, but I think it's going to be one of these things that gets productized and is free inside of every Salesforce, Zendesk. Everything is going to have it built in for free. So my number 2 is Calacanis. I think there's something there, and if you were to really understand and build a team around this second piece that I keep talking about, the go-to market, and capturing that, there could be something here, because I do love when people go after a market that's forgotten or, and maybe not addressed, because unlike Reply By, which is going after a very crowded market, you're going after a market that there's nobody competing against you. I don't know who your competitors are, but there should be, it's very few, right, who explicitly do this, which means, if you do connect with those consumers, it could be a very deep and loyal and lasting connection. And people are living longer, and people are living their best lives in their 50s and 60s from what I see now. Like, people are going crazy. I mean, I was at Burning Man. I saw people who are 60 years old, I know, and they're having a good time. And I'm like, really? You're 67 and you're at Burning Man and you're wearing less clothes than me, and I don't know how much human growth hormone and testosterone you're taking, but you look like a quarterback. You know what I'm talking about. You've been to the Burning Man.
Yes.
Once or twice.
Yeah. I brought my grandmother this year.
That's my point. How old's Grandma?
And she would love wearing some Stella clothing.
Stella Calacanis.
So
How old is Mom?
Well, she's technically my step-grandmother, but she's 76. And
okay, the latest night, how late did she stay up?
Well, I had her up all night on the
She
Smile
stayed up
High. Yeah, on my car.
Till sunrise.
She saw sunset, and I managed to keep her up till sunrise.
You know my next 3 or 4 questions, but I can't ask them in this forum. All right. I hope she had a transcendent time.
It was an amazing experience.
Grandma on mushrooms, okay. It's possible. I don't know. Very crazy things happen at Burning Man. Wow.
Okay, so my
Your
number
number
2 is Reply By.
Okay.
I think that I appreciated it as a crowded market, so I'm agreeing with Jason. And, feature versus product, that's a kind of a question that many VCs ask. And I do love the process of you texting saying you're going to buy. But I'm going with that one for number 2.
Yeah, and in this format with 2 minutes without talking to the customers, we could be completely wrong. And so this is just a way for us to give feedback on our initial reaction so you can learn about that initial reaction, which is a valid thing for you to understand as a founder. You need to get through that first 2-minute pitch, the elevator pitch in the hall at a conference, and refine that in order to get the longer pitch typically. And so you need to nail both the short, medium, and long pitches. Whether you have 1 minute with an investor, 15, or an hour, which then leads number one for me was Move 38. And again, I love underserviced markets. I love passionate founders, and it's very clear that if you can do the 137K from a Kickstarter and you have that demand, that there's something there. It's very hard to fake. We talked about that yesterday. You can't fake delighted customers. So if there are actually developers who are getting into this and can make a living from it, that would be a huge unlock. And I think that would be the piece I would be most interested in taking a deeper dive into, Jonathan, is who are your developers? And I think that's how you'll be judged. So again, I like to tell founders what to give themselves 0 credit for so they can really focus on the things that they haven't accomplished yet, because really that's how humbling entrepreneurship is. Give yourself 0 credit for getting the game out there in the Kickstarter. That's the review mirror. What I want you to do is look forward to what would get Dave Samuel to invest. It would be, talking to 3 or 4 developers who said, this is what I'm choosing to make, not my own game, not a VR game, not an iPhone game, not a Steam game. I'm choosing this, and here's why I think it's an opportunity. So you'll be judged by those developers. Who's your number one, and why?
I'm going with Stella Calacanis, and I think I was just impressed with, your sales to date, and I think your product looks great. I'm not that certain of the competitive landscape of who else is targeting this area, but I like kind of what you've built to date. So that was my number one.
All right. Well done. Let's give him a big round of applause. Next up is Megan from Moment AI, facial recognition software that helps drivers. All right. I'm excited for this one. I love a little AI. She's taking the microphone. This is a legit founder who's serious about capturing your attention. That's a power move. 3, 2, go.
So my name's Megan. I'm the CEO of Moment AI. As you know, there's tons of sensors in vehicles right now, but since 2016, it's still increase in accidents, mainly due to human error. And then you also have 7 million drivers that drive with disability. I am one of those drivers. I was told by doctors that I couldn't drive because I'm epileptic, so I decided to build technology so that I could. So this you see is monitoring distraction in the vehicle, and we use machine learning and deep learning, so our technology gets smarter with each and every driver. And we also drowsy detection, and we also do irregular events. We can tell if somebody intoxicated when they have a seizure, stroke, sudden cardiac arrest, which is also on the increase right now. And after each and every ride that you do, you can see how your driving went. If you were getting drowsy during a certain amount of day, if they're improving and you need medical help. We also take actionable approaches. So with our partners, we also could take control of your vehicle, acceleration, lane control. And we also are currently in public transportation, and our partners with Edivia and Samsung, Harman, put us in the pastoral vehicles, but with government regulations, we had to create a dashboard to build it out due to government regulations with our public transportation. So currently, the main 2 revenue strategies that we have going on, we have a pallet right now. It's a paid pallet, so we do have revenue coming in, which have up to 50 vehicles that include the buses, the trolleys, and we also on the trains with Luminator. 80% of North America. Then we also have Indivia and Samsung for our pastoral with B2BC.
Okay, let's hear it for Moment AI. Well done. Next up is Juan from Dream On. Juan from Dream On. Okay, 3, 2, go.
Hi, I'm Juan from Dream On. We make a wearable. Great. I'm Juan from Dream On. We make a wearable and an app that help you fall asleep. Here's a bit about our traction. We've raised over $375 on Indiegogo. We've shipped over 5,000 devices. And we were recently featured on a show on CBS called Innovation Nation. What did that mean? We sold out of our inventory over the weekend, and in the past 6 days, we've taken about 25,000 in pre-orders with a 12-week shipping time. We have patents in the US and Canada. Bit about our team: myself, day-to-day founder in operations, and we have a great team of professionals, including Dr. Jerry Sonnen, who is a psychiatrist and helped invent the device. About the sleep aid market, it is enormous. In 2023, it's expected to hit almost 102 billion. Out of that, the sleep device category is the fastest growing category, grew by over 50% in 2018. Let that sink in. It's a 102 billion estimated market by 2023. About the device, it creates a very gentle pulse that helps you fall asleep. It's extremely simple. You put it on when you're going to sleep and you focus on that pulse. It's a form of mindfulness. Works by a scientific process called entrainment, where your brainwave is actually synchronized with the frequency of the pulse. Why can't you do this on the iWatch, Apple Watch, anything else? For various reasons, libraries are closed. Also, haptics tend to use battery life, so it's a very specialized and simple device. Our app supports it, and we're going into more of an app play for our version 2, which we're working on. The apps are out now, native apps for iOS and Android, and a 30-day sleep program, which we're working on. And this is a bit about how it works.
Dream On could be one solution for people wanting to fall asleep without taking pharmaceuticals. I thought I'd give it a try.
You can just put it on the palm of your hand is good.
Ready to go to sleep.
Yeah, and when you're ready, you press the start button and focus on the gentle pulse.
Okay.
And close your eyes and just relax.
It didn't take long for me to give in to the pulsations I felt in my hand, and I actually really fell asleep.
Okay, well done. Big round of applause for Dream On. And next up is Alyssa from Fume. 3, 2, go.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Hambrecht, and I'm the partner and COO of Fume, not Fume.
Fume.
Our products are branded consumer goods and experiences, and we are selling weed, real weed here. This is a look at our 3 brands with trademarks. You want the samples? I'll explain what those are in a second. These are the 3 brands we have trademarks on. Fume, starting with that one, it's our Pen Ultimate Super Luxury brand. It will feature Napa cannabis once we can cultivate there. We'll also have a groundbreaking edible program completely differentiated from what's out there. Grade is our premium negociant brand. We really are building a platform here to tell the stories of the master cultivators across all geographies. And Symphony will match music genres with experiences. So think lullaby for Night Night Pot, rock and roll for go dancing, clean your house. This is a fun brand all about music partnerships and built for scale. We launched the first product last year, Grade, specifically Lake Grade, because this is our proprietary cannabis grown in Lake County. What you're having there in your hand is the first product extension, pre-rolls in the cigarette format. All 6 SKUs will be statewide by next month. We have the brands, the IP, the access to channel, as well as DTC sales, the licenses and the vertical integration to really build an exciting group of cannabis brands and later retail experiences. This is a look at our performance. We'll do $17 to $20 million in revenue this year. We have 3 sources of revenue, and as you can see, the scale comes from selling our own brands. This is how we're going to get to $100 million in short order. We are currently raising our Series A, $10 million raise at a $50 million valuation, which as of Q4 seemed a bit aspirational in the cannabis space. The use of our proceeds is all about continued capture of market share, expansion into brick and mortar retail. Thank you very much.
All right, well done. Apologies to the next cohort, because I'm not going to remember any of your companies. Beautiful packaging. Yeah. Okay, so we saw 3 great companies, Moment AI, Dream On, and Fume, with the accent aigrave, I believe it's called. Am I right? Is it accent aigrave? Aigu. Thank you. All right, who do you have questions for, Dave?
Megan, congratulations with building this technology, especially to benefit you initially. If you can talk just a little bit about how long till you get this product in market? You have the demo that the demos that I was seeing was great. When do you hope to be able to have a product that you can sell? Maybe you do now.
Yes, so we are currently in public transportation. We have 50, where we have up to 50 vehicles, so that's our paid pallet with Illuminator. Illuminator is the #1 North America camel for the buses, trolleys, things of that nature. And they control 80%, so we currently have that going on right now. And then with Idivia and Harman, we will be just selling our software, and then they put it into their vehicles with like Volkswagen, who's their partner, and things, their partners on their end.
Does it exist in order to, after a hard day's work as a bus driver, to then analyze the bus driver, or is it to in real time inform the dispatcher or the driver of their real time performance? And if so, how does that manifest itself in a product? Is it an app and you just put a smartphone facing you and it uses the camera, or does it have to have a Wi-Fi connection?
Yes, so all of this is in real time from the public transportation and the passenger vehicles. And the way that it works, so Illuminator, they provide the cameras on all the buses and trolleys and trains in United States and Canada. We just then put our software on it to monitor, and by law it requires that camera faces the bus driver. So that's how we are capturing everything. So in real time, if a driver having something, the dispatch stops the bus. Where in our passenger vehicles, we just connect to the sensors and integrate our technology with Volvo, Volkswagen, and those people we actually already met with, and then their technology actually controls the lane.
Do consumer cars have a camera in them facing the cabin? I know the Model 3 does. That was a little controversial because they were using it for Sentry, but you have the ability to turn off the dashboard. Are there any other cars that have a camera facing the driver?
Yeah, so that's where how we work with Homa and Divya. They would be doing rear view mirrors, and then we also looking to create a dual dash cam. But again, that's on their hardware part. So we not come out of pocket, we come to hardware, and then they provide it. So then there's one camera facing the road, and then one camera facing the driver.
Fantastic. Well done.
Thank you.
And what is the value of the pilot in terms of dollars?
So it's $40,000 for this current pallet that going out for the vehicles.
Great. Well done.
Thank you.
How many full-time employees?
Oh, so there's 2 full-time employees, me and my co-founder, Jacob. And then we also have a dedicated team, which we literally dedicated to this project, so they get paid for us, and they do both projects full-time, the public and the pastoral.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Okay, dream on. How many of these watches are in market right now? What do they cost?
5,000, and they retail for $149.
Got it. And is there a subscription involved with it as well, or is it just you make the money off the hardware?
Well, the business model slide, which I didn't get to, is hardware is $149, and then the app, we're launching a sleep program, and that'll be a subscription model.
Got it. Can you use the watch without the subscription?
Yeah, originally we launched it so that you could buy it for a loved one, and we had a lot of people, I just want to give it to my 80-year-old, grandfather, so that now I think moving forward we'll probably have it require the subscription.
Great.
Or at least the app.
I'm a big believer in the sleep market, and so I think it's a great market to go after. There's there's also a lot of people targeting this market because it's a big one, and I guess this is the V1 of your product. Do you have additional plans to maybe enhance this product with V2 or V3, or the main thing is the pulsing?
Yeah, so we were going to go right to a V2, improve the aesthetics, and also add additional sensors. We're trying to keep the cost low, hardware costs, because we don't want to get caught up in that. But demand has been so high with pre-orders, we're actually going to do another V1 run while we're designing the V2. Hardware design cycle is a little bit longer than it takes, so you have people that just want to get it now. So we'll improve aesthetics. There's various sensor options that are fairly low cost, which will really bump up some of the tracking. Even though it's really designed to help you fall asleep, the sleep tracking is something that people want, and they just want that to be as accurate as possible.
How much money have you raised to date? How many full-time employees?
Crowdfunding has gotten up to about 375, plus we've had about 200K of profit on top of that, and then employees. I'm full-time. We are a bootstrapped group, so we have a number of kind of part-time helpers.
Have you considered, you probably know I'm an investor in Calm, or one of the first early investors. Have you considered, and we also are investors in 8 Sleep, which now have like a 5% overlap because 8 Sleep launched like 3 or 4 nighttime meditations. Nothing compared to what Calm has, obviously, and it's $3,000, I think, or $2,000 for the 8 Sleep bed, which is well worth it, by the way. It's amazing. How do you look at competition in this space or partnerships with the Headspaces and Calms of the world?
We actually, Alex, too, actually ordered some devices from the crowdfunding operation, but it went to corporate office. We tried to follow up and say, how's it going?
Yeah.
We envision a lot of opportunities for partnerships. It's really about making those connections if you, wanted to. Also for mattress tech, mattresses are very crowded right now. 8 Sleep has got a really, I listened to the story the founder Matteo spoke on your podcast, and part of it is that people don't know it exists. They didn't know that 8 Sleep existed, so they went into mattresses. But there are still a lot of mattress companies looking for tech to kind of augment, and there's other form factors that can go into. So.
Yeah, so you could actually go to Casper and say, hey, would you like to include this technology and make it Casper branded or one of the other bed brands? You could white label it for them potentially or something. Okay, well done. Cool. All right, Fume? I never take free samples of anything, so but for this, I'll make an exception. No,
excellent.
Sir Charles, you're in. Okay.
Sun-grown, outdoor.
So you're selling $17 to $20 million. You did that last year?
No, that's the projections for this year.
For this year, great.
And we have 3 revenue streams.
Got it. Hold on. How much has this product hit the market yet?
Yes, the grade 8s, lake grade 8s, launched in July last year. We sell them on ease.com.
Got it. What was the first run of sales or the first 6 months of sales then?
About $85,000.
Got it. Okay, so you are expecting explosive growth when the whole line comes out.
Yes, 90% of our revenue to date is because we do fulfillment for ease.com. So when you are in Sonoma, Marin, Napa, Lake, Sonoma, Yolo, or Solano counties, and you order something on ease.com, are you familiar with Ease?
I have a friend who uses it.
It's the world's largest legal retail channel in the world. And if any of you right now opened up the ease.com app and you ordered, it would be brought to you here within 20 minutes. So it's like Amazon for weed
we know what it is.
Lyft. And so most of our revenue right now
my friend knows what it is.
Low margin, but it comes from delivering for ease.
Hold on. You got to let me ask the questions. Okay. Answer my questions because we have limited time.
Sure.
You're running Ease's delivery
depots.
Got it. But you're also making product. Got it. So the company's business is being Ease's local delivery or making the products for all platforms?
It's all about the brands. The only reason why we did the Ease complication is for access to channel.
Got it. I got it. Okay. So how does it explode up to $20 million in revenue from last year, the first product line being $180,000 if we doubled it? And it was
we did $8 million in revenue in 2019.
Oh, okay. But
it's a lot of money delivering weed.
Oh, but there was that was the value of the delivery of the weed, of which you got paid. How does Ease work with partners? They pay a percentage, or they pay?
They can't do a percentage. Not legal.
Not legal. So they pay per delivery, $20 or something.
We pay them. The revenue comes to us. It's a complicated model.
Okay, we'll have to dig deeper into it. You have questions, Dave?
I would just. I don't know this market very well, but I believe that I like how you were talking about building a brand in the market. And I think that there are opportunities to build a strong brand. So Dosist has, I think, done a pretty good job, at least within California. I don't know what you think of that product.
Yep, we sell a lot of it.
And so I think, building a brand could be a valuable investment.
All right, well done. Let's give a big round of applause
to
our 3 judges. Who's your... Oh, you ready to go yet? You have your number 1, 2, and 3 here? And then we'll go on to our final cohort. 1, 2, and 3. So 3 great companies. Moment AI, facial recognition software for helping drivers become better drivers, safer drivers. Juan from Dream On, a sleep app in the form of a pulsating wristband. And Alyssa from Fume, making cannabis products. Who's your number 3?
So some of this is many VCs make personal decisions, and my reason for giving number 3 is Fume is I'm just personally not a fan of pot. I'm a believer in the business, but I'm going with number 3 for me.
I went with 3. I'm a little confused by it. We actually don't do, until there's like a national federal referendum, we've decided not to touch the product, although we do have one investment, Kush.com, which is a marketplace for growers, sellers, processors, and packagers. So it's sort of more like an industry kind of platform. So we kind of felt more comfortable with that approach. Who is your number 2?
Number 2, Megan. I see, the benefit of technology like this. It seems like insurance companies might like that. I, don't know much about having the government as a customer, but they have, understandably, lots of drivers out there that they need to kind of monitor what and how they're doing. And so not really knowing the competitive landscape, but it definitely seems like, there's an opportunity. So I'm going with that for number 2.
And I had the same number 2. I think it's early days. I'm interested to see, the 3rd and 4th and 5th tests, and if they move from pilots to sustainable revenue, which means we both picked Dream On. What was your theory there on Dream On?
I think we will just continue to see innovation around sleep. I'm wearing the Oura Ring here, the $200 device, and the main reason for me wearing that is to actually understand just high level how much sleep I got in the night prior. But I've been experimenting with Calm and other meditation apps, and I think that consumers and even my kids, they're always on, and so the ability to kind of stop and slow down is becoming more challenging, and so I'm a believer that more solutions need to exist in this area.
Yeah, and obviously I'm a huge fan, having invested in 2 companies already in the space, and it felt like the timing for this product is just really great, both in terms of the market that was built out by Calm and Headspace and 8 Sleep, and also you're past the Kickstarter, you got some folks, so it feels like this is the time to invest in this business, which I felt similarly about, my other number 1 pick, Move 38. People who can get through that Kickstarter, to me, show a certain resilience, a certain fortitude, a certain desire to see the product exist in the world, because their products there's so much pull for their products from passionate customers that they don't need to go the venture route or the angel route to see them exist in the world, and they're willing to just fight doggedly to get them out there doing this crazy, Kickstarter, Indiegogo approach, which is a lot of work. You have to really want it. So it shows to me a level of fortitude and resilience that I like to see in founders. So big round of applause for those 3. Next up, I dropped my weed. I'm sorry, my cannabis. Sorry about that. Yeah. Next up is Stuart from Evolutions. We will put 2 minutes on the clock, and we'll get him the clicker. And then, I'm going to go ahead and advise you to take the microphone in your hand, because if not, you're going to be...
Hi.
Yeah, just go ahead and take it. It's always better. All right, 2 minutes on the clock, and speak right into that microphone so everybody can hear you. 3, 2, go.
Hello, my name is Stuart Gill. I'm a co-founder of Evolutions app, a mobile marketplace for financial fitness. 75% of Americans report not having a financial plan. In fact, 27% when faced with an unexpected expense of $400 or more would need to sell or borrow something. And how we're solving this is speaking directly the way our community likes to speak, through gamification. We're targeting millennials. So on our mobile app, you'll be able to monitor your financials, you'll be able to receive financial education, overall improving your financial fitness score, as well as having an organized document center, and finally connecting your team with financial advisors.
So our business model is pretty simple. For users, it's either freemium or premium, a $4.99 monthly subscription. And our financial advisors pay $69 a month to have access to our marketplace. We're targeting $284,000 in growth this year, our first year on the market, and targeting also $23 million in total by year 4. With that being said, our persona group is the 85 million nationwide millennials. But with that being said, there's 2 million users in Los Angeles and Orange County who within the next 10 years will turn the age of 33, which is the median age for people, first-time home buyers, are also getting married. And then with that being said, there's also 2 million financial advisors in the areas of taxation, real estate, lending, and so on and so forth. But we've also targeted another 6 different verticals of financial wellness. Our MVP launched yesterday morning at 9 a.m., so super excited about that. We're doing 5 test cases. Each cohort has 20 users on it and 4 paid advisors. This past year, we not only developed the MVP, but also did over 100 user surveys. And we now have $28,707 worth of revenue based off of that.
Okay, well done. Big round of applause. Next up is Nadia from Kibi. Nadia, you have 2 minutes on the clock. 3, 2, go.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nadia. I'm the founder and CEO at Kibi. My partner and I envisioned a world where people can work, travel, and live freely. An important part of this mobile lifestyle is flexible housing, but traditional housing markets are not flexible. Imagine a traveling nurse coming from Texas to San Francisco. They wouldn't be able to sign a long-term lease. Companies like Airbnb have taken a big leap towards fixing that. However, as an Airbnb host, I very quickly realized that I need extra tools and hands. At Kibi, we offer the extra tools and hands. We built a platform that allows everyone to share the space with services ranging from guest communication to seamless turnovers. We employed a marketplace model that allows for the scalability we were looking for. Today, Kibi operates nationwide with strong presence in metropolitan areas such as San Francisco, New York, and Miami. In 2019, we more than doubled, reaching approximately $800,000 in revenue. This year, with a strong team and a great product in place, we will focus on spreading the word through 2 main channels. Google AdWords, that has worked very well for us in the past, and through a very generous referral program. Actually, we give any of you 100 for each client you refer to us for unlimited referrals. Please see a presentation of our product.
When you link your Airbnb account, you activate Kibi services, which happens with 1 click. After that, all the hard work, such as automated guest screening and cleaning scheduling, happens seamlessly on our backend. You can also monitor the quality of service provision, for example, see photos after the cleaning is completed. The app also contains a provider module where you onboard and get verified, you accept and reject service requests, and finally, you complete services, for example, submit photos after you clean the place. Kibi app is available on Google Play and Apple App Store.
Okay, well done. Big round of applause. Next up is Brianna from Journey Foods. 3, 2, 2.5, 2 3/4, 2 7/8. Go.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Rihanna Lynn. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Journey Foods, where we bring intelligent software to the food that we eat, to the makers of the food that we eat every single day. Consumers spend $3 trillion on food, packaged foods across the globe, and the makers of this food are trying to figure out how to feed 8 billion people. These are, when I talk about this food, these packaged foods, these are Doritos, plant-based burgers, CBD cookies. And at Journey Foods, we built software to help the makers manage the process of the manufacturing and intelligent software behind our ingredient portfolio, the products that they need to understand in terms of nutrition, pricing, and the sustainability of their products. Our intelligence helps them optimize the supply chain, also helps them manage any alerts around changes in regulatory environment as well. We currently In the industry that I know really well, I've been in about 10 years. I'm a biologist. I've worked at Google. There's $288 billion a year spent on R&D and IT for the foods that we eat. And we started charging customers about $199 to $1,099 per month to manage their products with great success. Currently, we have users spending about $600 a month on average since July. We're pushing for $12,000, and we achieved over $600,000 in revenue this year, or in 2019. We're pushing for 3x that in 2020. 83 B2B customers, some of the most recognized brands across the world, and over 1.2 billion units manufactured. We're adding on integrations to Google, SAP, and Alyssa is going to be our future customer because you don't want your products managed in Google Sheets. Thank you.
Okay, well done. Big round of applause. Since you have, let's bring up the other two founders, and since you have the microphone, I just want to ask you a question, which is, okay, towards the end, I got an idea of who the customers were. I got an idea of the revenue. I don't actually understand what the product does.
Sure.
So can you just tell me, our customer blank has a product called blank, and we provide the following for $12,000 a year.
Sure. So a customer
A real customer, like give me a real one.
Soylent has beverages that replace meals. We provide software that helps them understand the nutrition, the everything about their product and their ingredients in the cloud. Many of these customers are managing their product portfolios in Google Sheets without dynamic cloud-based insights and updates for the.
So why does Soylent need to know their ingredients? Don't they have like a packaging partner who does this for them and they know their ingredients because they came up with the formula? Like,
Yes.
what are you telling them that they don't already know, I guess, is my point.
Sure. So we use machine learning to help them optimize the price, the nutrition, and the sustainability of their products. If you go out and you want to launch a new product or you need to optimize that product, we're able to give you those insights on demand. If a regulatory environment
So you send
changes.
the Soylent, they came out with a new drink. They would send you the new drink. You send it to a lab. The lab analyzes it, and then you do analysis on that? Or
No,
just they send
we
you?
analyze that in the cloud, so we actually save them time and money through the data.
So they
that
just
we
give
put
you the ingredients, and then you analyze the ingredients and tell them something about it?
Yes, and if they want to create a new product, we can create that for them with 1-2 iterations without them going to a lab and using humans for that.
So one more time then, if you, what's an example of somebody who used your software and created a better product because of it? Do you have what's the best example of that?
We actually make $15,000 a month with our own products, which was the first product that we launched. And those are Journey Bites that we sell all over the country and on Amazon. We were able to lower our price by 30% and lower our sugar with data.
What specifically? Like you replaced a certain type of sugar with another one that didn't affect the taste or something?
We replaced the type of sugar, we replaced the type of manufacturer, and we also replaced some of the ingredients in the stack that helped us lower the cost.
Amazing. Okay,
Yeah.
do you have any questions here? I think I might have clarified a little bit what they're doing.
Good questions. I think from a focus perspective, I think it would be beneficial that I appreciate the worldwide of 8 billion and some of the big numbers that you had, but it seems like it would be beneficial to focus it a little bit more. And then I'm agreeing with some of the questions that Jason's asked. I think thematically, this market is a big one, and there's a lot of opaqueness to the area. So I think it seems like it's a good target to go after, and it's just me understanding a little bit more about kind of the competitive landscape and how the companies are doing today. I don't have a specific question.
Yeah, and I think this is important because when you have something that's groundbreaking, which yours seems to be, it falls into something we haven't heard before. How many people have heard about a product like this before? Raise your hand. And I might ask you the name of the product. Okay, no, one person. What's the name of the product you heard about? Do you remember the name? No, okay. So only one person here has even heard about it. They don't even remember the name of the company. So be self-aware that we've never heard about something like this. And this is one of those instances where you got to like kind of walk us through it with examples. So we always say in the accelerator, examples matter, and really give us the most illustrative, example that is not just the lighthouse customer, the biggest name we know, but the outcome, right? That's why I sort of tried to get you to the outcome. What was the outcome of your software, the biggest impact it had in the world, right? So just a little presentation tip for when you have something groundbreaking and new. And Kibi, this is another example where we were trying to figure out what the product actually does. And we sort of got it a little bit from the demo. But give us an example of your product in the world. Who is your customer? Why do they buy your product? And what's the outcome they're looking for?
Okay, so the client, the target client is someone who has a short-term rental property or someone who wants to have a short-term rental property but doesn't have the time to do everything it takes. Right. So when you have a short-term rental unit, there is a lot of things that the host need to do, from guest communication 24/7 to cleaning, check-in, pricing, all sorts of things. So this is a big friction that makes it impossible for most of the people to share their place. And this is where we come in. We remove that friction.
So you make a management tool for the features that VRBO and Airbnb don't include with their tools. Is that right? Because they do provide some tools.
Yes, yes,
like
yes,
they
yes.
provide communication tools on both of those platforms with the person, but you build a piece of software that helps me manage that communication better in some way or across both platforms?
Actually, it's not only tool. We do the actual work too.
Oh, okay.
So there is a
So
marketplace that is
outsourcing.
going to connect you with a housekeeper that is going to go to your place and
I
clean
understand
it
now. So it's
when
more
your
like a
guest moves
marketplace.
out.
Got it, yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
so it's a marketplace.
Totally.
Yeah.
And what
So
do you
it's-
charge for the software, or you charge for a percentage of the marketplace?
So it's a percentage. So the margin in the like hands-on services like check-in and cleaning is 23%.
Got it.
And then the communication and pricing is 9%.
Got it. Okay, well done. Any questions, Dave? No? Okay. And then working backwards, Evolutions. Stuart, congrats on the launch.
Thank
I
you.
was very impressed. It's early days, and you're a little too early for us, but we like to meet folks who are doing what you're doing early on because we like to understand how you're thinking about it. And the fact that you have a trial and you had cohorts and you had goals for the launch was impressive to me. And then this quick revenue, I wanted to understand. You're a day old and you have $25K in revenue. Does that make you make $25K a day? What's that about?
I wish. It's 27 to date starting. So we incorporated in 2019 of last year. Our original business model was transactional. So when a real estate agent, we got points on the real estate transaction.
Ah,
and
okay,
on
so
and
that's
forth.
legacy revenue that may
Right.
not have to do with this new one.
So this new revenue is we have $3,300 per cohort. So it's free for the users, and then the 4 advisors per each 20 are paying us $828.
Got it. Okay, so
So
now
$15,000 with the first 100 being tested.
Yeah, so important to make sure the revenue model's clear.
Okay.
And here you had multiple revenue models. You're charging the customer $10 a month if they want the pro version. Is that right?
It's $499 for
Okay.
the customer, and then $69 for the advisor.
Per customer to manage their
No,
stuff?
it's just a subscription. So basically, at the end of the day, we're a lead generation company.
Yeah, that's
so
what
we
I got.
provide the financial advisors leads.
Got it. And they're paying $60 per lead or to just be part of the system?
Monthly to be part of the system, and then with the new Privacy Act, it's if the user requests the services, and then we send them leads.
Got it. So people come for the education,
Mm-hmm.
And then they can click to meet a financial advisor who then pays you if they become a customer.
So part of our system is once you log in, Jason, you do a little self-assessment, you get a financial fitness score, and you'll be like, man, I'm only ranked 37. And why is that? Because you don't own any real estate, you haven't filed your taxes in who knows how long, that kind of thing. And you go through our lockstep education. Each point of that, you get more stars and goals and setup. And part of that is like, oh, you want to buy real estate? You need to take 5 meetings with realtors, that kind of thing.
Got it.
Can you refer me to a realtor? It's a natural transition.
Dave, questions?
Fintech is big, and I think that, I guess just so I understand the target customer today, you were talking about millennials and Gen X, but I didn't actually understand the dollar amount for the typical consumer that's signing up within your app. Like how much money do you expect them to have today that an advisor would be interested in managing or helping?
So with that being said, our average median is probably about $55,000 income.
Okay.
But we're doing reverse engineering. Where most financial advisors focus on retirement and baby boomers. We're
Right.
trying to get the guys in early, and our marketing campaign to the millennials is saying, hey, you want to do experiences this year. Here's how you save your plan. Here's where taxation will help you with that process. Let's get in real estate early. I may not understand why your life goal is to have your 30-sided die and live in your mother's basement, but with our education, let's make sure you're on the deed of that household. And we're trying to really target financial advisors who are thinking long game versus short game.
Okay. All right, well done. Let's give them a big round of applause. All right. Now comes the hard work. You're 3, 2, and 1. So think it through. You source through it with Evolutions, a marketplace for financial fitness, lead gen business model. Nadia at Key B, a marketplace for short-term rental support services, i.e. Pricing and cleaning. And then Rihanna from Journey Foods, using metrics and nutrition tools to improve product development, make better products, make better product decisions, and lower the cost of making those products through some type of enterprise software and/or analysis of your products and advice. I believe it's software product model. Who's your number 3?
Number 3, I'm doing Kiwi.
Same for me. Yep.
I do think that the pitch needs to be tighter to understand a little bit more about what you're doing and the differentiation from the existing, big players, Airbnb being the biggest one.
Yeah, and clarity is super important in a business. When an investor hears there's like 2 or 3 or 4 different products, 2, 3, 4 different ways to make money, it's concerning because it means you're kind of still triangulating and it maybe isn't ready to scale up. And so here, there was a tool which complements the marketplace, and it was just a little bit confusing in this format, so it could be tighter. That's something we work on really diligently in the early days of the accelerator, and you've been to almost every one, I think, or if not every one. And maybe you could comment on, the crispness of those presentations compared to, say, here where they haven't gone through the program.
Well, I've always appreciated the education that you guys give at launch, and actually a lot of these have been really good. This one has just been a little bit confusing, and so it needs to be crisper on what Kiwi was doing. So.
Yeah, and so you're number 2.
Number 2, I'm doing Stuart with Evolutions.
Okay.
I believe in the fintech space. We led the seed and believe in Digit.co, which is kind of a digital butler that's doing very well. And, it's a massive market. And I think my feedback is on the pitch, I would have a little bit more clarity on what you're doing within the seed realm. You had like 4-year projections and you had large future forecasts, but for the most part, many of us seed investors are like, okay, if money comes in now, what's going to happen over the next year and a half life cycle? And so I would adjust the pitch accordingly and just say, this is what we're going to do over the next year and a half.
All right, fantastic. And that means Journey Foods. And mine was Evolutions as well. Same reasons for you. I think it's early days, but promising. And fintech's obviously big, and there's huge commissions and a lot of money at stake, quite literally. We both picked Journey Foods. I just love enterprise software, and when it starts to get to this $50K a month range, that's when we find investors start to pay attention. Maybe not Series A investors, but seed ones, and we've had great success with people in, call it $10,000 to $100,000 in enterprise revenue going through the program, being able to close big rounds, and so it's you're right in our sweet spot, and 83 customers can't be wrong. We talked about that earlier, like 5-10 customers, you can kind of fake it. You can convince people if you're super charismatic, delude them into thinking that they need the product and they don't actually use it. 83 people are not paying for this product if they're not getting value. That would be an extraordinarily difficult thing to do, to get 83 paying customers and 600,000. Now that doesn't mean it's going to get to 60 million in revenue a year. It could be a TAM problem here. There could be people roll their own and competitive issues, but that's what we'd roll up our sleeves and try to figure out. Why did you pick Journey Foods as your number 1 as well?
You mentioned that you worked at Google. I'm not sure what you did there, but many ex-Google employees bring other team members. You mentioned it's a data play. Here you've got an old school industry of, feeding us all. And so I just high level, understandably, it's a massive market. I like the data play. I did have additional questions about what your product is doing today, but just mixing those two, it's a massive market, and coming at it from a technology perspective, I think, is a positive thing.
All right. Now comes the hard part. I'll ask our number one vote getters. That's Erin from Nude Bar, Jonathan from Move 38, and Stella from Stella Caracasi, Juan from Dream On, and Rihanna from Journey Foods. Come on up. These are our top 5, and we'll do our 3, 2, and 1 for this cohort as well. And it's going to take us... Well, yeah, you're a little bit of gut here, and you're going to have to think this through. Which ones? And all 5 of these, I'll say, are in our sweet spot for our accelerator. So Emmy award-winning producer and managing director Jackie, I'd like you to get on it as quick as possible with these 5. And also yesterday's, we had a split vote in the second group, which was Move 38 and Stella Caracasi, and I'm in agreement. So all 5 of these we'd like to maybe take a deeper dive into and explain the program deeper too, like we did yesterday with the number 1s. Our goal is to try to, coming out of this, find 2, 3, 4, 5 companies that are a match for the accelerator and kind of go right into diligence, because we have, 5 or 6 companies vying for 2 spots in the next one that starts in February, and then we've already booked, I think, 2 people for the one after that, so there's 5 slots open for that, and we haven't even done the finals for that. So we're trying to use this as for the first time, fast-track people into the program and give them $100,000 and start working with them. Okay, I have filibustered a bunch, and I still don't have mine. This is just really difficult to do, and this really is meaningless because all 5 of these are just so good. Just really great stuff. All right. I think I've done it. Yeah, I did it. I did. Yeah, I'm done. I did it. I'm done. Yeah, okay. I feel good about it. However, I'm just going to, again, caveat that this ranking means nothing. All 5 of these presentations, all 5 of these companies, very real. And then some of them that were on the bubble who took second place, is probably no difference between the second and first place here. Who's your number 3?
First, I'll say congrats to all. I was really impressed with the quality of all the pitches, and it takes guts to get up here and do this in 2 minutes, especially with Jason saying, go, 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 go. So
yeah, it's a little bit of a test. Everything's a test for me. It is.
And so, as I said, I appreciate what Jason and Jackie and team do here. Okay, so I'm going with number 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
A little bit, make it a little exciting.
Number 3, I would probably not need to see Jason wearing this in the future.
But not necessarily not seeing me wear it to Burning Man this year.
It is San Francisco. Oh, and we've talked about Burning Man.
Yeah, I'm going this year. I'm coming back for my 4th swing at the bat.
Nude Bar.
That's what I'm wearing to Burning Man. Maybe we could do this together. We could coordinate outfits.
Maybe.
When they burn the temple, let's do that. Do you have... There are men that wear the product.
Sure. I appreciate that.
I am certain there are men that wear the product.
Yes.
Yes. I think these men are going to wear the product to Burning Man.
Yes.
If I invest in this company and you hit $10 million in revenue, I will wear them to Burning Man.
Another celebrity.
You can bank it. There you go. I'll put it out there. Okay, and amazing. I had number 3. I had Erin from Nude.
Really? Wow.
I did, and the reason is it's early days, obviously, and I think the direct-to-consumer stuff is very powerful. I think the world is going to find that although Amazon's running away with a lot of categories, they are building like the average generic product in a world in which people, a certain group of people, it may not be all people, want excellence, and they want to have somebody who created something that really thought about it. And the example I'm just pulling up here is Contigo. Like, I've been, how many of these have you been through? Like, and I found this company specifically has the most care and detail. And when I meet somebody with a Contigo, anybody have a Contigo? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Like, how many do you own? And how many people have you told about it? 7? 5? How many you own? You said you had the Contigo? 3? 12. And I have like 16 because I bought them for the office. I bought them for the house. and I'm trying to get rid of them. My big hope for 2020 is Trump is removed from office, everybody uses a Contigo and stops using plastic, and 3 people stop shaking hands and spreading viruses and go to fist bumps. But that's me. But I'm obsessed with this, just like you are, because of the clickable lock. And it's like, once you get that sip out, you're like, you know, is anything going to come out here? I could put this in my bag upside down with no fear with my laptop. It means a lot to me that these people actually did this. And then when you clean it, like, I can't shut up about it. I think that people like you who focus on a product like that and have that level of detail win versus the generics, and quality will win and people will pay a premium for it, because it doesn't matter if you pay $5, $10, or $15 for this. It matters how much joy comes out of it. And for your product, it doesn't matter if people pay 20, 30, 40, or 50. If they've been marginalized and haven't had any available, they're going to be delighted to pay you $10 more to have something for them, right? It really actually matters in the world that people are this focused. I just love the D2C category. Who's your number 2? Sorry, I went on a tirade.
Aerosmith.
Okay.
Dream On. That's all I got.
Dream On.
So Dream On, this simple product. As I said, I think it's a massive market. We continue to see interesting go-to-market strategies in this area, and consumers, athletes, businesses are going to be wanting to even offer this to their employees, to their athletes, because their employees and athletes will perform better when they sleep.
Yeah, I think it's still the first inning for sleep technology, and I think it's all going to come together. And I had, for my number 2, I had Rihanna from Journey Foods. The enterprise numbers, just like I said earlier, can't be lied and can't be fabricated. People are getting value from this, and there's a lot of people building a lot of interesting food products in the market, and people are obsessed with it. And like the collective consciousness of what we're putting in our body is, really becoming people are sophisticated, right? And I think the people making these products are in like some arms race to be increasingly more sophisticated about what they're building and how they communicate it to users. So I really like that. And my number 1 was then Dream On. To your number 2, I think, having some great success in this space, I could see this one being a no-brainer for people to try for $150. And if, like Contigo, the second, third version becomes so good, people won't shut up about it. People will be giving it as Christmas presents, or they'll meet somebody in their life who says, I'm having a hard time sleeping, and they'll just gift it to them. So it just feels like one of those incredible products. Who's your number 1?
I'm going with Journey Foods. I think that there's going to be a lot of innovation. We're seeing innovation, but there's going to be more innovation within the food vertical, and having, if I understand the product, is more intelligence about the ingredients, and being able to look at the numbers, as I said, have it be a data play, but also you're going after such a large market. It just seems like there's something there. So that was my number 1.
Amazing. And so we were largely in sync, just had a different order. And then I want to just let Jonathan from Move 38 and Stella from Stella Calacanis, you're just a little bit earlier, candidly, when you compare your products and where you're at to the 3 that we picked. It really is just at this moment in time, right? And same with your AI product for monitoring people. Investors are looking to, when they pick who they want to work with, they're looking at a system of, hundreds of companies that come in every month, and they want to get to know the founder and the company over time. So don't give up, keep making progress, and keep sharing that progress. Another important message. Hey, Dave, you gave me great feedback on my company, Project Owl. Wanted to let you know that you talked about app stores and the developers. We have 3 developers. Here's what they said about the product. Here's how much money they made last month. Would love to get a cup of coffee with you anytime, anywhere, Marin or the city, and just get 20 minutes of your time for some of our amazing advice, because you gave me some of the best advice of my life. Like, that's the kind of shit that flies with investors, that kind of considered nature. If you're a founder who wrote down I got to get back to Dave and put it in your calendar for 6 months from now, and what Dave would want to hear and what would maybe unlock an investment for Dave, or he picked you as number 1, 2, or 3, or he gave you some great feedback. That's the way to curate investors. People don't put any work into investors. They just, send 1,000 generic emails, and, it's like somebody applying for a job on Craigslist by just sending to whom it may concern, I'm interested in your job listing, and you're like, no, you're not. If you are, you would have read it and, said cover letter is important, and you didn't even read that, right? So really keep up with the investors and in a considered way. When people want an introduction for me, I tell them, hey, make sure you've watched the episode with Dave on the podcast, read his blog, followed him on social media, and then when you send the email, say, hey, you said this on social media about this company. We're similar to them, and we're similar to your investment in this company from your first fund. And I really love this moment where you said, product is about X, Y, and Z on Jason's podcast. That's the kind of thing that would make you be more likely to hit the reply key, correct?
Yes. Yeah. It needs to be personalized. I mean, I will say, man, there are so many people raising capital today that, as I said, I feel bad because I'm not able to understandably say yes to everybody, and I'm not able to even get back to everybody. But definitely the personalized email is noted, and I try to get back to all of those. And then just back to what you were saying, like, this is just a moment in time. I've got to make a gut decision really quickly, and sometimes it's hard to necessarily even, for me to even understand why I've made a decision a certain way, but it's just like, I've got to make that quick decision because there's the next entrepreneur who's going to walk in the door. And the one thing, me being an entrepreneur previously, that I try to do is I try to make a quick decision versus necessarily dragging that entrepreneur on. Because as an entrepreneur previously, I might go in and pitch, and they're like, I pitch, but then I never didn't get like a specific feedback of yes and no. And so for me, for the most part, I just try to get to a quick answer.
Yeah.
And
so the founder
that's why
can move on and
so the founder
focus
can
on
move
another
on.
investor who
Yes.
might be a yes, and it might be a
Correct.
better moment in time for them.
Correct.
Compare this moment in time, 2020 investing environment in your life, to the moment in time when you had your first and second fund, and what time period was that? How is your job different?
Well, I think the main thing we're seeing today is just a lot more sophistication with the entrepreneurs and the teams, and having revenue in place. And so when we started Freestyle 10 years ago, it was typically pre-product. The companies were raising $1 million, and it was pre-revenue. And now you'll hear the terminology. There's like this pre-seed, and for the most part, when Freestyle comes in, we're the first institutional round to come in. But in many instances, the product is early in market. There's some revenue that's flown in, that's come in the door, and so we're investing a little bit later in the cycle. That gives us just a little bit more clarity on how we envision things going. But the main thing with the pitch that I've said is it's really important, especially when you're raising from a seed fund, that if you go and raise $2 million, what can you do with that $2 million? And so it's like specific. There's the use of funds, which is kind of like a basic thing, but it's really like, what are your goals with that $2 million? I think that's one of the most important things to convey when you pitch a seed investor.
Awesome. Let's give a big round of applause to our founders and to Dave. And specifically want to thank our partners for this event. Thanks to Republic. If you're looking to raise money, great platform. We've had a number of people use it. And Assure, who's just one of our partners who allows us to do syndicates. And Fathom Law. I had dinner with the founder last night, and they're in it for the right reasons. 11 partners who have great experience, who don't want to be part of a big firm because they want to specialize in startups, which big firms have a harder time doing. And they usually put younger, less experienced attorneys on your project. So thanks to Fathom, Assure, and Republic for making this event happen. Let's give them a big round of applause. And we'll have some lunch. Well done, everybody. Okay, well, at some point we will have lunch, but just not right now. 5 minutes, okay. Sure, take 2 questions for me and Dave. Who's got a question? Tight question. Here we go.
For the CPG brand that you've been most impressed by, what would you say is that it factor that they had?
Sure. I think understanding your customer deeply and the ability to iterate on the product and spending as much time on marketing and branding the product and getting new customers as making the product were the things that come immediately to mind. And in terms of our investments, the one that's had the greatest success is Ruby Love, Crystal's company, which makes underwear for your period and swimwear for when you're on your period, but you can't use a tampon. And they've just understood SEO, they understood paid, they understood their customers, they knew where to find them, and they rebranded as Ruby Love. They started as Panty Prop, and it's the most successful raise coming out of the accelerator ever, $15 million they raised. And she came to Founder University first, yeah. So it's we met her, she's from Queens. We hit it off, the numbers were off the charts. And yeah, she had a relentless focus on finding her customers and delighting them, and it all worked out. Because once you find that ideal customer profile, you define it, and you can find it. If you don't define it, you're gonna have a hard time finding it. And so it really takes some discipline on the founder's part to say, this isn't for. We're building this for this group of people, not for these other groups of people, because those other groups of people might get light usage out of it. They might get some value out of it, but we want the people who are going to get tremendous value out of it. And having that discipline to know your customer is just amazing, right? And then there's the brands I like personally, and there's many of them, and you probably use a lot of them. And yeah, like Away travel bags or Quip toothbrush. I use both of those products and love them. Yeah. What about you, Dave? Are you into the DTC stuff? And what do you think it takes to succeed there?
So one of my companies that I'm excited about is called Fi, which is a dog collar. It's a smart dog collar. It sells for $150, and then it has a subscription with it where you can basically monitor your dog's fitness. And the part of the product that's actually 2 things that have been surprised with the launch of it is, one, you've got dog parents wanting to know exactly what their dog is doing, so they're actually checking in on the app quite frequently. And then second, the lost dog feature of, like, when you lose your dog, they have a whole mechanism to basically help you find the dog. And I think the thing that Jonathan has done incredibly well there is experimentation with marketing. And so, of course, to experiment with marketing, you need to have some marketing dollars, so there's definitely some pluses and minuses with where you are on the bootstrapped scale, but he and his team have done a lot of experimentation within this dog vertical, and I think they found the right path for customer acquisition. And I'm happy with their branding, happy with the product, and so that's kind of my biggest, at least with my Freestyle hat on. I'm excited about where they are and how they've done things.
Yeah, and just to riff on the testing thing, to scale testing and have a team takes a lot of money. But you as the founder, learning how to build some landing pages, and one of them leads with, never lose your dog again. Do you have a dog who leaves the ranch, and knowing that people who live in the country or on ranches have lost dogs issues and people in the cities don't, because their dogs are in a city and they're locked up in an apartment. And just learning that, hey, if your dog is fat and they die younger and you want to have a thin dog, and here's how to get there. Monitor their number of steps and try to hit these goals. Your dog will be healthier and live longer. You can test that yourself with just very simple ads. And it could have the exact same photo, the exact same branding, the same price, but just a different leading message. Then you could do the same leading message with 5 different prices. And you start to really learn on very small dollar amounts. And that was the whole thing of the lean startup and, Steve Blank and Eric Ries's work is to run those experiments. And we'll take a final question. Yeah. Hi.
You mentioned testimonials earlier, which really speaks to me. I have a consumer app in the sustainable food space. It's new, but I have 200 paying customers and tons of really powerful testimonials. But I feel like sometimes when they're presented, especially in ads, they look cheesy and made up. Like Jason C. says, wow, dinner was delicious.
Yeah.
How do you like them presented so that they are my real testimonials and people understand that to make it
I
most
would
powerful?
pause on and focus in on you feel they're cheesy. And what you or I think is not what matters. What matters is what the statistics say. So I would let the statistics drive you, not your intuition in this case, because many times what the value proposition is and what speaks to people has nothing to do with what we think as founders and what our intuition is. Now, you might have a brand where you don't want to be overly salesy, et cetera. So there, that's something to think about. If it's a high-end brand, maybe you don't want to present it like that. But even the highest-end brands in the world, like the people with the $20,000 and $30,000 bags and $100,000 watches, hire Serena Williams or Tiger Woods or Matthew McConaughey, whoever to represent their brands and essentially do a testimonial. So if it's good enough for those brands, it's probably good enough for your product. So I wouldn't overthink it. I would run tests. Is my advice.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, one more. Fuck it. Let's do it. Fuck it.
Looking, maybe that's a more forward.
You know what? Not him. He killed me at ping pong last night. Take the microphone away. No, fuck it. Go ahead. My piece of advice to you is always let the Wookiee/investor win. Go ahead.
Come on.
Nah, it's better you didn't let me win. I have more respect for you.
Right? You got to be competitive. So looking at the decade ahead, and I know you're sort of big into social apps, so you try to sort of beat Facebook. Looking at the technology or the emerging technology landscape, how do you see sort of Facebook getting displaced, or how do you see Microsoft growing into the social ecosystem? Like, where do you see this evolve, basically?
What do you think, Dave? If there's something that's going to disrupt Facebook, how would it manifest itself?
It's super difficult because basically, I think historically I'm a B2C entrepreneur, having started an internet radio play 20 years ago and then an internet video play 15 years ago. And even though I love the B2C market, as my venture hat on, it is hard. It's hard to invest in that area. I'm super happy that Musical.ly/TikTok has basically, broken through the ranks. I'm pretty sure that, the folks who passed on that decision at Facebook are not necessarily in the best position. So I don't know exactly how you solve this one. I mean, I'll just say it's a tough one because with my investor hat on, it's hard to invest in the B2C app that is going to somehow sneak by Google and or Facebook.
Yeah. Zuckerberg's behavior would lead one to believe that VR or AR in some way could challenge, and become the place where discussions occur, and people might switch to that. So AR goggles, VR goggles, obviously he made a big bet there and a big investment. But I actually think my take on it is that a paid service where you own your data and where it's more private has a chance of really being competitive, or an open source project that's distributed and resistant to censorship or top-down control is another possibility that could work. And then I'm not a fan of the overwhelming number of crypto projects and or crypto founders, which the whole thing just felt like a giant fraud. But I do think that currency plus a social network could also be an unlock. And I think most people who are analyzing the space think, there's some spin there as well, which is, again, if you look at Libra and you look at Facebook's behavior, Zuckerberg really took the innovator's dilemma and being disrupted to heart, which is why he bought Instagram, which is why he bought WhatsApp, which is why he bought Oculus, which is why he tried to buy Snapchat and tried to kill it at all costs and didn't succeed. So I think founders are just scared of competing against him, so we're just seeing founders not try. But I had Cocoon on the podcast, and I thought that was a pretty clever product. I'm interested to see how it evolves over time. So I don't think it's impossible at all. I think it's probable. It's just a matter of who's not going to be so scared to go up against Zuckerberg. And Snapchat was the perfect example. Like, people thought that was a failure. It's like, no, that's a multi-billion-dollar company that's got a lot of revenue and growing and got great future. And that's with Zuckerberg explicitly trying to kill it over time. And I think he's weak at this point. I think Facebook's in a very weak position in terms of, I don't think they're going to be allowed to buy more companies, especially if Elizabeth Warren or Bernie or another socialist-leaning anti-capitalist, gets in office. It's going to be very hard for people to buy more companies, and we might even see some companies get broken up or regulated and pushed to break up. So this is like one of the few instances where, like, Zuckerberg is in a not enviable position. And he's weak. Like, there's a window. I actually sincerely think there's a window. And if he hadn't bought Instagram or WhatsApp, we would be talking about Facebook in decline right now. Because Oculus isn't saving his ass, right? Like, that's not working. The only thing that's working really is Instagram. I mean, WhatsApp too, but I'm not sure if WhatsApp's growing or not. All right. This has been amazing. I think food is here, and I've filibustered enough. Let's give it up one more time for Dave Samuel.
Okay, everybody. All right, everyone, can we have a seat, please? Thank you for settling down. Okay, come on in, everybody. All right, we're going to kickstart this afternoon. Shh. Can we settle down? Thanks, everyone. We're going to kickstart this afternoon with one of our awesome founders in our portfolio, Amanda Greenberg from Balloon, rebranded from Ballooner. Went to Founder U, and then went through the accelerator and just had an awesome raise and is just crushing it. So she just wanted to kind of share her experience and give some founder lessons from your side. So please warm welcome for Amanda.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Amanda. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Balloon, and excited to be here. And happy to answer questions throughout at the end, like whatever works best. So a little bit of background. So as Jackie just shared, in April of 2018, I pitched at Founder University. From there, September through December, I was in Launch Accelerator, at that time Launch Incubator, Cohort 9. And then from there, this past summer, raised our seed round from incredible investors, including the Launch Fund, Syndicates, Streamline Ventures, Wavemaker Partners, Imagination Capital, et cetera, and have been growing since. So first, I want to share a little bit about our company and what we do. So before founding Balloon, I was a researcher in DC. In that role, discovered that our business tools and processes, so meetings, email, Slack, surveys, focus groups, et cetera, just don't address the way our brains actually work in a group setting. So how we as humans best share information and how we best make decisions. And what they don't account for, of course, are louder, more senior voices dominating conversations, obviously dozens of other types of really costly cognitive biases, group dynamics, lots of costly fears as well. And it's a very expensive problem, costs companies billions because they don't have the right data to make good decisions, to innovate, to produce. So we built Balloon, and Balloon is an anonymous collaborative platform that helps companies and teams really unlock that true value of collaboration, ideas, feedback, and insights by removing really anything that gets in the way. Very much a horizontal product used by teams and companies of all different sizes, from large companies, so Google, Capital One, US Cellular, Amazon, et cetera, also fast-growing startups too. So just to share a little bit more about me, I feel like if I'm doing like a founder talk, I want to share more about my background. My co-founder made me do this, first of all. I should say that first. Before, as I shared, I was a public health researcher. So I didn't start my career thinking I was going to start a company, but it was there that I really discovered this need for a balloon. And once I became obsessed with that problem, I couldn't look back, left there and dove in. We also bootstrapped for a while, so we are married founders, so married founding team, so I can answer any questions about that if there's any married founders in the room. And we bootstrapped and moved in with our families in Ohio to really get this going before making the move out here. And then also, I'm a parent, so I have a 5-year-old and one on the way, so I'm 8 months pregnant. So I can answer any of those questions as well in terms of fundraising, I'm pregnant, all those kinds of things. So yes, which is why I also have a special stool. Okay. So before I kind of dive into this long list of like lessons learned or mistakes I made or all those different pieces, this was like one of the most helpful pieces of advice I ever got, which is like, there's just no rules. Like, it's very much the wild, wild west when starting a company. And a lot of people want to tell you a lot of rules and a lot of things to do, but really like you can kind of do whatever you want to grow your company. And so thinking creatively and really getting yourself in that frame of mind is really, really helpful. Also, if people haven't started companies before, oftentimes they want to like think that there's rules. Like they think that if you start fundraising that you're going to be able to raise your round and close your round. And like, it's like, that's just what happens. You apply to college, you get into college. Like, it's just not like that. So I think if you understand that, find founders who understand that, it's really, really helpful. Okay, so a lot of these are focused on fundraising. How many of you are fundraising right now? We're about to. Assuming it's like, yeah, a good portion. So, but lessons in here too beyond that. But first, to kind of kick things off, Batching meetings. So it takes a long time to get meetings scheduled. There can be a lot of big things in investor schedules that push meetings back. So in our fundraising process, there was like lots of illness on the investor side, jury duty, family emergencies, all these different things. So trying to kind of plan for that, accelerate and make that momentum, and don't patiently kind of sit in the process is really, really key. Okay, it takes a long time to raise. Before raising, during raising, and after raising. I feel like we had a decently fast process as well. We tried to batch meetings, followed all the advice of the great launch team, and all those best practices. And when people say, best case scenario is 3 to 6 months, it really is, that is really what it looks like. So even from like getting that term sheet to getting the paperwork done, mobilizing your customers for customer reference calls, all of those different things is just a beast, and it takes a long time. So very much recommend doing nothing else but fundraising when you're raising. This was like the first raise that I did that. I was very disciplined about it, and it's very shocking. It's a shocking feel because you just have to like trust that everything's moving with the company, and preparing your team for a process that they aren't gonna completely understand because you're still trying to understand it, I think is really important. And also bringing them into those wins while fundraising, but protecting them from the emotional roller coaster is really, really important. In fact, after we've raised, they've been like, Amanda, tell me about what really happened. And then I'll be like, we got this no that day. And they'll be like, but you were so happy, and I'll be like, yeah, I tried. So it's like really protect them from that process. Okay. Prepared for different pitch lengths. So some investors will go really quickly. Like they'll want you to pitch really quickly. You'll do like a 3-minute pitch, a 4-minute pitch. You'll kind of go right through there. Other investors want to sit. They want to have a conversation. And I think it's important to like match their energy. So we had investor meetings that would go 2 to 3 hours and like we would be really in it. And other investors who would be like a 15-minute call, I'm in, let's go. And I think that that's just important to be able to read and also be prepared for it. So know if you have more time, where do you want to go? And what is that like? Okay. So having a clear opinion of the future. So this was one of our slides that was most helpful during our raise. So a why now slide. I hadn't put this in previously when raising. Hadn't really thought about it, but it was one of the slides that we paused and talked about a lot. And we actually used Balloon to like surface on our team, like why is now the best time in the history of all time for Balloon to take off, for it to be a unicorn, those kinds of things. And they want to talk about that. They want to know like, how do you see this? How do you see the future? Where do you see yourself in it? And why is now the best time? So being able to articulate it is really important. So intros and follow-up, so being relentless. Investors, the right investors really respect that. So one of the investors that came in, I emailed them 13 times, I think, to get like the first meeting. And when I met with him, he was like, you sent me a lot of emails. And I was like, yeah, sorry. He's like, never apologize for that. Like, never apologize for being really relentless. And I was never pushy. I wasn't like, can we meet now? Can we do this? I'd just be like, here's an update. Here's this. So yeah, I think it works. And then just that one intro can lead to another, to another, to another, et cetera, et cetera. So I can look back on game-changing yeses we got that were like 12 intros back. So if you can like, when you start looking back, you're like, oh my God, thank God I took this meeting and that one and that one and that one, because they can really lead places. So I know everyone is all about like saying no and like being focused and stuff, but I'm very much like a yes person. I think you should say yes to opportunity. I think it leads to more opportunity in life in general, especially when an entrepreneur, because you just don't know where things are gonna go. Okay, track everything, have a process, really, really important, pretty obvious, but just being deliberate. This is really, so you can look on there and you can be like, this is how many people I actually reached out to, not what I thought that I feel like I'm really fundraising, but I've actually reached out to 5 people. You can really hold yourself accountable. Okay, going in confidently and aware. So investors talk and word spread, so they all really talk. when you're raising, like they all are talking to each other and they'll like kind of let it slip. And then you'll be like, oh, okay, you heard about that from that person. So just being aware. So being aware of how you carry yourself, all those different things. So scheduling meetings with ample travel time, both beforehand, ample time afterward, because if you are in the flow with a meeting, an investor who might be your lead, you don't want to have to leave for like an angel you have waiting on the other end. So you can use it also to your advantage and say, hey, I've got to go, I've got like busy day. But if like everyone's feeling it, you don't want to have to leave. So these are questions that I got asked that I think having clear answers to, or working to have clear answers to, was really, really helpful. So what are you looking for in an investor? So when investors get serious, I feel like they always ask this question. So really making it specific to them. And also, it gives them a lot of insight into who you are as a founder. So ethical investors, investors who have been founders before, those kinds of questions, those kinds of answers, and really knowing what that is and making it specific to them, but not like you're just saying exactly who they are, but making it so it's a really, really clear answer. How is fundraising going? So I feel like they all ask this question. So someone on the launch team gave me this answer, and this is like a game-changing answer. So before, when I would get asked this question, I'd be like, it's going well, it's a process, like, you say like something like that. But this is like the best answer ever. So it's going really well. We're anticipating several term sheets and things are moving quickly. I've been pleasantly surprised. So I said that, and it was like very powerful. So say that. So now when everyone says that when they raise, they'll be like, okay, I know where that came from. How big can this get? So have a clear answer and don't don't go into like this numbers thing, like this is our market size. When they want to hear this, they want to hear like, how is the whole world going to be different because you exist and you push it out there. And that was always my most powerful answer and like most well received. So why you? So have a clear answer here. Providing examples of grit and let them know who you are. So like you have to be a force here, and they're not going to want to hear like generic things. So I was meeting with an investor who ended up investing, and he was like, why you? He's also like a serial entrepreneur, has gone public with the company, so he knows like what the path really takes. And I started answering and like, I have domain expertise. I don't know, just something like that. And he was like, no, like why you? Like, what is it about your character that will like push through any barrier, can like move this thing up the mountain against like the momentum of the world? So really giving examples of grit that are very vulnerable, open and honest is what ultimately resonates. Okay, so why did someone else pass? Why don't you have 1 million term sheets? So you'll start to get this, of course, like as you're in the process. So having a clear answer there. My answer for this, which I think was one of the most powerful, was like, I don't know. They missed it. Like, they just missed it. Like, their fault, not something like, like too bad for them. I think that's a good answer. Okay, so don't make any assumptions. This was like a big learning process. Some investors that I thought would be completely into what we were building because they blog about things like this, they talk about things like this, they care about bias, they care about group dynamics, they care about amplification of voice. I could not get meetings with them. But other investors who have never talked about this at all and would seem to like not align at all, I would get a quick yes from. So really not making assumptions about investors based on public persona, based on what they write about. Don't assume that like someone who's a perfect fit is going to be your target investor. Okay. Trust your gut and don't put off hard conversations. So this was something the launch team was so helpful about. So oftentimes we would get an initial investor who would be initial partner at a firm who would be like all in, be like, I'm going to push this through. We're going to move this forward. Let's start into diligence. And then when they would talk to their other partners and loop me in there would always be like a partner who wouldn't be as bought in. And oftentimes I would just be like, okay, well, let's just try to like ignore that partner and like, let's just keep going with this deal. But I was advised from launch to really like not put that off. So have the conversation with your champion partner and say, hey, you know, I don't really have a good vibe about this. I don't think they're there yet. How can I help them get there? And it's really, really helpful, and recognize how a firm makes a decision. So if it's a consensus firm, you have to get everyone in there and on it. And you look like a much stronger founder, I think, if you're aware and you loop them in. Gain a clear understanding of the process. That's similar. So yeah, make sure you know, what do we go from here? What does that look like? What's the time look like? All those different pieces. I will also say that we had a couple of firms do customer calls in diligence, saying that was the last step. We had great customer calls, and then they ended up not coming in, and it wasn't actually the last step. So, which of course, you know, if you're trying to protect your customers, you know, they don't really want to talk to investors, so it's just a waste of their time and a waste of energy. And so making sure that that's like the actual last step, or once we get a term sheet, then you can talk to our customers. So then you gain that leverage is really, really important. Also prepping your customers or users or whoever that you're gonna have a series of conversations. Don't say, hey, can you talk to this one person? Would you be open to talking to 2 to 3 investors throughout this process, et cetera, et cetera? And then send them a thank you when you close your round. Okay, so there's a difference between fast checks and much slower checks. So try to get the fast one. So I would have, just in our round, I had one 12-minute call that resulted in a $75K check. We never met in person. I'd also have other people who were evaluating for 15K checks where they wanted tons of information, tons of data, tons of everything. And I think what I realize is, like, when I start hitting like an annoyance level, like I feel annoyed, I'm like, this isn't a line, I know I shouldn't keep going down this path, then it's probably best that it's like a waste of time and to like pull back a little bit. And knowing that those fast checks are available and they're there, you just have to meet the right people. Okay. Targeting big name angels early. So we have several angels in our round who their names, Jason included, ended up moving the needle more on our round than others. So really getting those early angels in for 15K, 25K, 50K, whatever that is, and being able to use those names really moves VCs, because they know that they are likely founders who've been on the ground, they might be experiencing your pain point, and they're gonna be interested in what you're doing. The other piece of this is that angels make their own decisions. So we had a firm that had said no to us, but had made an introduction to an angel, and I was very self-conscious going into that meeting because I was like, they're gonna find out that the person who introed us, they ultimately passed. And someone on launch said, no, they're gonna make their own decision. And they did make their own decision, and they still came in. So just being confident and being like, they couldn't get there, was really, really helpful. So get a good law firm. So investors will ask like who your counsel is. And so we work with Gunderson, they're amazing. And just by saying someone competent, they know that you're serious about your company, about how the paperwork's done, about how the round comes together. And it just makes the whole process so smooth. And they can also answer questions throughout the process. And we had no edits to our paperwork. So that's like amazing, I think, for a price round to have like no edits from any investors. So really thinking about that is helpful, and making that investment too. So once you get the term sheet, go, 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 race to get the term sheet, then race to get more term sheets. The rest of the commitments, like that's like the last time that you kind of like are like, oh yay, we got a term sheet, you just kind of like go. That's like your starting block. Over communicate throughout the process. So even if you don't have updates, make sure you're sharing something like, hey, like we're waiting on our counsel to get this paperwork, et cetera, et cetera. This was a mistake I made. So I was like slower in certain parts because I was like, I don't have this update yet. I don't have this information yet, but I should have just looped in people more. Okay. So after you get a really hard no, just give yourself an hour to feel like really, really bad, so really shitty. Time box it and focus it is really, really helpful because you just allow yourself to get there and then you kind of like move on. So we got a very hard no on a Friday, and on Tuesday the following week we had a term sheet. And so now I'm like, oh, I wasted my whole weekend being bummed, and it's like, oh, I could have had a great weekend and been focused. So just time boxing that and then moving on. Controlling what you can control. So diligence, paperwork, customer reference calls, just like have everything lined up and ready to go because it's going to happen. They're going to request that stuff. Just like don't put it off. Just like try to get it ready. So you're being judged and evaluated 100% of the time. So hallways, bathrooms, parking lots, just being aware. You don't know who you're going to like meet or see, getting into the car, when you're getting into the car, like just know that, like they're everywhere. People are everywhere. They're judging you. They're evaluating you. I'm very aware. I've always like been aware, but it's like it makes you very aware, right? And like the firms. This came actually from one of our investors in our round. It's very helpful, which is no one works as hard as the founders and no one cares as much as the founders. And I think that if you really understand that and realize that, it takes a lot of pressure off in terms of how you think about how other people around are operating on your team, or just those different pieces. So just really like understanding that, hey, well, actually, this is like my job. This is what I do. I'm gonna work harder. That's just how it is. So leaning on each other. So find your founder best friend. I found lots of best friends through launch, through the accelerator. Find founders as well that are further along than you. So founders who have raised a round, one step ahead. Maybe they're wrapping up their round when you're about to start fundraising, and lean on each other. I know that like when founders oftentimes connect, it's like, how's it going? It's going great. It's going great. Like we're killing it. But like when you can really get there with people, you can offer each other such helpful advice. And only founders understand other founders. So other friends are not going to understand, and I'm sure everyone already relates to that, but yeah. Okay. So take care of yourself throughout the process, throughout fundraising or throughout growing a company. Go outside, find things that make you happy. That's obvious, but I think oftentimes like so easy to forget. So no one is you. Play into your strengths and own your special characteristics, all those things, whatever they are. Lean into them. Forge strong, authentic relationships that are built on trust, care, and shared interests. So I grew up in Ohio, so did my co-founder. And so, Midwestern appeal is oftentimes building really strong relationships. And I think it's so powerful when you're fundraising, when you're growing a company, whatever. People know like when you care and when you make that connection. Okay, that's all I've got. I know it's a lot. It's like all these points, but hopefully helpful and excited to answer questions.
Thanks, Amanda.
When I think it was number 24, 25, you said that you got a hard no. I got a hard no recently from someone I was so hopeful about. I spent months going through diligence, and I was just like really optimistic about it. And I spent more than an hour bumming out, still bumming out. It's been about 2 weeks. When you did get your term sheet on Tuesday from another entity, how long had you been, like how many deals did you have on the table, and how long have you been working on them?
Yeah, happy to talk through more of that process. So I boxed all my meetings. So I kind of set up meetings throughout the accelerator. So when we'd be meeting with investors, I'd say, we're not going to start raising until December. We're not going to start raising until then. And then I just started filling up the calendar at that point. So I would get them scheduled. The investor who ultimately gave us the term sheet wasn't able to meet until January. So I'd had 2 meetings with him and then got that term sheet. But 3 months, probably about 3 months. But that no was similar in that it had been 8 meetings with everyone in the firm, diligence, all diligence, customer calls. I had made founder calls that they had introduced me to, and ultimately one of the partners said no. But I had really been focused on that deal, and another one kind of came in. So, yeah. But really, I mean, meeting with a lot of people. Hundreds, probably. Yeah. I think the final number was like in the 60s of like actual meetings. Somewhere in there.
Hi, thanks so much for sharing your insights.
I'd like to ask you about your process. So you talked about 60
Yeah.
meetings. I'm just wondering approximately how many emails or leads you have sent out, and how many of those have intros? Like, what happens when you run out of introductions from
Yes.
launch or your personal network?
Yeah, so I really think that the intro you get is so important. So I think that there's a lot of investors who I met before this recent raise who I had cold emailed, or it had been an introduction through as not of a great connection, that had I waited and made the intro this time through Jason or through whoever, then they would have taken the meeting, we would have had a great meeting, they potentially would have come into the deal. But like that first impression and that anchoring bias, which of course is like what our product's all about, is so powerful, it's really hard to overcome it. So I think it's like a fine line between like really aggressive and making sure you're getting to everyone, but also making sure you're getting to them in like the right way. So through like founders as well, through intros, a lot of our investors came through founder friends who they had said no to, then made intros and was like, hey, I know someone on enterprise SaaS, which is also why, which I don't know if I had in here, but having like founder friends and people who are in different markets is really, really helpful. So if like someone meets with an investor and they're like, oh, they're more focused on like consumer or D2C, well, like my founder best friend is in consumer and D2C, so I can be like, hey, you know, and then vice versa. It's like really powerful. So I think it's like prioritizing, it's like a weird matrix. It's like prioritizing who's most important, who do you have those interests to, which ones do you really want to lean on them for, and then aggressively kind of going from there. But I do think it really matters, unfortunately, like who makes that intro and how it comes in. And there's also just some strategy in that we would wait for certain, like, I knew that if I got a yes from someone, then this other person might be likely to come in. So I kind of tried to wait, but it's a fine line because you kind of just want to go. It's like a non-answer to an, yeah, it's like, but hopefully it's like, yeah, I think it's a little bit of like art and science.
Hi, my question's a little bit different. I'm here as an investor.
Great.
But essentially first time, and I guess I had two questions. So I would be, at least when we start, like $10,000 to $15,000 checks.
Yeah.
And I'm curious how founders, I'm from Canada, so especially in Silicon Valley, see that. Is that more of an annoyance? It's not.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. We had checks in this round of $15K.
Okay, and the next question is, if I'm, say I called you up, I made a $15,000 investment, and I just want to know how things were going. Is it like, look, you wrote a $15,000 check. I'm too busy for you. I guess I'm curious why. I don't know. I don't want to be an annoyance to the founders, and I'm not sure how to proceed and things like that.
Some of our most helpful investors were the smallest check sizes in our round. So who make a lot of intros, who provide a lot of support, who bring their kind of expertise, and they want to be like all in and really, really helpful. So yeah, I don't think it's an annoyance at all. Like I think that, you know, really thinking through like how you can be helpful or what are those asks that are coming in the investor update and how you can kind of move through there. Also, some of our investors who came in our round with, you know, a $15K check, they asked to put in more money. So, you know, as you kind of forge that relationship, I think that's helpful too. And as an entrepreneur, that's how I think we would all think about it too, which is like, this is the start of a relationship. And yeah, I mean, I don't think I would never turn down help of any kind. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is more of like a personal woman question.
Okay.
But I had a baby a year ago while I was
Congratulations.
fundraising.
Yay.
Thank you. And that was really stressful as far as like, when do you kind of tell people that you're having a baby and that you're going to be taking some time off?
Yeah.
Can you talk to us about like your experience as a mom and all of that and pregnancy while fundraising?
Yeah. So we have a 5-year-old, which I also shared. So we were new parents when kind of starting the company. And it's very interesting because with first baby and first pregnancy, I was very like self-conscious or just hyper aware and felt very uncomfortable about it. And now I'm just like, whatever, like it kind of is what it is. And I also think something that they start to give you when it's like past your first one is kind of like the benefit of the doubt. Well, you kept growing this company after you had the first one. You're not going to quit, you know, growing this company when you have the second one. And I also think that like if investors have an issue with it, then they're just not the right investors for us, or don't really realize like the power of women, like what we can do and what we're capable of. So that's how I think about it. But it is really challenging. It just is one of those pieces. And I also try to preface it too. So I think about this like investors I haven't seen for a while, I'll kind of give them a heads up, because I mean, it's you don't want to like, it's weird to just always announce it like, hey, no one wants to make an assumption, those kinds of things. But I had an investor on last week who I kind of gave the heads up. I was meeting them and I hadn't seen them in person since being pregnant. And he was like, you don't need to send me a note like that. Like, I'm cool with it. Like, what, you don't need to, you don't need to apologize. You don't need to, I didn't even apologize, but he like interpreted it as kind of like a heads up piece. So yeah, just owning it, I guess. Yeah. Hi.
Cool product. I checked it out. Looks really awesome.
Oh, thanks.
So you have your husband, also co-founder, partner on it. How did that work out? Were you both sort of initially like, let's go all in on this? Was it one of you? And then how do you separate responsibilities? And then also like on a cap table, like you guys equal, combined entity, separate entities? Just curious.
So I initially kind of had the idea through the pain point in working. Noah at the time was in grad school at Carnegie Mellon. So he is of course an engineer, human-computer interaction, computer science. So it's kind of like the perfect skill set in that way. And he became really passionate about like the problem and was like, yes, of course, we should work on this. We should work to solve this problem. And so we dove in from there. And it's interesting because I think that like co-founders and like there's like strong co-founding pairs and then there's just not. And I think being married founders is either like amps that up, it makes it like more of a competitive advantage, or it's more detrimental. And so I think when married founders are really great, they're amazing. I think there's a lot of examples of that. We're also very different people. So Noah and I are like very complementary in the sense that he's like more introverted, I'm more extroverted. So it just was like a very easy like split in terms of work. And I always say that like if we weren't married, we would still found a company together. So I would like still pick him to start a company. And so it seems weird to me that I would be like, I'm not gonna co-found this company with like the smartest, like most like, greatest problem solver I know because he's my husband. So that's kind of how we approached it. And then I have more in the company, and that was important for how we set it up. And investors have all reacted really strongly to that, in that there's a clear decision maker at the end of the day, and that's how we operate. In terms of how it kind of works in the day-to-day, it's kind of effortless, but we make sure that there's time when we're not focused on company or talking about the company, and having a kid helps with that because they don't care. Just talking about other things. Yeah. Thanks.
First of all, congrats. You're very inspirational. I literally texted my wife about you already 6 times. I'm like, and she's having her second kid. My question, and I think you kind of touched on this, is what are the, outside of launch, what would be the top 3 or 4 sources of where you got the kind of the contacts for your intros or for your investors?
Yeah. I mean, truthfully, launch was like the biggest one. I mean, far and away. I'd have to like look at the spreadsheet in terms of the breakdown, but if it wasn't people who we were pitching to who were coming into the accelerator, it was separate introductions. And now, of course, we have this other investor network that's continuously making intros to other investors who might be Series A targets or, just interested in what we're building. But I would say very much launch, and then founders that I met through launch. I think the founder intros are really, really powerful. So people who you're fundraising alongside, just intro each other. It really was launch, though. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really love the tactical information. Like, this is the stuff I live for.
Okay, good.
So you mentioned a spreadsheet. Could you talk a little bit more about how you kept track of all of the different investors, conversations, follow-ups, all of that?
So I moved it this time for fundraising into Airtable, which I found to be really, really helpful. So before I had done a Google Sheet. And what I liked about Airtable is just how all the data is connected. And I just found it to be way more flexible. And after I was done raising, I updated Airtable, so it's like we're ready for Series A. So I kind of like marked who we had great conversations with, what that dialogue was like, what their questions were during the meeting, so that we're kind of ready for that next round. But I found Airtable to be the best in terms of time, like due dates with tasks, and kind of helping those pieces. And then kind of in parallel, I'm like a big Asana user. So I would have like a fundraising project in Asana. And if there were like additional pieces that I noticed everyone was asking for, or kind of those like bigger tasks around contact this person to get a customer call, I would track those in there. So yeah, kind of both of those.
I actually have another question. So you mentioned reaching out to investors repeatedly, like don't be afraid to bug them, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you have any like sort of tips about how you did that? Like any language that you would use, or any tricks to not be annoying but just be persistent?
So I tried to not ever make the assumption that they had read the previous email, that they cared, that they knew like anything, kind of. Like I just would act like whatever, because a lot of times they hadn't read it, they don't know. And I wouldn't like make an ask a lot of times in the email. So I wouldn't be like, can we talk next week? Can we do this? Can we do that? I would just be like, here's an update. Like, here's an update. And then as the round started kind of coming together, then that became the update. Like, this is who's in. This is how much is left. Like, would love to connect. I can meet you anywhere at any time. For those that were like really high profile, I think that's really important. Like, don't like, no one likes going back and forth scheduling things. So like, don't be like, can we do this? Can we do that? Just be like, I will meet you anytime, any place, and just know who those are and know who you would like cancel other things for. It's helpful. Okay.
Great. Thanks, Amanda.
Good.
That was really, really helpful.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Okay, great. So next up we have Matt. Are you still here, right? So Matt from Republic is going to give an awesome talk about what their platform is about and how you can make money off Republic. Can we cue up his deck? Thanks. All right. Whenever you're ready, Matt, the floor is yours.
Alrighty. So I've spoken to some of you, and some of you have also spoken to my colleague, Chuck. I'm Matt. I'm the head of business development for the Republic platform. We're an investment platform for startups to raise capital and for everyone to invest in startups. Chuck is the CEO of our funding platform, so he's over there in the dark blue in the glasses. So as you know, there's obviously lots of different ways to raise money at all different stages of the fundraising cycle, and we're just one of those ways. And we tend to work with companies from the pre-seed through Series B stage for the most part, not exclusively, but that tends to be where we fall. And what is Republic as an investment platform? So up into 2016, only 6% of the country actually met the SEC standards to invest in private companies, accreditation standards. So to be an accredited investor, you have to make $200,000 a year annually, year over year, or have a net worth of $1 million, not including your primary residence. So about 6% of the country met those standards and were able to invest in private companies for the most part. So in 2016, the SEC enacted regulations that reflected new legislation that was passed by a bipartisan Congress and President Obama in 2012 called the Jobs Act. So Title III or Reg CF of the Jobs Act allows for non-accredited investors to invest in private companies. And that's essentially how and why Republic exists and what our platform was born from. So we allow everyone to invest regardless of income and net worth, which is really exciting, with as little as like $100. So what does that mean for founders that regular people can invest in startups? What that means is you have an alternative source of capital when you're going out to raise venture capital, and you can use this as a marketing tool as well. So we've done about 140 offerings to date with lots of different founders all over the country, different stages, business models, industries, companies, products. And basically, what the main question is, why would you want to open up the investment opportunity to non-accredited investors? So one of the cool things about doing a campaign is you can allow your users or your customers, supporters, fans, family, friends, anyone that can't meet your minimum check size of $25,000, $50,000, $100,000. It's a great way to get them involved and incentivize them to actually help you grow the company. So you can raise up to $1 million annually. You can acquire new customers or users. You can engage your existing customers and users. You can generate partnership leads and find new distribution for your product. You can find follow-on investors. In fact, many, if not most companies do find other private investments from high net worth individuals or institutions after or during the campaign and directly attributable to the campaign. You can drive press and media, and one of the cool things that I tacked on here as well is that you get to maintain control of your company. So running a campaign on Republic doesn't give investors voting or information rights. So pretty favorable terms there as well. So a couple few things about us by the numbers. We've done about 130 or 135 companies on the platform to date, 67,000 investments, more than $34 million raised. We're pretty selective, so we've got like less than 1% acceptance rate for companies that apply on our site. We have a 90% plus success rate of companies reaching at least their minimum amount, and about 400,000 investors that companies get access to. The maximum you can raise in a year is about $1,070,000. The average campaign for 2019 was $500,000. This is for U.S. companies, so C Corps and LLCs and PBCs. The most common instrument that we use is called a crowd safe. So it's modeled after YC's SAFE, Simple Agreement for Future Equity. It wraps all the investors into a single line item on the cap table. They don't have voting or information rights. And unlike a traditional SAFE, they don't automatically convert at a subsequent equity financing. So that's how we keep it as a single line item until exit. The average investment amount is $350, and the average amount that a company has raised before running a campaign is a little under $2 million. The average val cap is $10 million. So that kind of gives you a sense of the profile of the company that raises with us. Lots of different kinds of companies within that, but that's like the broadest look and from a top level. What kinds of companies are a good fit? So like I said, in terms of stage, I have everything from pre-seed rather, through Series B. So later stage companies can do this, but this tends to be our sweet spot. We have companies in all different kinds of industries. So consumer, enterprise, SaaS, drones, cannabis, everything under the sun, to be honest. Lots of different kinds of industries that we have on the platform. But the most important thing is just like we want really quality investment opportunities. So that's why we have a pretty selective due diligence standard to make sure that our investors come back to invest again and again, and our founders that are on the platform are surrounded by and have other companies that they're proud to be around as well. So this is a list of some of the VC firms and institutions that have invested in the companies on our platform before, during, or after a campaign. And I put this here not because it's like of the utmost importance to us, but that there's kind of a misconception in what we do as an investment platform, which is that if you raise with us, it's a last resort way to get capital, or if you do raise with us, you won't be able to raise from top VCs. But the data shows that that's just not true. So that's the reason why I include a slide like this, just to show that like some of the top funds are backing companies that have raised with us and are in our portfolio. So definitely something to keep in mind if you're considering doing a campaign. This is just a quick look at the roadmap of what running a campaign looks like. So our due diligence process takes about 1 week, where we get a vote from our investment committee. It's a call with our due diligence team and a documents request. Once you sign a campaign agreement, it takes about 3 to 6 weeks to onboard and actually get a couple things filed with the SEC, what's called the Form C, and then also prep your marketing strategy, create your deal page, that sort of thing. And then you run your campaign for 2 to 3 months. So you're looking at a 3 to 4 month process in total. And you can do this at the same time that you're running a private private round and raising money. In fact, most companies are raising money privately from VCs, angels, institutions, and are doing that a Republic campaign simultaneously. So that's something to consider. When you do run a campaign too, is you definitely want to consider this a pretty robust marketing effort. So you get access to our 400,000 investors and users, and then we put a lot of like marketing support behind companies as well. So we have like a monthly site visitor count of 1 million plus. We do Facebook and Instagram ads and have a performance marketing team devoted to running those. We get companies access to really cool press, media opportunities, podcasts, even some TV shows as well. So all of that comes with doing a campaign as well, which is cool. Here's an example of a company that raised with us, Sapient. They're a B2B plug load management system. So they go and they sell to big corporate developments and say, hey, look, we're going to reduce your energy usage at the plug load level by anywhere from 10 to 30%. So saves companies money on their electric bill, which is a pretty like B2B enterprise heavy software. And they raised the full $1,070,000, and they're not a consumer company. So B2B companies can do really well also, which is cool. And one of the reasons why I picked this one is they actually saw inbound interest in their product directly attributable to the campaign. So they closed $1 million in pipeline value from people that saw the campaign and said, hey, we want to use your product, including an NFL team in their stadium, which is kind of cool. And then for a consumer company, here's one. It's called Nano. They're basically like, so the founder, Liz, would hate if I said this, but they're basically like Uber for nannies. They raised the full $1,070,000 as well, and they saw a market increase in their engagement in their users, and then also an increase on both sides of their marketplace for nannies and people using the product, which is pretty cool. So it's definitely just as much about marketing, exposure, engagement, acquisition as it is about running, as it is about raising the capital. So that was the short on Republic and what we do as a platform and a little bit on how it works. Wanted to leave some time because this is the second time that I've been at Founder U, and there's always questions. So happy to open it up to the floor. And if you can't ask it now, just find Chuck or myself afterward, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Some Q&A or no? Got one right there. How do you turn the on?
Is it? Yeah, it's on. Hi, Matt. I think, the sort of, for me, the elephant in the room is, it feels like you have to solve two big problems, right? It's sort of the trust problem. Like, do we trust you guys to do the due diligence? And then sort of the problem of why do breakout companies go to Republic? And you sort of try to explain it, why they would do it. And it sort of feels reasonable, yes, because you have access to, a lot of helping hands, basically. But you say the data speaks for itself. Could you maybe go into that data? Like, what is, for instance, the follow-on funding amount, and how is that funding amount distributed? What are the successes? How does it look like?
Sure. So it's kind of hard to. So we've been around for about 3 years. We've had about 135 or so companies on the platform, or a little bit under that, because we had 135 offerings, but we've had some companies that have done multiple campaigns. And some of them aren't looking to raise venture capital and are more like lifestyle businesses that are looking to provide kind of a more modest return over a certain period of time. And some of them aren't even equity instruments. But of the companies that are looking to raise venture capital, and they are seeing Republic as kind of a way to do that, there's a huge percentage that go on to raise follow-on funding. I don't have the exact number. It's probably somewhere like 72% of companies close on at least one private investor during or post-campaign, for sure.
Just as a sort of follow-on question, if you say you have two different types of companies on the platform, the ones that do go on, that go the venture route, and the other ones that sort of, you said, lifestyle businesses, obviously the dividend or the payout is way different for the investor. So do you guys deliberately focus on both types of businesses, or, I mean, what's the strategy behind that?
Yeah, so we have different kinds of investor agreements with different structures for different kinds of businesses. So if you're looking to have a venture-backed business and go and exit at a 10,000x return, like a safer convertible note makes sense. If that's not what you're looking to do, a more true equity or debt-focused instrument might be better depending on the company. So we do all different kinds of instruments to kind of account for different structures and different exit opportunities.
Yeah, and one thing to be sure of too is that investors, and we do have over 400,000 registered investors. The vast majority of those are actually looking for a return on investment, whether they're putting in $20, $20,000, or $100,000 per investment that they make. The way I like to make people think about it is, not today, but sometime in your past, you probably had a 401k plan from your employer. You were throwing in, once every 2 weeks, a certain percentage of your check into a bunch of mutual funds. The mutual fund that got the least amount of the allocation was getting $20 or $40. You wanted a return on investment on those $20 or $40 every time. So that's what people are doing today. This is just what they can actually, first of all, what they get access to, and then what they can afford. So you got to go out there and, you perform as an investment opportunity. That's what people want to see first and foremost. If you have a crap term or an unfair term for them, they're probably going to bypass you because there are other companies raising capital on Republic. So you're in competition like you are here. I'll throw out a couple other tidbits so you guys kind of understand like the history. 4 years ago when we started this, we spun out of AngelList. We had 4 companies that were on the platform. Average raise size was 75,000. I think we had about 25,000 registered users. Today, Matt mentioned 500,000 average raise. We have over 400,000 users. We have over 40 campaigns live. It's currently a bit of a melting pot of, we're industry agnostic. It's as long as it's a good opportunity. People do trust us as being, valuable diligence experts coming out of AngelList, past venture capitalists, angel investors with track record, startup founders with success on our team. So we, do bring good opportunities. You'll eventually start to see also more vertical type approaches at Republic, where there's more focus on different industries in the sector. So if you're like a real estate company, you'd be in the real estate vertical. If you're a healthcare company, you'd be in the healthcare vertical. That's coming because 4 years ago it wasn't a thing. There's a lot of stereotypes. Everyone kind of looked down on crowdfunding. Today, and we're almost there, and there'll be a couple more events this year that I think will finally make it like a real tool in everyone's toolkit, similar to like a launch, similar to the accelerator world, where that was, say, 7 or 8 years ago. Wasn't, too fun. I mean, not that many people were fond of it. Now they totally are. People are dying to get into launch. People are dying to get into every accelerator. Now they're going to be dying to get into every, crowdfunding campaign too.
Thank you. If you could give me the split between companies that are B2B focused versus DTC, and then do you have an actual cannabis vertical? I know you mentioned cannabis deals.
That would be one, but we don't have a specific focus vertical. We've had probably 8 or 10 cannabis campaigns. We probably have 4 right now today that are cannabis focused. So there's a large appetite for that, of course. I believe the last time we did the stat, it was 40% of our companies were B2B.
35, yeah.
So part of the reason why, actually, and Amanda from Balloon, when she was Ballooner, she raised with us. She started probably a year and a half ago. She raised $200,000. She was also on our television show with Sony and Tim Draper. She won a large investment from Tim Draper for that appearance too. So we get you out there, and we get you a lot of things to do also. It's about content and making sure people are getting information about what you have as a product or service, who you are as a founder. As long as we can keep on feeding that opportunity to you, and you can turn it around and get it out to your network and our network again and again during it, you'll do well.
Hi, Melanie. So I understand that you create your campaign and then it's available to all of the investors on the platform. If you wanted to leverage it almost like as a vehicle for your friends and family round,
like a private round,
and is that possible?
Yeah, it's possible too. So we would give you like a funky URL name. It wouldn't be like republic.co/your company. It'd be like some weird numbers and letters. And then technically it is public at that point, but people would have a hard time finding it. You'd be hidden below the line on our homepage, so no one would really come across it. There would, of course, be people who, they scrape FINRA and the SEC, and they see these things filed, and they'll find it. But yeah, it's definitely a strategy that we do today, even.
First, a founder friend of mine actually raised $220,000 on your platform. Cody Barbo from Trust and Will. Yeah,
love him.
So thank you. That was awesome. 2 questions. One is It kind of feels very similar to the last question. If we've got some non-accredited investors who are interested, is Republic the way to go?
Yeah, so they can be the fuel that's, sparks the fire. Basically, they can come in and be the first 15, 20, 30K that you raise, and
Or
that creates
50K,
the initial
yeah.
momentum. Because if you're the greatest thing since sliced bread, and we introduce you to our investor network through our launch email, which is the first stage, they're not going to care. It'll fall flat. But if you have 20, 40, 50, 60 investors, and you got 20, 40, 50 grand already raised, and then you go into that launch email, it takes off. And then you have, the TV show or the radio show or the live event or the podcast, or we have an in-house ad agency that we actually spend about $5,000 per campaign on. And we get you basically a shitload of exposure throughout the campaign. It just keeps on building. But that initial spark from your network is 100% needed, or like I said, it doesn't matter who you are, it'll fall flat.
And then what are the fees?
So we take 6% of money raised in cash, and then 2% of the securities offered or issued, rather. So totally success-based, paid as a percentage of the raise at the end of a campaign. What that looks like is if you were to raise 100K, we would take $6,000 in cash, and we would take a $2,000 safe. If you raised with a crowd safe, we would take a $2,000 safe.
And then companies spend on average $5,000 to onboard. That's just to be compliant. So it's not a huge, punch in the gut or anything like that. And we do help founders at times to make sure that they can actually get through those things and get the right stuff done, because we want you to always put your best foot forward. And a lot of that's being compliant, and that's where those costs really come from, is getting compliant.
At what point do startups have access to the capital?
So you can do rolling closings during the campaign, basically at any point. So you can take out money during the campaign, and then you continue campaigning. It's like 50-50. 50% of people take a rolling closing here and there during it, and the others just wait till the end. And we try to give you ballpark 85% of it within 5 days of the closing. The rest of it is either monies that haven't settled, or there's there's a small percentage regulatory hold for 30 days, all kinds of other stuff. But we get you as much as we possibly can the first 5 days if you didn't do a rolling close during.
So, is there a science around for a particular company how you determine what amount they go on to raise? And I guess based on your last answer, they don't say if they say they're raising 200, but maybe they only get 100, they still get the 100.
So you said a minimum amount that you'd like to raise, and then a maximum. So
well, really, how do you determine what amount to start off raising, and then even if you don't reach that amount, do you still get whatever you did raise?
That's right. So if you hit your minimum amount, then the campaign is successful, and that's what you get. We have most companies set their minimum at 25 or 50K. And then most companies set their max at 250, 500, 750, or $1 million, whatever kind of makes most sense based on what they're raising elsewhere.
How many startup companies apply versus how many get through a diligence and how many complete diligence and make it to the site?
So we have, I think this year we're on track to get 7,500 applications on our site. Less than 1% of those, less than 0.5% of those will actually make it onto the platform and do a live campaign. But that shows that most of our companies that we have on the platform are coming from us going out there in the ecosystem and meeting founders like you guys and bringing them to us. So we get a lot of cold applications, and we do marketing, and we do outbound emails and that sort of thing. So we're really selective on that application, but we come to events to meet really high quality founders and good companies to bring them onto the platform.
Was it November we did the last time we did Founder University? November, maybe? This is the 4th or 5th one we've done, but Jumpstart was at the last one we were at. She closed $1 million raise with us. And then Play, a soccer-based app, he just launched, last week, 5 days ago. I definitely identified some companies in here, about a dozen, that I think would easily raise $1 million with us. It's just based on my experience in seeing them all go down. I can say you're going to raise 250, you're going to raise 500, you're going to raise $1 million. So if you hear that from me, I'm not bullshitting you. I know you raise $1 million with us, and just giving you the way it is.
My question was around the marketing side of it. Is there a threshold of we've raised X amount of dollars before you start doing the marketing? And then my second question is, as far as the timeline, are there ever any extensions that you give to companies if they're kind of getting to the end in the last month when they're almost close, and you'll give them a month or two extension on getting to their goal?
Yeah, so I'll answer your second question first, which was that we have companies run longer campaigns rather than shorter ones because it's easier to close it than it is to extend it. So we'll have a company run a campaign for like 90, 100, 120 days, and then they can close it early if they want, which is nice. It gives you a lot of time to like make those changes. And then the marketing threshold is as soon as you reach 25K, that's when you get our launch email and our big social and marketing push and that sort of thing. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Hi. So my question is, how quick you make a decision on like applications? Since there's a 1%, like should be
1 week.
1 week.
1 week.
Yeah.
Okay. And the second question is for international startups. You want a US LLC, but let's say that we form it. Then what is the percentage of international startups, or is there any?
We've had plenty. It gets tricky. Most of it is, what's the structure of your primary entity? How many investors do you have, and will they actually? Can you shift your primary entity to the United States? If you can, it's easy. It's normal stuff. If you can't, and you're only going to have a sub in the U.S., then you're really restricted to only raising debt. And if you're going to be raising debt, you're going to have to pay that debt load. So you have to have revenue. So a lot of companies don't want to do that, obviously. But we do get quite a few companies who will transfer their primary entity. They just get their investors to agree to move, and that's a bit of a pain, but sometimes it's smooth. And we've also had a couple that have just said, you know what, I'm only going to have a sub. I do have revenue. I'm going to do debt, and they've been paying their load.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi. What's your selection criteria for pre-seed and seed stage?
So if a company is pre-launch or pre-revenue or really just like some early beta traction, we're going to be looking for really looking at the team and the founding team and what they've done previously. Do they have industry expertise? Are they serial entrepreneurs? What kind of early traction do you have, like partnerships, pilot programs, any like early beta customers, that sort of thing. And then also like sometimes pre-seed or seed companies that are pre-revenue, they'll have backing that is impressive and that we think is really compelling as well. So we take a look at those things and make a holistic decision.
And I say too, like of the vast majority that we actually, and there's like a lot of junky companies that apply, and they're rejected. But the other ones, we're really trying to do you and everyone a favor, just because it might not be the right timing. If you look at the most successful companies, they've achieved a lot of milestones. They've proven, they're validated. They've executed on things that people can easily understand and support because of it. So if we're not seeing that from your application or the phone call or the meetings, it's going to be you're rejected, but you're going to hear from us, and we're going to continue to stay in touch with you because we don't want you to launch a campaign, waste your time and effort and money. There's better things for you to be doing at that point. But in 3 or 6 months, it can change, and that happens all the time. Then we end up. That's part of the reason why, this year alone, I think we've had 130 campaigns that have actually closed. This year alone, we'll have 125 minimum that launch, because it's such a buildup of like over the years of talking to great founders who are finally coming around. It's the right time for them now, and it's also because it's being accepted widely as a tool that you can concurrently use when you're doing a Reg D, when you're in an accelerator. Sometimes accelerators are tough, like you're pretty busy with those and can't do it at the same time. But so the market's like catching up to what we've built over the last 4 years.
I have a question. What makes you different from other crowdfunding platforms?
So the biggest one is curation and quality. So the first thing you want to look at when you see an investment platform is how selective are they. So other platforms in the industry take definitely a more true platform approach where they're screening for like fraud and bad actors, which is good for entrepreneurs that's where the only way that they can raise money. But we take a really different approach, really highly curated, real big focus on quality so that investors feel really confident about the opportunities and that entrepreneurs feel excited and proud of being on the platform. So that's one. Two is just industry expertise in our network. Like we have a really great team that has access to, we have like a partner network of like 200 investors, including VCs, that we try to get companies that have access to as well. And then, I think the product is probably the third thing. So If you take a look at our site, it's a really beautiful product. I can't take credit for it. We've got amazing designers, but for both founders doing the onboarding process and for investors making the investment, it's probably the best.
It's not like a here's the keys to the castle situation. We're very like white glove service. We'll take you through the process from beginning to end. You meet with team like experts at each of those like points throughout, and we're really ultimately at the end of the day looking. Yeah, we look at the founder. We want to have a good partner to work with because we do work with you closely. And not only, during, it's also after the campaign. There's a lot going on that you want us to be involved with, that we want you to be involved with. You're going to refer us deals. You're going to, maybe be a case study for us or something like that. So, like, we want to work with people that are actually good partners.
In any rare cases where people have significantly missed their sort of target, are there, now that you've gone through that, are there particular red flags you've learned from that? Like, were they bad at
it's mostly
helping
character
with the
stuff.
marketing? And,
So character stuff. We get a lot of people early, and now we've kind of filtered through this. That they would be shy. I mean, this is kind of a no shame game. You're out screaming on the mountaintop. You're basically wearing a trench coat and exposing yourself to people. So if you're not willing to do that, probably don't want to do a campaign. That's what we learned just from watching the people do that. They get cold feet and pull back, and they wouldn't like follow our process or take advantage of all these great things that we gave them access to. Those are the ones that fail.
Wow, awesome. Thank you so much for
Thanks.
It was really great.
Good round.
And if anyone has any further questions, this is where they can find you. Okay, great. Okay, let's take about 10-minute break, and then we'll start back up when Michael from Masterclass comes and gives us his growth workshop.
Yeah, do you know if it autoplays or not? Do you know if the video autoplays or if you have to click it? Do you just click and it plays? Yeah. That should be fine. And if not, I'll be over there as well, so I can always. Okay. Yeah, we'll implement each other. It's gonna be there's gonna be a couple exercises like 2 to 3 sentences throughout, and then probably 15 minutes of Q&A.
Let's not worry about the microphone. Basically, we're recording everything, so if it's just a shout out in the audience, it's fine. But if you're gonna really have a dialogue with folks, then we'll give them a microphone.
Yeah, we have 2 mics that will be running around. Okay. Yeah, I mean there will be some dialogue that you would. Yeah, that's fine. One thing I can always do is like I can repeat the question every time.
Perfect. Yeah, that's also great. Sometimes it's just Nick. All right, everybody. Charles, you ready to go? Cool. Okay, everyone, we are going to get started. I'm going to ask you to close your laptops for this. We're going to do a workshop thing, and really excited to have Michael from Masterclass come and teach this growth workshop. He did this for our jam session for our accelerator, and they've been raving ever since. So I managed to convince him to come back and do it for everybody here. So please, warm welcome for Michael.
Hey guys, how's it going? Can everyone hear me? Cool. I'm excited to be back here at a really great time at the jam session. I've been hearing amazing things about this group, and excited to share with you guys some stuff that we're doing at Masterclass that I think could benefit you all. So I call this a focused approach to growth. Figuring that you guys are, seed stage, prototype, going on Series A, it's incredibly important that you guys are just hyper-focused on what's going to grow the company. And I'm going to give you guys some really easy to implement strategies and approaches and frameworks to think about how to be really focused with that. And we'll be practicing some of those today. So you will be doing some work. Don't worry, I brought some little workbooks and some worksheets, so we're going to be getting into it. But what I do at Masterclass, I'm the growth product manager. So if you go to masterclass.com, I'm responsible for that experience and making it better, and ultimately convincing you to get Masterclass. Who here has heard of Masterclass before? Who has Masterclass? Okay, so like 5%. So that's my job, is to get the rest of you guys to buy. So tell me afterwards why you didn't buy, because I'd be very curious to do some user research and make the experience better for you. So this is just a quick video, just so you can see what Masterclass is, just to get a quick idea. If we can try playing it. Is there volume? Cool.
Special gift. Growing up, I was always the littlest guy on my team.
You have to know, I have gone through all of this, learned it all on my own. I know there's something I can pass on.
I could teach someone how to get from nothing to something.
I think that's the greatest thing any teacher could give a student, the confidence to make you think, well, it's crazy, but maybe I can do it.
We're going to talk about performing,
writing dialogue,
looking at one's own sound,
and how to better trust yourself.
It's the stuff I wish someone had told me a long time ago.
Everything I've learned, stolen, perfected, is laid bare across this masterclass. And the time is now for you to start your journey to find ways to get better. That's why we're all here.
I'm Christina Aguilera.
I'm Serena Williams.
I'm Martin Scorsese.
And this, and this, and this is my masterclass.
Boom, Masterclass. Cool, right? That's pretty sweet. Thanks. Yeah, our production team's pretty great. Wait, go back one. Cool. So who here understands what Masterclass is? A lot of you guys don't have Masterclass, right? Was that do you know what Masterclass is at the end of that, right? Not particularly. I mean, I wouldn't say so. It's tough, right? And so we have a similar problem even at Series D, to how do we take something that's really difficult and just be really focused in delivering that for people. So we have to practice a lot of really focused approach on the site to make sure we're attacking the right problems. But first, can I get a few song recommendations? We will be doing some workshops, so I'll put on some music. Any song recommendations going around? We need 3. Don't all jump at once. It's okay. We won't make fun of your... All right, yes. Aerosmith, Dream On. Love it. Okay, nice. Here, let me write this down. All right. Dream On. Oh, some T-Swift. Wait, Dream On by Aerosmith. What was the second one?
Put Your Money on Me, Arcade Fire.
Money on Me. And what's the T-Swift? Clever. No one's choosing any of the recent Grammy Award winners, huh? No Lizzo and Billie Eilish and fans. They got their 5 minutes. Yeah, they did. All right. Good choices. All right, so simple agenda. Want to start with just kind of building a problem first to start. Like, why should we care about being focused, and like, where do the common pitfalls that we've seen companies run into before that we can try to avoid by being more focused. Then we're going to evaluate some different, we're going to go through some frameworks and different ways to evaluate growth levers and how we can line that up back to our ultimate goal of focusing on growth. And then lastly, I'll give you guys some kind of stories and some different philosophies that we employ at Masterclass that I think are really effective as well. So, why teams fail? There's a lot of reasons. This is one. This is one of the studies from CB Insights, and these are just the top 5 reasons out of like 15. Kind of varies by whoever you ask, but what do you guys think? Like out of these, I'd say like there's these 3 that kind of have something in common. They can be prevented. What do you think that? What do you think that is? Like, what's the antidote to these 3 failure reasons? Hint, I've been saying it quite a few times already. What is it? Growth, yes. And refined products, yes. And also starts with an F word, it's fundraising, yes. And those are all underscored by focus, like I've been saying a little bit. So because if you can focus, and you can really drill down on why the product's not meeting the market, in some ways you can iterate on it. And you can get product market fit, you can market it in the right channels, and then you can get more fundraising so you don't run out of cash and you can outcompete your competitors, right? It's focus and speed. So that's why I think like a lot of the reasons why companies and products and teams fail is just trying to do too much at one time, right? And not being focused on what is going to solve product market fit, what's going to go the company to the next level so that you can get the next fundraising round, so you can continue paying your team and growing the team and outcompete anyone else that's coming up behind you. So, all right, has anyone read this book? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, nice. So this is a required read for Amazon C-Suite. Or I'm not sure if it still is, but it used to be. Really great book. You should read it if you haven't. And it's basically just about the concept of when you look at a company or like an organization in silos and you optimize those silos, it doesn't necessarily mean that the whole thing is like optimized when you look at it in full. Or it could like the throughput, it basically is not like matching even though each of the individual parts are optimized. And it argues that there's one singular goal for companies. Does anyone know what that might be? Not the people that have already read it. What's the goal? The goal of all companies is to... It's what? Survive? Survive, okay, yeah. Focus, yeah, okay, I like that. Yeah, nice, bringing up on the focus theme. Maximize shareholder value, yeah. So you're all circling around the concept of, at the end of the day, it's to make money, to survive, to make money, to focus, to maximize shareholder value. Those are all words for making money, right? Making revenue. Company culture, yes, absolutely. And so when we talk about focus, it's like focus on what? Should be the goal. The goal is to make money, right? So how do we create systems that make sure and optimize for and to make sure that all of our activities are focused on driving towards that goal, right? And so that's what I want to try to present you guys with, is some tools to kind of help ensure that and help it go along that path. I was talking with a buddy of mine the other day. He's in a YC just graduated company, and he was telling me like, oh, like their blog is really bad. Like, oh, we really have to focus, we really have to make it better. And I'm like, well, does their blog make you money? No. Well, then like, why do you care about it? Like, it doesn't matter. You know, don't even think about it. By contrast, like another friend of mine that's like a product leader at Indeed was like, I asked him what they've been doing to that's been really effective in the last year, and he said, we've started just focusing on one thing at a time only, like literally one thing. Like he said, for 2 weeks they just focused on this one thing, and then the next 2 weeks they do another one thing. And my mind was just like blown. I was like, man, if I can get to that level, that would be ideal. But just think about that. Company is big, you know, someone like at a company as big as Indeed, just focusing on one thing every 2 weeks. The power of that, and then the efficiency gains of not having like basically switching costs when you go in between things, and like your brain just doesn't function that way. It doesn't multitask. So there's a lot of things that we could focus on, right? There's a lot of growth levers. There's content, SEO blog community, viral, things like referrals, partnerships, paid, this traditional, what you see, monetization, site conversion, pricing, packaging, retention, and new markets expansion. There might be some other ones in there, but these are like some of the key ones that we can think about, right? You're a new company. Which of these should we be placing our resources in, right? Because your resources are really precious, and you have finite amount of them, and we can't do all of these, right? So how do we know which ones to do? And where I find that like the most common pitfall between determining which of these to do and actually like executing is typically just like not putting in the effort to like do these exercises that we're about to do. And so what I want to impress upon you is that it's really not that hard to do these exercises that we're about to do. In fact, we're going to do a good amount today. But there's a lot of things that you wouldn't like. I call it like the concept of not blindly investing in something, right? It's probably one of the most important things that you could think about at your stage, or really kind of any stage through Series D, Series E, is where you're putting your resources. And it's so important, but it's a weird, it's weird how it's so important, but yet we don't really do the diligence to like know that, like feel confident in where we're placing those resources. And you think about things that you wouldn't blindly invest in, like I think about stocks, right? Like if you make like if you're gonna do like a big purchase of a stock or like a house, you're gonna want to know like how that house is going to appreciate. You know, how's the school district going to be for a stock? Like, how is that company planning to grow, right? Or a new job, you want to do a lot of diligence on that, right? These are big investments. I think about Billions, if you guys know that show. Yes. Yeah. So this is kind of a common question where it's like, oh yeah, you're very like risk exposed, and you could say in one growth lever, which I think it does depend on like the growth tactic or the lever itself, right? Like paid is one thing I hear a lot. It's like, oh, like we're so invested in Facebook. What happens if they change their algorithm, right? That's like one you hear a lot. But I think it's about risk tolerance. I think that's okay to some certain extent. It's something that you should plan for. But what I've also seen is that you can go the other way, where you try to diversify your growth tactics, and it ends up eating away a lot of your time. And if you spend that same time just doubling down on Facebook, let's just say, you would have your efficiency gains and your other gains there would have outweighed any sort of algorithm change that they did. So I think, this is me personally, not speaking for investors, I think it's a distraction to try to go around that tactic. But I think that you should have basically like a contingency plan, you know, or like have things in your back pocket, but only when it's that time to start investing in those other channels. And so I think about like, how do we become not uncertain? If you guys know the show Billions, there's like Dollar Bill, and he goes to great lengths. He goes and does like illegal things to go and make sure that this company is going to grow or do whatever they think it's going to do. And so I'm not saying we should do illegal things, but we should at least do the homework that we would do for some of these other kind of big decisions. So I'm going to introduce you guys to a very simple scoring methodology. Who's familiar with like the ICE method? ICE. No one? Really? Oh man, okay, well this is gonna be great, yeah. Or RICE, some people call it the RICE method. So ICE stands for impact, confidence, and effort. Impact, confidence, and effort. RICE just has a reach before it. It's reach, because some tactics don't reach all people. This is a scoring method traditionally used in conversion optimization, but it's really applicable across anything that you could do. Impact, confidence, and effort. And I actually made this nice little diagram for a purpose, because this is how I think about ICE, which is its impact over effort, and everything is underscored by how confident you are in that scoring, right? Because what you ultimately want to be optimizing for is how much impact, in this case, if we're going after the goal of revenue, how much revenue impact are we going to have per effort of time spent? If you're doing that, then and you know, you're talking about investors and you're optimizing for like your revenue growth, like that's what's going to get you the next round. If you have like a really diligent, disciplined program around this optimization. What I see where people sometimes tend to fail in this scoring is only thinking about the impact and not about how much effort it will take to get that impact, or underestimating how much effort it will take on any one initiative. And then a lot of times people just don't even consider confidence. And what happens there is it opens us up to a lot of personal bias in our own ideas, when there might not be a whole lot of data or supporting evidence to suggest that a particular tactic will be successful. And so by making sure that in our scoring method we consider effort and confidence, it'll keep us honest and accountable to making sure that we're considering those things and optimizing for the greatest impact per effort spent. Because again, your time is finite, and your team's time is valuable and finite as well. So let's dig into those a little bit. Confidence. Here are some different sources of where ideas can come from. These are some of the ones that we could think about. You all are probably most familiar with like brainstorming, right? And that's just one source. There's a lot of other sources. There's the users, there's comparables, there's data. And the reason why I put this up here is because there's different levels of confidence with different idea sources, right? So when I think about confidence, what comes to my mind is data plus relevancy. So for instance, I could see a tactic worked for, let's say, Dropbox or something like that. And so that's an established company. You know, I'm sure that they've tested it out. And so I'm fairly confident in that approach. Is Dropbox relevant for Masterclass? Like maybe, maybe not, compared to like a Netflix or a Skillshare or TED or something like that. So we have to think about those things. And to be honest, from my standpoint, like brainstorming is one of the least confident ones because it's coming from my brain. I don't like to come up with ideas. So we steal a lot of things, you know, or we look at prior experiments, or particularly talk to our users. So some examples for Masterclass, like we'll do full teardowns, right, of other competitors. We have like 20 competitors that we look at in 3 different kind of vertical categories between like entertainment and education and consumer products. We do full teardowns. I will send out emails and I will like survey like my subject matter experts in my network that I know that are good in these different subjects, and I'll say, hey, I'll give you free all access pass if you give me some of your time and like give me some bullets of feedback, right? We'll run polls on this site and just ask people straight up, like, which of these would be most valuable for your experience with Masterclass? What's important for your decision to buy? But you can see like none of those are brainstorming. Those all have different levels of confidence, right? And we think about them differently. So then looking at impact over effort, impact is simply estimated effect on the target metric. And the target metric should be like a revenue metric, so it should really be like kind of a, we just do like revenue per site visitor, so like that's our conversion metric. But you don't want it to be like too small of a metric. It has to be a metric that you can compare against other initiatives, right? You know, so typically that's like a revenue metric, or dollars per subscriber, or dollars per customer, things like that, average order value. Effort is estimated person weeks of time. So, and this could be different based on your guys' different companies, but like, let's just say if we're working on something for the site, and I'm, might just estimate that it's gonna take like three engineer weeks worth of time, All right, so gonna pause right there real quick and just open up for any quick questions before we move on to growth levers about the scoring and everything else that we've gone around so far. Or it's just explained so well that there's no questions. Okay. It's an interesting question. Do you have any examples? Secret growth levers? Tell me. I'm curious. Secret sauce of growth. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, this is a really interesting question. It's one that I think has been purveyed by like a lot of the case studies that you get with like these growth hacks, from like Airbnb and Dropbox and some of these other ones. And I am actually not a believer in that personally, because my philosophy is that there's no such thing as a silver bullet, or most times there is no silver bullet for your business. The chances is that the growth tactics will be similar to a lot of other businesses, and there is no secret sauce. So I think inherently taking that approach can set you up for potential failure, and also distraction. I think about like Google's moonshot programs, right? Where they have like these ones that they're kind of like these innovative ideas that they think could be the future, or that are like, in a way is like could be their secret sauce in the future. But that's like a very small percentage of their investment. And so you think about like a kind of like where you're investing, like how risky are your investments? And that's totally fine if you want to go after a secret sauce. But I would say that should be like a 10% of your resource investment, because it's just that risky. It's like Bitcoin, should I put 100% of my like, investments in Bitcoin? Probably not, because that's maybe really risky. I want to have about 60 to 70% in things that I feel pretty good about. Any other questions?
Yeah, having gone through this for years now, what's been your biggest surprise, and then what's like the best channel for you guys that you've come to learn over the years?
Biggest surprise. There's been so many. I've been wrong so many times, and right sometimes. I think that's basically. I think that's the main crux of my biggest surprise, is that you just don't know what you don't know. My biggest surprise has been all the things that I thought was going to be a big success and then weren't. And so you could say that over time of doing this for a number of years, I've become humbled in my own opinion, and you can kind of see that coming through in terms of like how I source my ideas, right? So I guess you could say the biggest surprise is that I'm not as smart as I thought I was. What's been the greatest thing for us or our channels? Interesting. I mean, like even at Series D, we're at like 220 people. Like we're still figuring out our channels. Like you never stop. But our best channel has been like traditional, right? Like paid marketing. That's what it's always going to be. Facebook, YouTube. Those are the big guys. But I focus on the website, and I gotta say, we have been crushing it on the site. When you think about when you look at a lot of these other growth channels, it's only like a small percentage of people that it reaches, or like Facebook might be 50% of your total like incoming conversions if you're a consumer company. But the site touches all those people, and so one win on the website, one conversion win translates directly to revenue. In a lot of cases, or like one win on like the checkout flow can translate directly to revenue. It can be small, so I think the website is pretty huge for us. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Second, I find it interesting that your biggest growth lever currently, or your fast channel, is still Facebook. You got me over Instagram. I mean, Instagram is pretty good at doing that.
Yeah.
But you have so many famous people. I mean, that's basically what you're selling. Can you not leverage them? Can you not leverage Gordon Ramsay or Bob Iger, to do something?
And we do that, yeah. It's a little bit touchy because they have their own brand, right? And so they are so famous that they have whole teams behind them, and so they're not going to give us the keys. Some of them do give us the keys. They say, hey, we'll give you like advertiser access to our Instagram, and that's great. It still is never going to beat out the volume that just direct advertising through Instagram and Facebook can do for us, and YouTube. So yeah, Facebook. I mean, we had the same question, I think, about diversifying our growth channels too. And people are like, like we're too reliant on Facebook and Instagram. We gotta figure out, and we've gone on conquest to figure out podcasts, and we've gone on conquest to figure out TV. End of the day, those might add up to another 5 to 10%, and that's good. It helps de-risk us a little bit. It's good that we have those in our back pocket, you could say, but it's never gonna displace. So I'm not sure if I answered your question there. Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, Michael. Could you just repeat the question?
Yes. Good point. Thank you. So the question is, what happens when you see another competitor and they're doing a tactic, and they might be stealing customers away from you? How do you respond to that? And do you want to start doing that tactic? So it depends on how established that competitor is. If it's an established competitor, I think of them differently than a challenger company, because they might still be figuring it out, and what you're seeing them do might not actually be working. They might be trying it out. So how confident are you in that it's really working for them, or maybe they're even losing money on it? So I think about that differently. And in general, a lot of investors have always said, that I've spoken with have always said, don't be focused on your competitors, just be focused on what you're good at, what you do really well. Know your customers, know your growth strategies. Look at them, sure. Look at established competitors probably more, or alternatives, and just kind of focus on execution. Yeah. Any questions about the ICE scoring method and stuff like that? I do want to do some more general questions too, but we'll save some time for that at the end as well.
How has your impact and effort changed over the years as your marketing budget continued to grow?
Okay, so the question is, how has our impact over effort changed over the years as we've grown in our marketing budget? So actually, I have a slide on this at the end, but they do change over time. In general, the way that impact changes over time in any one particular tactic is that it starts out high with quick wins, and then it levels out as you optimize. So after some specific tactic becomes fully optimized, it levels out significantly. And so for Facebook, a 1% increase to conversion is like a big deal. For us, our threshold is like a 10 to 15%, or increase or something like that, or a 5% is like our lowest. Effort is another interesting one. If you look at places like Airbnb, they run like one experiment per week per engineer on their site, right? And they've got a fully optimized process. I think that the effort decreases significantly after you have established the right processes. Yeah. Depends on what the effort is and what your business is, though. For us, if we're talking about engineer effort, I can tell you that right now, our systems and our tools aren't set up enough to make us fast enough. I know that after we make some of these certain changes, we're going to be able to run at a experiment velocity 1.5 times more than we are right now, right? But that's a good question, because those type of things are things that we look at every quarter and we say, how can we decrease our effort per experiment? How can we increase our win rate on any one experiment? How can we increase our lift per win that we get using like data analysis and things like that? So that's exactly the right way to be thinking about it. Yes. I'm not sure I quite understood that. Can you say it one more time?
You have marketing costs, your Facebook ads, what have you, but there's a huge, to me, your marketing is in the actual content. It's like there's huge marketing value, thank you, in just the pictures of the people that do your classes. And do you consider that part of the marketing effort? Or is that's just your content and that's separate from the marketing?
Yeah, we have been working a lot more. So the question is, Masterclass has our content, which is very compelling, and it has a lot of instructors, and that's a whole production team. And we also have our marketing teams. How do we think about those? Are they different? Are they separate? We have a very close partnership between marketing and content. So there's just a feedback loop there. And so they say, hey, we want to test this. We put in a bunch of requests for assets at the beginning of the quarter and to help fuel our roadmap for that quarter. And then when we get the results back, we make sure that those results are shared amongst the content people as well, so that everyone's learning and saying, okay, this content works better than another piece of content. But that's kind of a partnership. And it can be very easy, I think, to not have that feedback loop, Hope that answered your question. I'm not sure if it did. Yes.
Is it correct to understand that website optimization and improvements is excluded from ICE and from having to go through that process because it helps with everything? Is that what you were saying, that you still manage the website optimization?
Yeah, I think what I was saying is that ICE is a scoring method that's traditionally used for website optimization, but really can be used across any tactic. We don't exclude website optimization from ICE scoring. Yeah. Is that?
But it sounds like there's a prioritization happening in the company.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that website optimizations is excluded from being prioritized out of top priority because it helps with everything?
Oh, no. Everything is considered there. So website optimization falls underneath the monetization growth lever, which is conversion, pricing, and packaging. Cool. So we'll definitely have some more time for questions. Want to just kind of move forward. We have some cool exercises and stuff. But definitely write down your questions, and we'll spend some more time as we go through. Growth levers. So let's talk about scoring. So this is like an example of how we might score growth levers, right? These are just a 1 through 4 scoring, basically. And the next piece I want to introduce in this is the concept of do, double down, invest in quick wins, and don't do, right? A lot of people don't think about these other two categories of investing in quick wins and don't do, specifically the don't do one. Again, this goes back to the focus thing. It should be celebrated, these things that you're not going to do. And oh, great, I don't have to even think about these. So what we're going to do is, through this session, we're going to try to make this for your business, and we're going to look to validate these scorings, because this is just one scoring. I can score these wherever I want. How do we become confident? How do we become certain that this is the right scoring? So we'll drill down into these, and we'll back them up with hypotheses, basically, and specific things that we can do. So what I want us to do is I brought us some nifty handouts. I'm going to hand them out. And what I want us all to do is turn to someone to your right or left, pick a partner. This is going to be a partner exercise. We're going to do some role playing. And when I hand out these papers, and you guys can pick between a 1 and a 2. So someone choose the 1, some choose the 2. And we're going to just go through and grade these for your business. And then what we're going to do is that we're going to see how we can then use this type of grading in a conversation with, let's just say, someone else on your executive team or your co-founder or down the line, and how it could be used in that as that communication tool. Sound good? Okay, a couple other things about this scoring. It's relative. So it's not about like how much is a unit of effort. You want to grade them relative to each other. So if one's a 4, then the 3 should be like less than that one, right? And you can X or check or whatever you want to fill these out. But it doesn't have to be exact. It's not about is it right or wrong. It's about just kind of ranking them relative to each other. And then at the end, you'll basically have a recommendation for to go forward for that tactic. Whether it's double down, which is a maximum of 2 things, invest in quick wins, which is kind of like explore, evaluate, which is a maximum of, I think, 2. And then we want to have 3 that we're just saying we're not doing. Does that make sense? Any questions before I start handing out stuff? Yes. So the down means we're not doing it, or that means to double down? That's a good question, yeah. Well, yeah, it could be whatever one you want. You know, you can make it work for you, but I traditionally do the down as don't do. Up is good, thumbs down is thumbs down. But you can double down with the down if you want. Any other questions?
So if you're, the levers or metrics, if you will, feel very focused on e-commerce, which right now I'm actually selling most of my product through a partner's channel.
Mm-hmm.
DTC is later, so it's kind of hard to think about how to fill that out.
Sure.
When you're not doing the traditional e-commerce levers.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a little consumer focused. Do you have the partnerships one here? Is what I'd say is like affiliates. If you want to, you can cross one out and put a different one in there if there's different ones that work for your business. Totally want to make this work for you guys. This is kind of the ones that I'm most familiar with, but feel free to modify it however you want.
So would you include something like additional brick and mortar or something like that?
Additional brick and mortar. Like expansion, like geographic expansion. Yeah, I would put that in like new markets. But again, you can modify these however you want to. And if you have any questions as we're going around doing this, I'll be available for questions so we can talk about what ones might go on there. Any other questions before we get started? All right, I'm gonna hand these out, and then I'm gonna put on some Aerosmith. Remember, pick your partner, choose a 1 or a 2, and then fill these out. We'll take about 3 minutes. All right, guys. Hey, listen up for 1 second. Hey. All right. So there's still 3 more questions about this. So we're just going to fill it out, each of us individually. Everyone gets their own sheet, just the first sheet. There's a couple other sheets in there. That's for in the future. So don't worry about those. We're just going to fill out just this first sheet just by ourselves for our company, or whatever company you're at. And the 1 is low, the 4 is high. So 1 on impact or resource, 1 on revenue and opportunity would be low revenue. Same thing with effort, same thing with confidence. And then we give the recommendation, and then I'll give us more instruction about how to have a conversation with our partners once everyone's done doing their own grading after about like 3 or 4 minutes. Any other questions? The question is, what about immediate revenue versus later revenue? I think about this in whatever time frame you think is most appropriate for your business. We do it on like a quarter time frame. That being said, like SEO and some of these ones can take a while, so you could think about it in a year. What's important is that we're just thinking about them relative to each other. So if you're doing it in one time frame, you're kind of evaluating all of them in that time frame, because it's a comparison tool. Any other questions? All right, I'll be traveling around, so just raise your hand if you need a question. I'll come over to you. Going. All right. Hope everyone's gotten their sheet done. Thanks for everyone for being flexible on it. I know there's some differences for people's different businesses and all that. We're going to do the second part of this exercise, which is to just do a little role play with your partner. So, and again, just if those categories didn't work for your business, that's totally fine. You can change them or cross them out. It doesn't have to be 3 down arrows if you had to cross them out. But the important piece about this exercise is that we do the steps of like forcing ourselves to compare things. I had some people say, like, oh, it's kind of tough because we kind of need to be doing all of these things, or like at least investigating them, right? Things like that. That's exactly what this exercise is about. It's like forcing us to make those decisions. What did people notice? Like, what was tough about it, aside from the fact if the categories didn't work for your business specifically? What was tough about it, and what was easy about it, or what surprised you? Yes. It was almost impossible to decide to down something. Exactly. Yeah, totally. It's tough, but that's your like it's like a human brain. You kind of want to do everything, especially in startup. You're passionate. You want to grow it, right? Exactly. Yeah, so she's saying we know it's important for a business, but some things might be more important, and these might be second to those other things. That's exactly what this exercise is about. And maybe these other things are important like at a later stage in time, right? Can we, we think about things like internationalization, like that's going to be a big effort for us to translate all our stuff, right? Like we know that that's going to be a big part of our business, but do we need to be thinking about it right now, or can we think about it like a year from now? Yes. There you go. Exactly. So just to kind of close the loop on that, I think that's interesting that you actually see a lot in like content and SEO where you might think that like the revenue opportunity is going to be really high, and then you think effort's going to be maybe like a 2 out of 4, but it ends up being a 4 out of 4. And so your confidence probably was like a 3, but then after that, okay, or like you probably thought your confidence was a 3, but it really should have been maybe like a 1 or something like that. And then you found out. Now you're more confident in it, but now you also know that the resource requirements are way higher and the revenue opportunity is probably lower than you initially thought. And so you can be changing these gradings around. These aren't static, right? And as your business evolves, you can change these and reevaluate mid-quarter and beginning of the next quarter, annual, whatever you want. Any other observations? Yes. Oh, yeah, sorry. So, let's be honest here. The question is, if something changes like mid-quarter and we need to like prioritize something higher, how do we then kind of adjust and deprioritize something else? Is that kind of the question? I think it's got to be like an executive decision, right? Where you should look at this, whatever cadence works for you guys and your team, and if something needs to take priority that wasn't a priority before or needs to increase, then those resources have to come from somewhere else. So the good thing about this exercise is like this enables like that conversation where we say, okay, we want to prioritize this thing. What's got to take a lower priority to this now, and where can we get those resources to move over? I hope that answered your question. Yes. Absolutely. Great points. One other thing I call out is like, if something has a confidence of like 1, then for me, that's a signal that like we shouldn't really be investing in it. Like we should be investing in getting more confident in it. If something's a confidence of 1, that's pretty risky, you know? Chances are that, I mean, you definitely don't want more than, you know, and you don't want to be putting a whole lot of resources behind that. And so that's usually a signal to say, okay, how can we do some more research? How can we talk with some people, subject experts, look at competitors to get a little more confident before we put resources behind this. Quick time check. What are we at? 3:35. Okay, so I got about 30 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to skip the role play, but we'll do another role play section. One last question?
I guess it was just an insight.
Okay, yeah.
Just one thing I wanted to add was, as we were going through, I just noticed as I was like talking about retention, I was realizing that there was like a dependency on for like virality, where I was like less confident in the virality thing. I was like, what I'm investing in for retention, somebody is more likely to refer when they've had that really good first experience. And so
Yep.
I thought it was interesting to see that in the relationships between categories, and that I was able to like up one as like this is step 1, and this one comes after.
Yeah. Absolutely. So it's just talking about the kind of interdependencies between and relationships between these different growth levers. There are, in a lot of ways, really connected. And in fact, what you're talking about is a little bit of what I've gone into some other talks, which is like a growth model, which is where you look at the growth levers and you actually connect them with equations, and you actually show like how the different metrics are related to each other, so that you can quantifiably show like how much increasing one lever will result in revenue or an impact on another lever. A couple related ones are like site conversion. If you have e-commerce or consumer site, and like paid, you know, if paid changes their spend, I'm gonna get lower quality, which means conversion is gonna go down. So a lot of them are really affected in a lot of different ways. So we're gonna skip the this first role play section just in the interest of time. But what you would have done, you would have role play with your partner as if they're like another executive in the room. Let's just say it's, you know, co-founder or something like that. And a common conversation that this can help with is, you know, you're having a conversation and the other person thinks that this other thing should be like you should double down on, right? And you think it's like ones that you shouldn't do, you know. But this gives you, you know, let's just say you're pitching this strategy in, you know, quarterly planning or yearly planning or something like that, and you say you should double down on this one, we shouldn't do this one. Someone stands up and they say, well, hold on, I think we should do this one. You know, well, like why? Now, this gives you that form and that medium to talk about, you know, why do you think we should invest in this one? Is it because you think that there's going to be more revenue? Or is it because you think it'll be like less effort, you know, resources? Or are you just more confident and you have some information that we didn't know about, right? It's all about communication, because if you don't have this same framework and the same language to talk about, you're kind of just speaking totally different languages. So how do you reconcile those differences of opinion, right? And that's one of the biggest takeaways for this, I think, is not only for your own personal focus, but also like as a group and as a team, having that shared language to determine what you're going to focus on. Cool. So moving on. We have levers. Levers is just one part of the equation. This is the very top part of the temple. You also have initiatives. And then you also have tactics. Not to make this too complicated for y'all, but again, kind of similar to levers, like these can take whatever form that works best for your business. Initiatives could be however you want to group them that makes the most sense for you. Tactics are just like specific things you'll do to further that initiative. And we'll go into like what some examples of this could be. But they have different purposes. And so what we just did with the levers is good for like exec resourcing. That's good for quarterly planning, yearly planning, these kind of conversations where we're talking about kind of longer term vision. Where should we put our resources behind? I find initiatives are best. The conversation around scoring initiatives is best for kind of quarterly planning within your team if you have a specific ownership of the team or the company. And tactics is more like road planning. Like this is like specifically what we're going to do day to day and in what order we're going to do them. So let's talk about the next one, initiatives. there's a few ways you can organize it, like I mentioned. I'll just put up a couple ways just to think about. But really, again, just be thinking about what makes the most sense for your business. You can organize by stages. And here are some breakdowns for consumer companies that you might see, like stages organized for these different growth levers. These aren't like definitive. These are some frameworks. I think they're ripped from some Andrew Chen growth thing. But within a growth lever, we could organize by these stages, right? We could say, okay, we think we can affect people's click-through rate on an ad or something like that, right? So this is kind of like that stage of from ad to site, or from lead in like a B2B business to qualified lead to contract, etc. You can also organize by metrics, and these can align to stage and they cannot. These are some examples of metrics in these different, like kind of the core metric in each of these different growth levers. You can break them down further, again, whatever works the best for your business. The nice thing about the metrics, like we were just talking about with like the growth model, is like when you organize by metrics, it kind of, you can relate them to each other. You can do things like CAC over LTV, revenue. But what we're going to try to do is that we're just going to try to say, okay, like within a growth lever, let's just say partnerships, or let's just say affiliates. How would we then organize the different categories of things that we could do within that? Just breaking it down one level. An example of something we do in Masterclass is that I do with like people on my team, and also like with the C-suite, is have multiple people grade something. So these are like more, these are kind of like initiatives, you could say, for us. And just as an example, and I'll go through and grade them on ICE scoring, and then I'll have someone else go through and grade them, and then we compare. So just kind of similarly, like I said, that you might have like a discussion in an exec meeting about, hey, why do you think that this impact should be higher? We actually do that. We both grade it, and then we look at, hey, which ones did you think should be higher? Which ones did I think that should be higher? And let's just talk about those. And then after each one, after we've had a chance to kind of say why I think it should be higher or the other person, we have a chance to then rescore our scoring. We can kind of reconcile, or we can say, hey, no, actually, I'm going to stay at this grade, and I feel good with this. And then we take the average of those scores, and that's kind of a good takeaway. But again, this is all just communication. And so we know, like we come out with it and we say our average, or like, well, these are our differences, but then we'll take the average and we'll say, okay, like, yeah, these are the things that we're not going to do. Right, so similarly, we'll say this is what we're not going to do. This is like things we're going to double down on right away. Just an example of using it for communication. So, exercise number 2. And hopefully this will be a little bit clearer since we're not going to use those growth levers specifically. But I want to just do something similar. We don't need to spend a whole lot of time with it, but just we want to pick like how you would break them down with initiatives, like whether it's categories, whether it's by metrics, by stages. Break it down into 3 or 4 initiatives or so. Could be more, could be less. And we're just going to give a grading to them. I changed this grading up a little bit. This is how we do some of our grading. When you get down a little bit lower, it's helpful to like have it not be as like 1 through 4-esque. It's helpful to have it be like more real, like numbers, like effort. For instance, like I mentioned, is like weeks of effort per person. Like one person, this is like a 1 would be 1 person, 1 week of time for this initiative. When you get down to the tactic level, but really just scale it for however works for you. It could be like 1 could be 1 month worth of 1 person's time. Again, what's important is that it's all relative. So if you give one thing a 1, then this other initiative that's a 2 is kind of like double the effort, right? And then we would do a score that comes out of that, and then similar we can do the investment. We do confidence with like 50%, 75%, 9%, because that's kind of like it's a little bit of like a declining scale. And we're never 100% confident in any one thing, so that's kind of the concept there. But before we dive into this, and I'm hoping it should be a little bit easier than the last one, is there any questions, thoughts before we spend about 3-5 minutes? Yes? Yeah, exactly. That's an example of organizing by metric, increased average order value. You could do, like for us, for like our website, for instance, we organize by surface areas. We have like our homepage, we have our class page, we have the checkout flow, and each of those we feel different like levels of confidence in how much we can get from them. Yes. Yes, thank you. Okay, so let's take our class pages, for instance, on Masterclass site, where we have like that's like one of our classes. They all have their own page, right? So that's like an initiative would be like improve our class page conversion. Okay, so we're organizing by surface area, and we would say that for impact, because about 80%, let's say 80% of our traffic goes to our class pages relative to our home page. We feel that improvements to the class page could have significantly high impact relative to another initiative that we put on here, which is improve homepage conversion, right? So we're going to give that impact a 5, and we're going to give homepage conversion a 3, all right? And then we also have checkout flow, and we put that as a 4 because all traffic goes through the checkout flow, and we have optimized it somewhat, but we haven't optimized it fully. So that's why we feel like it's a 4. For effort on the class pages, we know that the class pages relative to our checkout flow is easier for us to work on because it doesn't involve payments and things like that. And so we give that a 2 relative to the checkout flow at a 3. And confidence, we've done a lot of testing on the class page already, and we've seen a lot of wins. And so we have generated some themes and things that like we know we can continue to test on these pages and continue to get wins on. And so if we had done none of this testing, or if we didn't have like good, strong ideas in our backlog that were like vetted by other comparables, we would maybe put it at 50% confidence, but instead we're going to put it at a 90% because we have done that testing. We feel confident with it. We built muscle around it. So for us, that'd be a double down rating for our class page. The score? I'd have to do some calculations on that, but so impact, yeah. So impact times confidence, impact times confidence divided by effort. Sorry, it's at the top there. Yeah. Any other questions? All right. Yes, I'll get you another paper. And again, just to reiterate, the focus isn't to be 100% right. Just kind of the focus is just to kind of go through the exercise of how would you potentially organize it? How might the scoring be? It doesn't have to be like right or wrong. Just going through that mental process of just doing the scoring and doing the organizing, I think is the most important takeaway from this. So I'll be available for questions, and I will put on some Arcade Fire. How we doing? Yeah, still working. I'm going to cut us a little short on this exercise just because we are a little short on time, and I want to get through a little bit of the last part, which would be really great. Real quick, any observations, thoughts? What was easy? What was tough on this one? Is it a little bit easier the second time going through this? Any thoughts? Yes. Not everything has a 5 impact. Yeah. How did you decide which ones weren't a 5? Yeah. Nice. How did you organize yours? How did people choose to organize theirs? Yeah. Growing customers, reducing churn. Cool. Yeah. Great. Any other observations? Should be kind of similar to the last one. And the way that we'll use this, like I said, and what we would have done if we had a little more time is work with your partner and have them challenge like one of your gradings. So we would have looked at like impact, and they would have said, hey, I think this is actually a 3 instead of a 5, and just have that discussion. And again, the point is that it should just make that discussion like easier, and it has a specific topic to talk about. So it's not like I just think this one should be like higher. Like how do you have that conversation? Well, it's like why? And again, this one should be similar the same way. Like I showed you that one that we had before. Like we look at some of these and we're like, hey, we're not doing the bottom half of these in this quarter. There's just no way we could, right? Cool. Yes. So for my team specifically, we have like a research repository. It's like this big deck with all the research we've done. And so every quarter before we start, we go through it in its entirety, and everyone helps contribute like to the data so that we are all coming from like the same data foundation. That being said, in like that kind of conversation with like one other person, sometimes and most times actually, that you have different data, whether it's expertise or some data that you've seen before and some other thing that you've done either at that company or previous company. And so that's actually the point of the conversation, is to like bring that forward in that conversation. So if you're having a conversation with another person, another co-founder, or potentially this is a good for conversation for like quarterly planning between like yourself, if you're the CEO, and like the VP of growth or whatever it is, to say like, hey, like this is the plan and this is why. But it brings that expertise forward. It's kind of like if anyone's like in product and you do like sprint planning and things like that, you do poker planning. It's like, okay, we kind of get our shared brain think out there, and it helps make us all stronger in our approach. Yes. Yeah. 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 So the question is, how should we incorporate this process into our company if we're hiring new people, or we don't necessarily do this right now? How should we bring that in? So I think one of the reasons why I try to make this like simplified down is so that you can really, doesn't really matter what your process is that you come in with. I think this is applicable across the board. It's a simple scoring method. The way I would go about like bringing it into your respective companies would be to kind of pilot it first, right? Just like do it within kind of your ownership, see how it works, and kind of maybe develop out a little bit or change it and to make it work best for you. And then say, hey guys, I've been doing this method. I think it really helps us focus down. can we try like a quarterly planning, like doing something like this, or maybe try that with your team, see how it works for you. So it does take a little bit of time, but I think it's definitely worthwhile. And as you can see, we just did this. It's been an hour and a half, or coming up on an hour and a half, and we already made a lot of progress. It doesn't have to take that much time, because that's the thing. It's like if the process takes a lot of time, then that's a totally different story. Cool. So we got 5 minutes or so left. I'm going to go a little bit over. I'm going to skip over some things, but you can do the same thing for like specific tactics. And what that allows you to do is it actually helps you validate like that initiative and like really understand, okay, all these things that I'm going to do, what is like my average score for those things. So this might be a little bit down in the weeds, but again, I mean, I'll do this scoring in like a day. I'll spend a day doing this. It's one of the most valuable uses of my time I could do. And then you end up with like we kind of been building up to, really a unified strategy that is, like I mentioned, directed towards that goal of making revenue, right? But it's all coming down from that chain of being focused on making money, which of these levers is going to make you money, and then having the hypotheses and specific things you're going to do to back that up, and that gives you that confidence that that is the right scoring. Yes? High score is the best. That means it's, well, because impact over effort divided by effort, so that should be meaning that it's high impact, low effort, high confidence.
How do you go back looking to like what worked in terms of the impact that you really get, and then how do you get back into the decision-making process? Each time you're looking at the same thing,
one of the things we try to do is kind of like on the initiative level, which is try to organize it into like themes. So we try to improve or disprove a theme. An example of that for Masterclass would be like, we think we can use video and like use our content basically to drive conversion on the website. And so we'll do a number of different tests to try to validate that. And then at the end of the quarter, we look back and we say, hey, like, I assemble all the different things, all the results, and we say, hey, like, do we feel like we proved or disproved it? Like, what are our learnings? And then additionally, for every learning that we get, we like document it in the same format in like a one slider. We share it out to the whole company. Say, hey, like, this is the one line like learning that you could get from this. So yeah, I think it's documentation, communication, doing the due diligence, both for every experiment, everything you do, and then also summing it up at the end. And we use themes to kind of help organize that learning to make sure that kind of like, otherwise it's like all over the place. We don't really know what we learned. Cool. So with just a couple minutes, I'm going to skip over the last part, but I'll just kind of, well, hold on. We'll come back to that. So I think you were mentioning this earlier, which is, how does impact over effort change over time? And so just to give you a picture of like where this can go in the future, we did a pretty simple like ICE scoring method, but you can get really scientific with it. And we like know our specific metrics. We know per hour effort of our time, like this is how much impact we're going to get to this metric, right? So we think about things like average lift per win, or per thing we do that's a winner, successful winner. So for us, I'm talking about like site conversion, so it might not make sense for exactly for your business, but when I say a win, that means like that we tested something that worked, and so we're going to implement it. It improved this metric, and so we want to know per thing that we win, how much did it improve that metric? And like I mentioned, that metric might start high as you have quick wins, and then as you optimize, it declines and it levels out, and you fully optimize that tactic. And you typically would improve that with like advanced data analysis, because you want to find specific like nuggets of things that like break past this, or like that you hadn't known about before. Then you have things like test win rate, or things that you do, like how many per things that you try, how many times do you end up with something that like improves that metric? This is typically improved by like your backlog size and your quality. Like, are you getting a lot of ideas from trustworthy sources that you're confident in, from comparables, from users, from things like that? That's what's going to determine like what percentage of the things that you do end up being something that improves the metric. And then lastly, things like testing velocity. This is things that can be improved with processes, the way you structure your teams, your tools as well, how you're testing things. Are you testing things in a way that's fast, that can be done in like a week? So these are all metrics that like we know for our team, it really works really well for conversion, but really it can be done across any growth lever. And it can be just like clockwork. We just focus on making our test velocity faster, our win rate higher, and our lift per win higher. And it's just like clockwork. And we just have a good backlog, and then we just execute, right? So that's just kind of like a picture of like how scientific you can get with it. And then at the end of it, we say, then we report back on that like for the quarter. We say, hey, this is how many tests we ran with this many people. This is our average lift per win, and we just focus on like improving those health metrics. I won't go through this part, but I will post my deck on my website. It's MikeCrunch.com. It's like TechCrunch, but it's MikeCrunch. But just some philosophies at the end of it. The kind of the 5 growth philosophies that I employ. Check it out on the website. Connect with me. Stay after if you have any more questions. And thanks for joining. We don't use it at Masterclass, but I have done work with Next Level for marketing advertising. Okay. What are you curious about? Just like why that's a good advertising channel?
Yeah, we kind of like found a way to screen for tutoring leads, which is over 90%.
It's tough. They make it really. They don't make it easy.
Yeah, yeah. We kind of found ways to. I think now we're kind of set. So I guess 2 things that we'll talk about emails.
pole position side. Here's a clicker, green button advances. You good? Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you again. Hopefully you all got some of those awesome cookies that are out in the lobby there to fuel you through this last session of the event. So who knows what today is? It's a really special day. Anybody? The clue is on the is on the screen. Today is Global Data Privacy Day, which is a event celebrated or observed in the U.S., Canada, Israel, and I think something like 45 or 50 European countries. In any case, it's a perfect opportunity to talk to you a little bit about privacy and information security. I know the focus of this conference is really on growth and, of course, financing and building your business, but we want to give you a really important talk on an infrastructural issue that is going to be very important that you're aware of and you're thinking about how to build your business around, because it's getting and will continue to get, very rigid, the regulatory regime that applies to data privacy and information security. So I'm going to have my colleague Ben Isaacson talk to you today. We're really, really excited that Ben is a part of our team at Fathom Law. Ben has over 20 years of privacy and information security experience. He's helped some of the biggest Experian and Uber build out their privacy and information security infrastructures. Also has worked with a ton of startups, of course, as we do. And with that, I'll pass it to Ben.
Thanks.
Hope you enjoy.
Thanks. And I have to say, I did take a stint as a startup founder. The last time I was
we're live streaming. So.
And I was the last time I was a part of the launch community. I was actually presenting at the launch festival about 5 years ago. Needless to say, I'm a better lawyer than I am a founder. But I have tremendous admiration for what you're doing and really understand what you're going through. And I think it's fantastic that you're here and learning, and it's so critical. So I hope not to bore you too much, but privacy is top of mind, obviously, today and really every day. And this kind of slide just kicks it off. It's one of the kind of the more obvious things that I deal with in my day-to-day life, which is that most companies genuinely don't know all the data they're collecting, what they're going to do with it, where it's going to go. Certainly as a startup, you're going to meander your way through mountains of data before you figure out, oh, this is the data that really helps my business grow, helps us succeed and monetize and become, the unicorns that we all want to be. So the first thing I wanted to talk about today is privacy by design. And this is where, it's kind of the lifeblood of what I've been working on for the last 20 years, and certainly what you should be thinking first and foremost about. And then we'll talk about kind of the world, because I'm sure everybody here is going to be global, if not now, at some point in your future. We'll talk about some of the key CYA issues legally that you have to make sure you're on top of. And then, really talk about security as the last kind of core material. And if we have more time, I've got a bunch of startup case studies on problems that startups have had, even some, companies that once they stopped being a startup, they became big and then they had problems. So it's a bunch of kind of case studies there. So, privacy by design, I mean, this is a fundamental kind of learning curve that, again, most startups don't think about this early in their tenure. They usually think about it, a few years into the business when they're running into problems, whether it's regulatory or compliance or security or other things. So it's really important to kind of think about it now. And what that means ultimately is everybody in the company should just think about privacy a little bit. Product, sales, finance, CEO, engineering. Everybody should have at least some education, some training that the data that you're collecting is important. And let me just pause for a second there. How many of you collect personal information as a core aspect of your business? Okay. Now let me tell you, IP addresses in California are now considered personal information. So how many of you are collecting personal information as part of your business? It's pretty much everybody. So when we think about an IP address being personal information, we think about a mobile advertising identifier, an IDFA, being personal information. This is a new world that we're living in. Even hashed IDs, which for the most part, up until a month ago, were pseudonymous, anonymous information, under California law is now personal information. So we're in a new kind of world of data privacy, and thinking about it, do I really need this information, or can I drop it on the floor? Like these are some of the fundamental things that go into privacy by design. So the first part I wanted to talk about is kind of privacy by default. So what does that mean? Number one is do I really need all this data? Like I'm collecting everything. And so, IP address you might need for geolocation, just to say, okay, this user's coming in from this country or that country, and that's really it, and then you can drop it on the floor. Do I really need to keep the data forever, or can I get rid of it? Do I know what I'm doing with every piece of information? Do I really need birth dates? Is it so important to me to email somebody on their birthday a year later? Or do I, is it worth the trouble of maintaining that information? And then, over time, coming back to it again. So it's not just thinking about it at the design phase, but redesigning, and rechecking and saying, okay, as we're changing the product, as we're, improving the life cycle, is this data I still need? Is it useful? Can I get rid of it? And also, please interrupt me if any of this you want to talk through at all, because we've got plenty of time to get through this whole deck. The second part of this is making sure, as founders, you're the ones who are in charge of this, is that the executive team, the co-founders, everybody's bought into privacy from the get-go. And that, even and especially if you're in the business of monetizing data, privacy should be right up there with you, because your board's going to ask for it, outside counsel, your contracts, your vendors, everybody's going to be asking you, especially in the cases of where you're monetizing data, to prove that you're a privacy-friendly business. That's kind of the new mantra in the world. And work as a team, regularly. Just have a moment of an all-hands meeting, or have a moment of your executive kind of team meetings, any of your offsites, whatever it is, just to talk about privacy and security. Just put it on a whiteboard. Say, hey, what risks you think there are right now? Let's talk through them, and just keep it as part of the conversation flow, and then document it and make sure you're coming back to it later. So the bottom line for privacy by design is kind of this golden rule, essentially. It's, okay, think about the end user. Think about my customer. What do they really expect of me? Do they expect me to get consent before I share data with a partner or third party? Do they expect me to be accountable for all the information we're collecting and provide it to them when they ask for it, or delete it when the contract is over? And most importantly, today, that accountability runs into all of the things that you disclose on your privacy policy, on your website, in your marketing materials, in your sales materials, like everything that you're creating, the content, they expect you to disclose if there's any gotchas in there, because it's going to come back to bite you later, whether it's in contract or with regulators. Okay, so this is a dense slide, and I'm really going to talk over it, but I think you probably have heard, if you have any relationship to Europe in any way, that the European Union passed the General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR, in 2016. It went into effect in May of 2018. After it went into effect, I used that as an excuse to go live in Europe for a year, which was fantastic. And work with a lot of European companies as well, and really get an understanding of why is this crazy law in existence, because it is a dramatic change from existing privacy laws around the world to become what is the global benchmark. So if you're operating in Europe, it's actually kind of I hate to say it, kind of a good thing today to use this law to create the foundation for your privacy or compliance program, because it applies pretty much everywhere in the world. And as you'll see in a couple of slides, many of the other countries of the world are now following suit and trying to marry up to Europe so that they can get this adequacy decision, so that they can have a free flow of trade with data with Europe. But what does it mean? Again, it's a framework. It's not just as we look at the U.S. law about this particular type of data or this particular use of data or this particular way of getting consent or not. It's an entire, complete, comprehensive framework for all things collection, use, and really just the thought process that companies have to go through to get to that privacy by design, privacy by default approach that I just talked about. The comparison here is to this new California law, which I imagine, how many of you are based here in California? Okay, so pretty much everybody here, I'm sure, has seen a privacy notice or seen some awareness of the new California Consumer Privacy Act that came into effect at the beginning of the year. It is not the same thing as Europe's, and it's unfortunately, we wished they had actually written it that way, because it would have made so many companies' lives much easier. But it is quite different. It's the American version of the GDPR, and in a lot of ways it's draconian and ridiculous. I just have to say it. And if you don't know, it's just bear with me for a moment of rant. This law was created by a real estate developer. No joke. The guy just decided that he wanted to make a privacy a law, and he had so much money he didn't know what to do with it, so he got a couple of people together. They drafted a bill that they were going to put forth as a referendum in California. This is one of the beauties of California, is that if you have enough money, you can get enough signatures, you can get anything on the referendum. And so he did. He got enough signatures to get a privacy law codified into the California Constitution, which would have been impossible to change. So the industry kind of capitulated with him and got it pushed through the legislature at the last minute, almost verbatim. So we've had to go through and create all these amendments of this law, even up until like the second week of October before it was finally finished. And so it's a work in progress, to say it. So there will be more amendments coming in the next year or so. There's more. The Attorney General has draft regulations out where they can create rules. So those will be finalized in the next couple months. So it's still very much a work in progress, but it's a very challenging law for a lot of companies, especially startups, to really wrap their heads around. Again, until a month ago, IP addresses were not personal data in the United States, and now they are.
To what extent do you think that the California law, as flawed as it is going to serve as a sort of a template for other U.S. states that are also in process on their own privacy legislation?
Yeah, and I've got a slide on that in a couple of slides. But no, I don't believe it will be the same. I think there will be quite a few other state laws, and they will be, I wouldn't say watered down, but they'll be easier for companies to comply with. California will be the high watermark. I don't think anybody's going to pass anything stronger than California, but you never know. There's a lot of crazy states out there, as we all know. So.
What have you seen in terms of enforcement of this? I mean, obviously, I'm not breaking laws. I just want to know.
Yeah. So that's actually a pretty good segue to my next slide, and I'll just start here. So. GDPR is being enforced regularly, and some of the examples I have at the end show that. The enforcement of the California law in particular. Will it be bad for startups? Will it be prevalent? So the good news with the California law is it's enforced by the Attorney General, and with the exception of security, and I'll come back to that. As far as the privacy aspects go, the only person who can enforce this is Javier Becerra and his team. And his team is woefully underfunded, although that may change in the next session of Congress, but or the legislature. So he's going to go after the low-hanging fruit. We know that. He's going to go after the Facebooks and the Googles and the big companies where there's deep pockets. He's got a pretty much an unfettered ability to find them, and it could be significant fines against some of the companies in that space. He's already said he's out to get the data brokers as well, so companies that are in the business of monetizing data could fall into the crosshairs. We don't know if that includes ad tech. That'll be kind of an open question. But for the most part, it won't trickle its way down to startups unless, again, those startups are doing things maybe like facial recognition, selling facial recognition to other companies or individuals even. So monetizing that data without going through all the compliance required to be included in the CCPA. So that's the good news. The bad news is, let me just back it up. There is a private right of action for data security breaches under this new California law. So as you probably know, most states in the United States have a data security breach law on the books. So that's why you get all these letters and emails whenever there's a data breach, including your information, is because there's a required disclosure that everybody just sends out that proverbial letter. You get free credit monitoring for a year, and you wonder whatever happened to your data, but you don't have any rights to do anything about it, and that has never existed until now. The good news is at the last minute we were able to amend the law so that it didn't include everything, just certain pieces of information. So financial records, driver's license or social security numbers, medical information, anything that really uses your personal information, your traditional personal information, with something that can really hurt you, that could be used for identity theft. Then there's a private right of action. And so if you collect any of that data, when I get to the security slide, you're really going to want to listen to me because a private right of action can absolutely bankrupt and destroy a business like overnight. So it's a major concern. All right, so what do you really need to know about these two laws, just to cut to the chase? So number one, for the GDPR to be relevant to you, you really have to be targeting EU residents. And that means, do you have any employees in Europe? Do you have any offices? Do you have representatives? Do you have resellers? Do you have any physical presence in Europe? Then the GDPR applies. And then if you change your website at all, so if you have a French version of your website or a Spanish version of your website, or if there's other versions that might be catering to people from other countries, if you're shipping to another country products, then the GDPR applies. So anytime you're actively working with soliciting, engaging with Europeans, then the law applies. But if you don't, if you just have a website up and you happen to get website visitors from Europe, that doesn't require you to go through all the exercises of being GDPR compliant. And there's some myths out there about this. So just because you have a global facing website and in theory there could be Europeans using your website or using your services or signing up for your emails, unless you're actually reaching out or trying to target them, then the GDPR shouldn't apply to you. Again, depends on your targeting and messaging. CCPA is a little bit different though. So this is where there's actually kind of a new litmus test, especially for startups, whether the CCPA applies to you. And if you're in the tech space, if you're especially in ad tech or marketing tech, and you're collecting more than 50,000 IP addresses even a year from Californians, then the law applies. So it's going to encompass most scaled companies that are in the digital space. it's not going to necessarily encompass like your mom and pop store on the street that only has a physical presence that may not even see 50,000 customers a year, or an agency that only sees, you know, a few hundred, you know, people a year. So there is a litmus test. It also, you know, it's again, if separate from the 50,000, if you have to show 25 million in revenue. So, you know, that's all over the world. It's not just California. So again, the law tried to address most startups, most businesses that are just small businesses that really shouldn't have to go through the effort of complying with this law. So if you have questions about that, you know, I'm happy to answer them as well. So the important things to know for both laws are that the personal information that you collect you're now accountable for it. So any individual can come to you and say, I want access to my personal information. And you have to provide it to them. And again, that might include their IP address, although if it's technically unreasonable for you to get it, like there's some limitations of when you can be exempted from providing it. But again, web analytics, email marketing, like anything that you've collected and that you communicate with them about, you know, surveys, it could be anything. Technically, they have the right to access that from you, and there's no real limitation to how many times they can access it from you. Now, you can reject them if they're being excessive and they're being obnoxious or they're using some bot or something like that. But for the most part, you know, again, it's like a free credit report at this point. You know, you're required to provide it. It's the same thing for deletion. So they might come to you and say, I want you to delete everything you have about me. Then you might say, okay, we'll delete your account and it's going to delete everything. So it's not that you have to continue providing services. And I know lots of companies have said that's the only way you're going to get to delete your data is by deleting your account and stop using our services. But you know, obviously the best practice is to give them that right just to delete everything on its own. Now, with both of these laws, you have a right to verify that these people are who they say they are. And that's a very, very wide latitude of how you do that. So you can require them to upload their driver's license. You can require them to respond to an email, you know, to the email address. You can all sorts of like really difficult things for a bot or some, you know, hacker or somebody to try and get out of you. And you definitely do not need to provide back sensitive financial or other information. You don't give them back personally, like their birth date or their social security number or their driver's license number or anything that could be used for identity theft. Was there a question?
Yeah, so a question if, so we sell an enterprise application and in that we're selling to a hospital. And the hospital, the data that they're collecting is they're tracking their staff. So we know which staff are engaged in what. That's personal information. Well, what is the right of the individual there when the individual is not the buyer, where the buyer is their employer?
That's a great question, and it's very important. I don't think I have it on here, or I don't think this slide even addresses that. So there's a huge discrepancy in the law as it applies to, let's just call them controllers versus processors. And both the GDPR and the CCPA address this in somewhat different ways, but needless to say, the business-to-business side where you're a service provider, a vendor, processor, has different obligations to the consumer than the business that originally collects the information. So you're beholden to your client ultimately. So the processors are beholden to the controllers, and so if a consumer, you know, individual finds out about you, the processor, and they come to you and say, hey, I want you to tell me everything you know about me, you immediately forward that on to your client and say, hey, client, this individual wants to know what we know, authorize us to provide that to them, or more than not, the controller will just get the data from you and then they'll provide it directly to the individual. And they'll go through and verify them. Like basically you just forward it on and they'll take it from there.
The individual said, you know what, I want that data erased. That is not our obligation, is unless our client, the employer, tells us erase it.
Yeah, so it's going to be your obligation in your terms with your client. Yeah. And so and we're going to talk about that in the legal side. These terms are becoming very, very specific to require that implementation of access and deletion anytime they want. So if this client, that's one of the things you want to vet a little bit with your clients, like, is this a risk that we're going to end up getting 1 million of these access and deletion requests, and do we have the capability to handle that technically or manually? And it's a big risk, in some fields. Okay, so access and deletion are the primary things you have to worry about, and then the secondary things are really around marketing and ad tech. Is there anybody in the ad tech space here? No? Okay. Because ad tech is a mess. And your use of ad tech in Europe especially is kind of a mess because, as you probably know, they need to get consent for cookies in Europe. And so that obligation to get consent is actually getting harder because the regulators are now putting more onus on that consent to be real consent and not the fake consent that they've been doing for the last couple of years. So there's different ways in which you need consent in Europe. In the US, you don't need consent for marketing. And even under this new CCPA, you still don't need consent for marketing. And even if you're monetizing data, you're selling data as part of your business, you still don't need consent to sell data under the CCPA. What you do need is an opt-out. Now, this definition of sale, though, is incredibly broad. And this was the biggest sticking point of the law, and this is what kept me up, way too many hours leading up to the end of last year, because there's different interpretations of how this law applies to even really big companies like Facebook. Because when you advertise through Facebook, you're using Facebook custom audiences, you're using Facebook Pixel, you're using maybe their marketing API, and your expectation is that Facebook is just a data processor, they're just a platform, we're just using them to further our own data, and they really don't have, they don't fall into this sale category. But if you ask a bunch of companies whether they think that's enough, in fact, I would urge you to go look at the top 100 businesses and advertisers, especially in America, and see how many of them now have a little link at the bottom of their website that says, "Do not sell my personal information." All of these companies have come to the conclusion that sharing of data just for advertising purposes with platforms that they thought may have been service providers or processors before is actually considered a sale under the CCPA. So this is a really tricky interpretation on a number of my clients, one of which is a very major advertiser. We had to come to this conclusion that it was better for them to put this link on their website and offer this opt-out, or offer a banner, a cookie banner that says opt-out for third-party cookies, rather than run the risk that some of these ad platforms are considered monetizing data, and all of their clients are now also swept up in like an attorney general investigation. So the conservative approach is to call a lot of anybody who's doing retargeting for you with advertising, with cookies, whether, or even mobile IDs, a lot of the companies now are taking the default position, this is a sale under the California law. The tricky thing is you only have to offer this for Californians if you know who they are. And that's, again, a technically very challenging thing to geofence California, but it is possible. And even a number of companies have taken this reasonable kind of geofencing position where if I really can nail you down that you're in California, then I can show you it. But if you're coming from outside of California, I don't necessarily have to show you it, and maybe just something in my privacy policy is okay. The question?
As far as having like a cookies accepting banner on your website, do you need that if you aren't necessarily purposefully attracting people from the GDPR? Like if you're not like doing any specific targeting ads, but maybe people from Europe are finding out about your company or website and coming onto your site, but you don't know that, or you aren't necessarily specifically targeting them, do you still need to have that?
So no, I think if you're not targeting Europeans, then you don't need the consent-based cookie banner. However, if you're a U.S. company and you have a lot of California visitors, and you have, like especially retargeting pixels where you're going to go find them somewhere else on another website and hit them up with an ad, then the CCPA requires, or at least implies, that you need to have either a banner or some other function with an opt-out. So it's not an opt-in like it is in Europe. It's just can I stop, block, reject, do whatever I need to do to get them off of my retargeting
And that has
list.
to be a banner rather than just a link, because I know Facebook and these other companies are putting it like a hidden link in the bottom of their website or something like that. That's hard to find. Are they cracking down on that as well?
We'll see what happens, when enforcement comes into play. But the basic premise is that if it's cookie based, it should be a cookie based opt out that you present to them, like right up front. If it's an offline data sale, let's call it, or even like a mobile ad IDs, for example, that you might be collecting, through an app or something like that, then having that link is the better approach, and just being able to process it at the ad ID level, or IDFA level.
What about if it's a free app, or if there's no like payments happening or anything like that? You're not targeting for someone to buy something necessarily.
It's again, if the data is flowing from your app or your website to another app or another website, that's going to be considered a sale. If that other app or website is going to some way let you monetize it. That's kind of the basic premise right now. There's different interpretations depending on the application.
Two-part question. If you are incorporated outside of California, but you're doing business in California, how does that law apply for collecting data? And then the second one is, if you're using the API of a company that's scraping data off of Instagram, for example, does that fall under any of those laws?
So yes and yes. And I mean, and maybe Eric can, if he wants to talk about, as a foreign company, you have to register. My understanding is you have to register with California if you're going to be doing business in California. And so that part, I don't know if you want to take that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the short answer to that part is that your jurisdiction of organization is not really a relevant factor here. It's really all about whether you are capturing data from California consumers, whether as a California corporation or as a foreign corporation, and frankly, whether as a foreign corporation that is properly qualified in California or not. So unfortunately, there's not going to be a safe harbor here for a foreign corporation that isn't qualified in California. It really is just about where's the data coming from.
And then you get back to that 50,000 number for California consumers. So again, you might just have a guess based on IP address or whatever. However, you might know this is how much traffic I'm getting from Californians, and this is how much I can expect my API traffic or data users. So if you come to that conclusion that it's 50,000 a year, which is a pretty small number usually for scaled companies, then you have to comply.
I have two questions. One, I'm interested how many people in the room are completely GDPR compliant or CCPA compliant as startups right now?
We got one.
All right. I had no idea.
Nice. That's great.
Which means that it's great that you're here. My other question is, it's gone. Oh, what's the most common problem that startups, early stage startups, make regarding privacy and data compliance, like early on right now, that you find?
I mean, the one that, I guess there's so many, and I'll probably come back to that maybe at the end. Security is going to be number one. I just have to say that because of the data breach issues, and and it's an inevitable thing these days that some hacker is probing your service today, right? And so I've seen way too many loose security breaches, and it's getting harder to comply with breach notification laws or breach, again, the California private right of action. Like, this is a serious issue. The second one is contracts. I see startups, small companies just giving away the store in these contracts, like just taking on unlimited liability and all sorts of risks that, again, if you have a data breach and you have unlimited liability to your clients, you're out of business. End of story. So there's some definitely, those are kind of the two top of mind issues. Your customers, yeah. So especially enterprise customers, so in the B2B space, or even just vendors that you might rely on. Oh, I've got this new cloud hosting company that is great. They seem like great. They're giving me a sweetheart deal, and they're half the price of AWS. And then they get a breach, and you're liable, and it's a mess. So.
So with the GDPR, if you look at the applications in Europe or the consultancy you might get, it's like all over the place. Like there's like a limited amount of protection to like full, like you get cookies that are like a checklist. So like you don't want to give that to your customers because like, it will be lowering the conversions down. So it's like you come to a decision, where should be standing in terms of like how detailed it should be. So, and with 4% of annual revenues as a risk level, it's like quite high. So do you have any like recommendations?
Specifically about cookie preferences or about
in
general
mean, it's one of them, but
preferences?
it's like too many things. I mean, if you go to Europe, like you have lawyers saying that if you sit on a meeting, you have to have a compliance sheet that they should fill out even in a physical manner that, you're not going to share the meeting notes or whatever. Like there's like too many things. If you try to do all of them, then you're not really doing any work at all. Kind of thing. That's kind of challenging situation for, and Europe in too many, like it's a big region. So.
Yeah, I mean there's a lot of work. GDPR compliance is a lot of work. It's a lot of documentation. It's a lot of kind of rigorous controls and processes. That's why I say it's the benchmark for the world. And so it's really hard to get 100% compliant. The 4% fine is something that there's a lot of scare tactics out there. And again, there will be 4% fines, and every data protection authority, every country gets to decide. Like if you do business in my country, in theory, they could come after you. Now, you have a lead regulator in a particular country that you really do business in or you have operations in, and so you want to be cozy with that regulator so that some other regulator doesn't have access to, just fine you. But they're not looking, from what I've seen so far, with the one exception in Belgium, they're not looking to really enforce that 4%. They're looking to create examples. They're looking to make change. And there's a number of ways in which you can learn from all of that and be compliant and be under the radar, and work with the data protection authorities. Like I've interfaced with quite a few of them, and they're mostly reasonable people, and not looking to implement 4% fines. Now, when they look at companies like Facebook, a couple of others that they feel like have taken advantage of individuals, that's when they might stick it. But yeah, and the cookie consent thing in particular is actually pretty challenging. That's where they're trying to create more examples because they want you to give preferences for every type of cookie, for every potential provider of cookies, and most consumers or individuals just don't have a clue who these companies are. So it's kind of a mess. Okay, so I think I've addressed everything in this slide. So moving on, global. Again, many countries are following Europe's lead. The next one up is Brazil. It comes into effect in August. It's already been passed. It's pretty similar to the European law. So if you do business in Brazil, you've got 7 months to get in compliance. But if you're already in compliance with the GDPR, then you should be mostly okay. In a number of other countries, Israel's is seeking adequacy. So if you have developers, you have people in Israel. It's actually one of the more stringent laws in the world. That's probably not quite on this slide. And there's just, again, quite a few other countries are now waking up to enforcing some privacy laws that they've had on the books. So Korea just enforced a criminal action against one of their executives related to, or a company executive related to a data breach that took place. So Korea and Japan in particular have civil and criminal penalties for negligence or gross negligence in in operations. So this is a trend that we hope doesn't really continue, but it certainly scares the living daylights out of boards of directors and companies that this could happen. So, obviously this has become the new norm. The states are also following suit. Washington has just reintroduced a law just this last week that Microsoft is now supporting. So once you've got Microsoft behind you, we probably will see a Washington privacy law in the next session of their legislature. And there's a bunch of other states that are, again, they're not doing the same thing as California. They'll be a little more narrow, but there will be quite a few other laws. Nevada actually released a kind of a do not sale law, like a data broker law, essentially, in the last session that just went into effect last year. Same with Vermont, a couple of years before that, again, focusing on data brokers and just the sale of data. So if you're in the business of monetizing data, then this is going to be a much more challenging compliance regime for the next, forever, essentially. But they'll all have different flavors, but I do expect we'll see other private rights of action for data breach. So I think that one piece of the California law may open the watershed for quite a few other states to follow suit. There's a huge groundswell of support now for a federal law to preempt state law. So where most companies were against a federal law, 2 years ago, today most big companies are saying, yes, we absolutely need this. We need to preempt California. We need to create one uniform thing. Although, as you probably know, our Congress is a little busy right now, so they're not doing anything. So maybe 2021 we'll see some more momentum for that, and there's a slight possibility in a lame duck session because there actually is some bipartisan support for this. So one of the few areas of law where they actually can agree. So it's possible in a lame duck session later this year that they'll pass something, but it's unlikely. It's more likely next year, probably 2022. Okay, so the core kind of privacy legal issues that I want to make sure everybody's aware of. Number one, it's your privacy policy. And these privacy policies have historically been pretty static. Something you maybe you thought you could just go to Snap Terms and just, fill out a form and you're good to go. And that, for certain types of businesses, like a retailer, a mom and pop retailer selling something, on the street, then maybe that's okay. But for most companies today, especially tech, you really need two privacy policies, and you want to split them up because, and this is something I've been working on for years, but it's finally starting to get some momentum, which is that the visitors to your website are completely different than the users of your service. And I see too many companies try and combine them and put them into some like wrangled, intermix of a form that just doesn't work. And if I'm a B2B customer of yours, or I'm just filling out a form to get an email newsletter from you, or whatever it is, like that has nothing to do with your platform or product, I don't need to see this 20-page legalese thing. I just need to see the basics. Are you going to sell my data, basically? And a few other key things I care about. So having that website privacy policy just for, or maybe your business, corporate, B2B privacy policy, is very different than saying, okay, I've got this, really interesting AI engine that I'm selling to, every company on the planet, and it's doing all this crazy stuff with consumer data. Oh yeah, and I guess I need to provide access and deletion rights with that. So, it's confusing, but there's a bright line there, in most companies that I work with today, and building out this service privacy policy isn't just for your end users or your end users' end users. It's actually for, a lot of times, it's for the lawyers at your company's clients. So they're going to be going and using this as education, trying to decide, is this a reputable company? Can I understand what they're really going to do with my data? So it's in some ways, it's actually marketing materials as well. So it's important to make it clear, make it, again, accountable and transparent, and again, customer friendly. So that's kind of number one. Number two is, especially if you're in the, as you're a service provider or vendor or data processor, you probably see it, if you're in Europe, you've probably seen these data protection agreements or addendums or data processing addendums or data and user processing addendums or personal information processing addendums. They're called 1,000 different things. They're commonly, we just refer to them as DPAs. But these are something that they tack on to whatever your master services agreement is and go through each and every privacy-related and security-related obligation that they're expecting from you. And this is where I said this is one of the mistakes I see is that, am I done? No. This is that companies will just breeze through it and be like, oh yeah, I got all that, we're done, good. And not see that little clause at the bottom that's the indemnification clause and the limitations of liability clause, and it's uncapped. And so, you have a data breach, and then they can take you to town for not just the fine that they might get from the regulator, but actually, all their lawyer bills and everything that goes with that. So some of these terms can be very, very important. And what I often see, which is really kind of frustrating, is that there is no standard template. And I mean, again, this makes kind of our lives wonderful because we got so much work. But the fact is, there's you'll see a different DPA from a different partner, different client, different vendor, and they're all different. And again, a lot of these don't just include regulatory compliance language, don't just include security controls, but include like a lot of self-regulatory language, things they just want. So it's not just a data breach where it's confirmed and it's under the law required, but it's suspected. You think maybe some ex-employee still had a key to your GitHub server and you forgot to get it from them after you fired them. That is suspected that they still had access to it. Therefore, it falls into this clause that gets inserted into a lot of these agreements. And so this is really concerning, especially with big companies. So if you're working with big companies and you see one of these things, you're going to find language in here that they're just trying to like slip it in there and say, anything that potentially could happen, we're going to hold you accountable for that and hold you accountable for as much money as we care to enforce against. So these agreements are very important, and they often require some customization. The last piece is kind of twofold. One is just data breach response. And again, this isn't necessarily a legal function as much as it's a security function, but it's kind of a tag team between the two groups where you prepare for the event of a data breach. And you know who's in charge, how you're going to get the evidence, how you're going to be able to mitigate and resolve it, and then how are you going to notify your clients, partners, and potentially regulators, what that notice might say, how long do you have to do it. Under European law, it's 72 hours. 3 days you've got, and that's not business days, that's hours. You've got from the moment you confirm it to alerting all of the companies that might have been affected by it that you work with, that is their data. And then, again, it's not 72 hours to alert a consumer, individual, but, again, alerting the regulator is also going to be critical. So it's this kind of partnership of creating this data breach response plan and really testing it. So like, going through this exercise once a year and just saying, okay, we had a fake breach, let's see how we resolve it. It's called a tabletop exercise. Then the other one is coming back to that earlier slide about access and deletion, where you are going to get requests. Random, weird requests. I see these all the time where it's like, just tell me everything you know about me, and I want to see it all. And you go through this verification, and you find out, well, maybe they really aren't in California, or maybe they really aren't in Europe. Maybe they're just a bot. And there's bots are actually getting really, really good. So coming up with a plan of how do you go through this, back and forth, and what's the language that you need to use to kind of shoo them off if they're not real, or help them if they are real. Okay, security. So I just can't stress this enough because of this California private right of action, that if you have a government identifier, this includes employee data as well. So, or prospective, candidate data. So even though there's a little bit of an exemption in the law for employee-related data, again, when you don't necessarily need to provide all the access and deletion rights, at least for the next year. I don't want to get too confusing there, but the data breach requirement is still very much present, even for data that Greenhouse or any of these kind of services that collect candidate data collect on your behalf. So be very, very careful. Again, Google Forms, like anything you might be using to collect candidate data, collect customer data, collect consumer data, They're all consumers in the eye of the law here in California, as well as in most states. So data breach, is now again part of the fabric of American compliance, and of course, the GDPR and most other major Western countries. So, just like I said, with privacy by design, security by design is absolutely critical. If you don't necessarily need to have a chief security officer, but make sure your CTO or your head of engineering or head of product, somebody is assigned to be the chief security officer, and just be accountable to the executive team, to the board, just making sure that that there is a plan of attack on how to plug all the gaps and risks across your security operation. And the certification process. So this is a good and bad thing because it's a kind of a painful exercise for most companies. But getting SOC 2 or getting ISO certified and really going through that exercise, even if it takes a year, takes 2 years to get there, start the process early, because it will pay off in spades to make sure you are protected from worst case scenarios. There's a bunch of other things on here. Independent testing is another big one. So again, even if you're don't have a lot of data, there are lots of little startups and other companies that can help just do penetration testing, provide you with a report that says, hey, my website's good, my server's good, you're not picking off any GitHub passwords or anything like that. So just kind of going through that exercise, encrypt everything you can encrypt, and again, prepare for this data breach. So let me pause for a second there. Do we have security-related questions? Because this is pretty important. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So one question regarding how some of these points are interpreted. Thank you, Jackie. So one point regarding how these points are interpreted. So for example, like on a previous slide, it was basically like the user should control his or her data. So if they want to delete, essentially they should. So let's say on a site, what if they can make, let's say it's a two-sided marketplace, which is our company. So either party can make their profiles invisible to everyone else besides themselves at any time, but they would have to reach out to the company in order to delete the account. Do you, in that situation, for example, is that just how you frame it, or is there any precedent in a bunch of these cases? Because some of them seem pretty clear, and some of them just seem pretty broad.
Yeah, they're meant. I guess they're meant to be kind of broad, terms. So yeah, if you have, the best practice in many cases is to have self controls. If they can delete their own data, that's ideal. If they can, even just minimize the data exposed to others, that's also ideal. Look at what Facebook and Google have been going through. Every 6 months, you'll see them make changes to their user interface and privacy settings so that you can control how much data leaves their platform or how much data they ingest. And I guess that's, it's really going to be subjective to the company, though.
Yeah, so then I guess I would say, so then for some of us, we're hiring a chief security officer, I don't even know if that would be in our first 30 hires, but definitely the engineering lead would be someone who controls that. So then I guess in terms of us making decisions, based off maybe the smaller companies that you work with, both privacy and security, is there a general guiding principle that you guys like to provide if we can't reasonably address maybe all these points?
Yeah, the guiding principle is training, period. So, there's no magic wand that you have to wave over security or privacy. There's plenty of resources out there for head of product, head of engineering, head of sales even. It doesn't matter who that person is. If they have an interest in being trained, they can get their CIPP to become privacy certified. It's not that hard. It really isn't. And getting their CISSP to get security certified, these are things that anybody can really do if the company is willing to invest the time and energy in the head of engineering to do that and become the CSO as well. That's fantastic. That's what you want more than anything, is that you have somebody embedded in the company who sees all the data over the company, and you don't necessarily need to bring on an outside expert until you're at a stage where it's really warranted and that's their full-time job. But for most startups, I would never expect you to have a CISO or a CPO until you really, again, 3-5 years, like scaled up, like Series B. You know, like it's something you come to outside consultants or other you know, independent professionals just to do part-time work for. That's another way to go about it. But the best practice is certainly training.
Ben, I also want to make sure you get through the slides that you want to, because we probably only have about 5 more minutes or so. So,
okay.
If you do, or would you prefer to keep taking questions?
I'm happy to. Yeah, the next slides are all examples.
Oh,
just
okay,
case
great.
studies. So
Okay,
mostly filler if we didn't have the questions.
Yeah,
so.
no, it's great. Okay, Rudy, hold on.
I think he was going.
Quick question. So what type of insurance can we get, you know, to maybe kind of help to cover if there was a data breach or you're being sued? So what types of insurance are out there to help a small startup to protect themselves?
That's a really good question. So cybersecurity insurance is now pretty prevalent for companies that have a lot of personal information, are certainly processors for companies that have controllers who have a lot of personal information. Anybody who's got HIPAA compliant data, anybody who's got financial data. Like if you rise to the sensitive or special category data, then you definitely should be getting cybersecurity insurance. And it's prescribed in some cases by big companies now. So you'll see it in a contract that they expect you to have, you know, $2 million to somewhere in the $2 million to $5 million range for, you know, for cybersecurity insurance. And it's not, you know, they're not that expensive. I mean, there's BBERC, there's like a bunch of others that, you know, I've referred to in the past that are just kind of standard insurance companies that provide that, and it's not crazy expensive.
Any strategies on pushing back when you get those very one-sided liability and indemnification, particularly liability? You know, we've tried limiting to the point of the contract. Have you seen any other strategies? If you're talking to, you know, for us, we're a small company. It's kind of hard to say no to a Fortune 50.
Yeah, I mean, you should know that. I can't say this, I'm just going to say it like this. Almost every Fortune 50 company will back down on unlimited liability, unless you're processing financial or some other type of really sensitive information. So hold your guns as much as you possibly can. And then the standard practice that I see is about 4x the MSA cap. So, or ARR, somewhere around, you know, where your, you know, your projected, you know, cap for depending on what the contract is, but 4x is about what most companies will work with, if you can't get it to the MSA.
I have a couple questions. One is about marketplaces like Amazon Marketplace. We have their address and stuff like that. And then also Shopify, because Shopify is a third party. So those are my questions.
Sorry, what was the question though?
Oh, what is our responsibility for like Amazon? I can't delete people's personally identifiable information on Amazon if they were to contact me.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a good question. So I mean, again, and the caveat to even his question is, once you're on a platform that are shrink wrap terms, you know, there's nothing you can do about that. Like obviously, most Google terms are shrink wrap or, you know, click wrap. Like there's nothing, there's no leverage you have to negotiate or do anything about. So yeah, you know, every one of those platforms has different obligations, but for the most part, you're going to be able to rely on their processing, right? So in that case, if somebody comes to you and says, delete all my data, and you can't go into Amazon Marketplace and delete it, you have to direct them to Amazon. And you can put that in your privacy policy and say, you know, here are the processors that we work with, and for these processors, if you want, you know, access and deletion, you have to go to them. So just call it out, yeah. Okay, so I have a couple of examples I'd like to share. So, all right, so this is an example that came out shortly after GDPR, and again, this was one that the French used really just as an example. They didn't want to find the company. All they did was they course-corrected apps that collect mobile device IDs and share them for advertising purposes. And this was an obvious, huge gaping hole that we all knew going into the GDPR enforcement that this was going to get called out, and they obviously called it out right away. And so if you have an SDK and you're operating in Europe, your publishers all need to get actual consent, not like just accept my privacy policy consent, but that it's okay for this app to share my data with other apps so we can get targeted ads on other apps. It has to say something like that, which is verbose, but that's real consent with a checkbox versus, just accept the terms of my privacy policy, which is not real consent in Europe. So again, they didn't find them. They just made a big public statement about it. They course corrected. Factuary is still in business. They're doing quite well. In fact, I think it actually helped them in the long run because they were able to prove to the world, hey, we course corrected, and Keneal now is happy with us. So I think they're actually doing pretty well. As opposed to some of these other companies in the U.S. where, and this is kind of a silly one, but I had to put it up there because and ironically I got this question from a client today. They asked me, because I'm encouraging them to go through the Privacy Shield certification, which is, if you're not aware, the Department of Commerce in the US has worked it out with the Europeans that say, hey, if these companies self-certify with the Department of Commerce, it's okay for them to process European data in America. So it's about transferring data from Europe to the US. It has nothing to do with the rest of GDPR. In fact, it really has nothing to do with GDPR because it predates GDPR. It used to be called the Safe Harbor Program. And all you have to do is go through this kind of fairly rigorous self-certification process and submit your privacy policy for review, and the Department of Commerce gives you the stamp. Now, that process can take 3 to 6 months to get certified. So the client this morning asked me, it's like, they're going through this process. Hey, we're going through this process. Can't we just put it on our website that we're going through this process and we're applied to be certified or something like that? And I said, absolutely not, because of these particular cases. And there are multiple versions of this, but this is the most recent one that just came out a couple weeks ago, which is a bunch of companies put up on their privacy policy, hey, we're Privacy Shield certified. Now, this was completely idiotic because there's actually a list on the Department of Commerce website that you can see if they're actually certified or not. So it's easily validated. But the FTC has enforced this at least 3 or 4 times in the last 5 years. And it's kind of low-hanging fruit. So even if you're in this process, you don't want to say anything that would be contradictory to what's real. But most importantly, like the point here is that the FTC has the ability to enforce against anything in your privacy policy that is a misstatement. It's the most basic thing that the FTC can do. Now, they can't necessarily fine you. It's a little bit more convoluted than that. They actually have to take you to court and prove that you were misrepresenting your privacy policy. So every company that gets investigated by the FTC ends up consenting to a decree, like, again, Google, Facebook, everybody has, all the big companies, Uber, have all had consent decrees with the FTC, forcing them into some regime change that they need to implement. And when they don't, which is the case of Facebook last year, they can get fined significantly. So you probably recall Facebook got fined $5 billion by the FTC, which they are not actually appealing. They're paying, it actually goes to the Department of Treasury, it doesn't go to the FTC, but they are paying $5 billion fine because they didn't oblige by a previous consent decree. So that's really the message here more than anything, is that coming back to that website privacy policy, back to that service privacy policy, that what you say there has to be true, and that you don't break it and not change it proactively. So there was another case, this one, this was an old case, but still quite relevant, where this company, ToySmart, said they would never sell data, and the company went out of business. They sold their business to Disney. Disney acquired the data. Disney wanted to use the data, and the court found, and FTC found actually first, they did end up going to court, and the court upheld the FTC position that they can't just sell even an asset to the business if they don't say it in the privacy policy. So this made every privacy policy in the world really change to say, in the event of a sale, we're going to sell your data. But again, that material change, the big precedent here was that if you're going to go from, no, we don't sell, to, oh yeah, we do sell, and this California thing threw a whole loop in that, which I don't want to get into, but if you're going to change it, you have to alert everybody. You have to tell them, you have to give them a chance to opt out at least, even though the FTC says opt in, which is not exactly law, but at least that's the kind of the message. So I think I'm going to call it there. Is there any last questions?
Thank you so much. This was incredibly fascinating. Thank you on that. Ooh. What is the best follow-up for any additional questions or reach out or resources? What do you think?
Yeah, we're here, so happy to take questions after the session here, or, even out there on privacy, anything we talked about yesterday. You can reach all of us. We'll be happy to send the slide decks, just as was the case yesterday with the corporate finance deck. Ben at fathomlaw.com, Eric at fathomlaw.com, Sam, my colleague, was here yesterday, Sam at Fathom Law. We have a pretty simple email construct. So reach out to us, look us up on the web. We'd love to talk to you further and help you if we can.
All right, great. Okay, that's it for official programming. We have some happy hour stuff to do, and I hope you will hang out with us and how there's beer and wine and goodies outside. So thank you, everyone. That's the wrap for Founder University. I am going to, yes, for yourselves, big applause for yourselves. Thank you for spending 2 days with us. And I'm going to send out a survey probably tomorrow, and please fill that out. It's really helpful to us. Follow up. You have my email. Of course, you have my email. Any additional questions?